That is beautiful New South Wales, a crystal clear day, blue skies, and that is Pennant Hills Golf Club you are looking at as we celebrate 100 years of a glorious golf club. My name is Shirataf. Good morning to you. We are playing an incredible event today, the Centenary Cup, celebrating 100 years of Pennant Hills Golf Club. Of course, we had a little bit of a false start early in the year in April. The event was rained out, but we are back more than 6 months later and we've been blessed with beautiful weather. And we're going to see who's going to be taking home the Centenary Cup at the end of the day. Of course, all these golfers, these amateur golfers from across the country are going to be playing as part of the Varden Cup as well, which goes on for the whole year. So it's going to be an amazing event. As I said before, we're blessed by the weather and we're going to see some fantastic golf talent out on course. It's a shotgun start this morning. Players are making their way to their tees at the moment, and throughout the morning we'll be bringing you all of the action. And of course, on the course, we'll have Mark Hayes as well. I'll be crossing to him throughout the day. He'll be bringing you all the action, showing what's happening on the ground, the sort of shots that are being played and coming to you live from the holes itself. So it's going to be a great morning. Look forward to seeing some fantastic talent, both boys and girls, men and women, across the board here at Pennant Hills Golf Club. So after 100 years of incredible history, there is a beautiful live shot there of the clubhouse here at Pennant Hills. We know it's a difficult track. It's got plenty of ups and downs and some greens you've got to approach from different angles, but we are going to see some fantastic golf. But right now, I might cross over to Mark Hayes, who has a very special guest with him right now. Hazy.
Thanks, Shirat. I'm delighted to be joined here by the General Manager of Pennant Hills Golf Club, Barnaby Sumner. It's great to be back here.
Hazy, it's great to see you. You keep coming back. I'm going to have to give you a membership application form.
It's a little drier than when we were last here.
Oh, you have no idea how happy we are about that too, Hazy. We've had 30 mils in the last week, but not 2 inches in 24 hours, so fingers crossed today.
That was pretty amazing a day, not to dwell on it too much, but it was an extraordinary thing for logistics for you guys to get this back on deck.
Absolutely. If you're wondering what that noise is, we've just started play, so please bear with us. But it was a busy day for all involved, a little bit of delays, and we have to, again, thank everybody for their patience as we work through that on the day.
Another great field here on show for the Centenary Open.
Well, we're just looking at the featured groups. I think if you add up all their handicaps, it's like plus 35 or something. So we're in for a treat today, Hazy.
Yeah, it's going to be very special. We might throw down to Shura and get the show on the road. Thank you very much, Barnaby.
Thanks, Hazy.
You can see a happy man there. I'm sure he is, given what happened earlier in the year. This is the thing about golf. You are at the mercy of the conditions. But today, have a look at that. These are live pitches at the moment. And we are going to be blessed with fantastic conditions and some great golf. And as best we can, we'll let you know who's playing on what holes and how they're going. The scoring will be on the screen as well. So welcome to anyone, wherever you are joining us across Australia, the world, wherever you are, tuning in to see what is happening here at the Pennant Hills Open. Seeing some tee shots now. There's one just running off the back of the green today. I think we'll be seeing a fair bit of that. Greens are going to be nice and true. And our feature holes, well, of course, we're going to be looking at hole 1. So it's a par 5. Most of you watching probably know it well. About a 450-metre hole today. You'll see the drives coming at you right now. As mentioned off the top, of course, players in this competition also playing for the Varden Trophy. That's open to the male amateur golfers who are a handicap of 4 or under, and it runs throughout the calendar year. So a lot of these guys will be putting these scores in should they play one of their better rounds. It's a nice looking swing there. Those who know there's trouble all over the place at Pennant Hills. There's plenty of trees. It's very easy to find yourself in a tricky lie. So Players will be, as most golfers are, hoping to be finding the middle of the fairway as much as they can today. You can see not a lot of wind, which is good. Crisp conditions. All right, let's have a look at hole 1 now. This is a par 5. So you want to, as you can see, a slight draw on this one. There's a bit of out of bounds on the right. Fairway wood tends to be the play for most of these players. And of course, the second shot, if you're going for it, probably requires another wood or a long iron if you're going to have a little bit of a chip in. Plenty of bunkers around the green, as you can see, as you approach it from above. Not too much trouble over the back. You can see the pin cut front left there. So this is a hole we will be focusing on. As I said earlier, we've got Mark Hayes on the ground at the course, and he'll be bringing us all the action from on course.
Just general chit-chat.
Well, this is a historic golf club, as I said at the top. 100 years of this place. And a very, very passionate membership. We might check in with Mark Hayes and see how the first few groups have fared. Hazy, what's it like down there, mate?
Hey, sure. Great to talk to you. It's a beautiful day here at Pennant Hills. We were here 6 months ago, 7 months ago. There was nothing like this for those who remember it. An extraordinary change in, well, weather, and the course itself is absolutely a treat. We've just seen the men's, I guess, marquee group go off, and in a couple of seconds we'll see the women's, and there's a real buzz about the place today for the Centenary Open. It's perfectly still conditions. I'd say the scoring will be hot because the course looks attackable. There's a bit of rain earlier in the week, as we heard Barnaby say a minute ago, but it's perfect today.
Lovely stuff, that. So I think we've just seen Blake Phillips, Kobe Carruthers and Zach Mullins and Jai Picken as well, the first group that we'll be looking at. Some seriously good golfers in there. There might be one of them who's managed to find the trees as well. Hazy, can you tell us about who's hit the shots there? Have you seen some of those tee shots?
I just wandered over from the original interview, just saw a couple. This is a really interesting hole. If you get a nice drive away up and just around the corner, it's a slight dogleg to the left. If you can sort of get around the corner, it's a very manageable par 5, which a lot of the guys will get home here in 2. But there's a lot of trouble lurking on either side here if you're a bit wayward and a bit rusty off the tee. So can't see them from where I am. I'm back behind up near the clubhouse waiting for the women's marquee group to go. So I apologise for that, but we'll catch up with the boys in a couple of minutes.
We're seeing pitches here at the moment on the fairway of the first. Players will certainly be taking their time over this one. It means a lot. Centenary Cup being played for.
Not sure who's hitting here, Phil.
Might get Hazy to walk behind this group. Let's get a little bit of insight into the sort of shots they're playing, the clubs they're taking, and see what this marquee group are going to do. Don't get better conditions than this for golf. So we've been blessed, and as Hazy said off the top,
yeah,
you might see some players go very low here.
He was just behind the bush when he hit.
bushes. We can't even see them.
Just checking on camera 3, am I staying with the player or following the...
It's like a long iron there into the green.
Jeremy, can you hear me?
That's a lovely shot. That's a beautiful shot to start the day. You're hitting that. I'm not sure if that's his second or his third, but either way, he's found the green there.
I think it's this guy with the glasses.
Can you hear me? Here's another approach shot now. Let's have a look. He's folded the arms. The body drops. You usually know when you watch a player whether they've hit a good shot or not, and I don't think he's that happy with that. Too bad. He's managed to hop out behind the bunker there of the first, so bit of work to do though. Not a lot of green in front of that pin. See a player on the left there. I think he'll be playing his third shot, I'd imagine. I think there was, as we know, a bit of trouble both sides of the fairway there. You can't be too wayward on this course. Let's see what he can do with some form of wedge in hand. A little bit down in that grass, obviously a little challenge. Don't want to get too hot. In front of the green there, and he'll be having a putt. So assuming that's his third, at least he's got a birdie putt there, a long one up the hill. We're safely away here in the Pennant Hills Open. We're going to be crowning a new club champion in a few hours' time. It is a shotgun start, so players all over the course at the moment. We are looking at hole number 1 here. We've got Mark Hayes out there. We'll get to him shortly. Gives a little insight on the ground as to what we're seeing. You can see 3 balls on the green there, and there's one off to the right we can't see just behind the bunker. So safe for a couple of these lads. If you look at that flag, that is what you want to see when you're playing golf. Barely a breath of wind. So we've got players in this group. Blake Phillips. He broke the course record at CGC twice, and he's won the club championship 3 times there as well. We've got Kobe Carruthers as well, who's the Dunheved club champion. Zach Mullins, club champion of the New South Wales Golf Club. And Jai Picken, who was the amateur champion in South Australia 2023. New South Wales winning interstate team captain 2023 as his Australian amateur tied 5th this year. So been playing since he was 6 years old. Hazy down on the first hole.
It's Jai Picken there playing his 4th shot from just left of the green here on the first. Got himself in a bit of trouble off the tee. Pulled his 3rd, got a very lucky break to miss that bunker, but he's chipped down, giving himself an outside chance or a reasonable chance here of making par. Got an uphill putt coming, but a bit of a struggle here for the New South Wales state team representative, and Doesn't look overly happy actually with the way he started, Jai Pickett. So fingers crossed he can get it back together here in a second. But beautiful conditions here, Shira, like absolutely pristine. There's barely a breath of breeze. And I'd say we're going to see some hot scoring at some stage here soon.
I would say there's some people watching at home who wouldn't mind being out there. Looks absolutely phenomenal. Now, I'm not sure, Hazy, you might know better than I if this is a birdie putt or if this is a par putt.
No, I'm just figuring it all out, and I apologise for our viewers here that I haven't got up to speed yet. We were just a little bit behind coming off the tee, so I'll figure it all out for you and update as we get to the next tee. Sure, I apologise.
That's fine. No apologies needed. That's good. I'm fairly sure we had that might be for par there to finish off, and I think we've got a couple of lads here who might have even made the green in two. But I'll let me know once this is all sorted. Either way, long putt here, either for eagle or birdie, I'd imagine. It was a nice long iron in.
Very
I can see you there, Hazy. So you've obviously got a pretty good look at the line here. What's the putting surface like? What's the angle of these putts like?
well. The first green is where the flag is cut in the back left. Is a fairly flat area compared to the rest of the green, and these are fairly fast, as I said, running 10 on the stimp meter. They're fairly slippery, but not much in this putt.
It's a good putt, that one.
I'm just still calibrating all these scores here, sure, so excuse me.
That's okay. What was the
This
feeling
putt
like?
here for Jai Pickett is definitely for a par here. You'll need this to scramble a par. Not much to it, just a little bit off the right, but straight uphill.
As you can see on your screen, this is Jai Pickett, as mentioned. Love to get his day off. Staying even with the card. He's missed it, so unfortunately for him, he'll go one over after one, and I'm sure will not be happy with himself, but it's about how you pick yourself up in these moments. It's first hole. Collect yourself. Get it done. Nice finish off there.
Five for you, mate. Good stuff.
So a few pars there, Hazy. I think Pickett might have gone one over there.
Yeah, I've got it together here. The boys have helped me out a lot, and a very rugged start for the on-course commentary team here. But yeah, Jai's had an unfortunate bogey. Blake Phillips has started with a two-putt birdie, and both Kobe Carruthers and Zach Mullins have started with even par fives. So bit of movement early on. It's as I said earlier, sure, it's a course where I would think that the boys are expecting to shoot something pretty low here to contend. Something in to pass 71. I don't think we'll see any course records or anything like that, but the way the course is presented and the lack of wind, if we can get a sunshine for the next 3 or 4 hours, I'd expect to see something not well into the 60s, but definitely in the 60s you'll need to win this tournament on the men's side.
Tell us about that first hole we just watched, because as mentioned, par 5, it's gettable, but there's certainly trees and trouble on sort of both sides, really.
Well, that sums up Pennant Hills to a T. It's if you're playing good golf, it's a gettable course. It's not super long. It's relatively hilly, but if you're playing straight and from definitely on the right sides of some of the fairways, it's a very gettable course. But if you stray, there's a lot of penal action coming your way, because it's very heavily treed on many of the holes. It's a very hilly, elevated course. You'll probably hear me puffing like I'm running a marathon at some stage today, sure, if I jog to get into position. But it is very gettable if you play up the middle. So there's a few par fives early in the layout, and that's where a lot of the scoring will happen, I'm sure.
Hazy, I've seen you play a lot of the longest day, mate. I've seen you do, 72 holes in a day. You'll be fine.
I love your support, Shira. That's very, very heartwarming.
But we're going to see a mixture of players as well today. We've got some younger and some slightly older, and we've got the boys, we've got the girls. So it's going to be really nice to see some different golf action throughout the day as well.
Well, one of the interesting things about the, I guess, marquee men's group that we're watching here and the marquee women's group behind is there's a bit of a power couple in them, and we saw Blake Phillips there have the birdie on the opening hole. His partner is Belinda G, who's in the group behind, the marquee women's group. Would you believe this, Shira? Between them, their handicap as a combination is plus 9.9. So Blake, as good a player as he is, not quite as good as his girlfriend in the handicap department. So it's a fairly powerful couple in the golfing sense.
Keeps him honest. I like that. I like that indeed. They probably challenge each other a lot, and I'm sure she lets him know all about it.
Yeah, no, she's not shy, Belinda, so I'm sure she's giving him grief. It's not bad if you're off plus 4.9, plus 4.9 for Blake, and you're not the best golfer in the family. That's a bit of a tough pill to swallow.
Well, hopefully it drives him to be better, and we'll keep an eye out on Blake, but he's already 1 under. All right, let's have a look at the 4th hole, par 3. Doesn't mean that it's easy, that's for sure. Longer than it looks. And you've got to be very, very on with the club choice today. You've got bunkers short left, and of course on the right there's a couple as well. The slope carries away from that tee shot, so you've got to be very accurate when you're hitting this one. And well, we're going to see some interesting play today from the 4th hole. I'm sure players are going to find it challenging. As Hazy mentions, 10 on the stimp meter today. Unfortunately, a little missed putt there on the top side. So this is the 4th hole. This is the green. You can see it runs off at the back there. A lot of these players will know this hole very, very well. That's a nice putt. Get a good view of this one. We'll do our best throughout the day to make sure we let you know who we're watching, how they're going. Scores will be on the screen as much as possible. Welcome to anyone who's just joined us. This is the Pennant Hills Golf Club Centenary Open, 100 years of an incredible golf club. And we're very lucky to have the day that we've got. There's the putt. Is it going to go? Is it a drop? He's left it short. Won't be happy with himself there. Oh boy. It's always the comebacker that seems to be a lot easier than the one that's missed, the important one.
Who's that, Jose?
That's a beautiful view of the tee on the 4th here at Pennant Hills. Beautiful shot there. Playing around 170 metres today. 15th hardest hole on the course. So players should be able to get at it, but so don't want to take it easy. Not a great shot, that's a cracking shot. Beautiful shot to pin high. Another one sounds good. Maybe a slight draw, it's just pulling its way. Just hold on here. Will it hold? It does. See one ball there's just off the back. As mentioned, there was a little bit of rain during the week, so the course has still got a little bit of softness underneath, although the greens are running at 10. The balls will have a little bit of hold and a bit of grip. Fairways look pristine though. Unbelievable day for this tournament.
No worries.
So currently 22 degrees, just before 8:30 here. It's going to be 31 today, so going to be a hot one for some of these players as they head towards the back end of the round. About stamina and endurance. As Hazy said, past 71 at this course, so he's predicting there's going to be some scores in the high 60s probably to win this thing. So we'll keep you updated on how the players are going as we go through. There's some serious golf talent out on course today. Some players who've won multiple club championships, represented their state at amateur level as well. So fair to say it might be a few names and faces to watch in the future as we watch this group come to the fourth green to find their ball, to assess their lie. Most of them on the green. I think one might be off the back. The question is putt or chip. I think he's got his putter in his hand. That's young man who shot that beautiful tee shot, pin high. He's got no issues at all. Birdie putt there. Good long birdie attempt there. Sit on that. Up the hill looks to be from where he's standing. Left to right, slightly. See if this birdie putt drops. Looks like a good putt. Just left it short. A clean up par there for that player. Let's see what this young man can do. This is a birdie putt, a beautiful tee shot. A couple of metres away. Ball took a little bobble there, just off the top of the putter. You won't be happy with that. We've got a putt here for par.
Mate, I can't.
There we go, clean up par there. So not too much trouble for the lads on the fourth, all with pars. A couple probably feel like they probably should have done better there. Certainly a birdie opportunity if you make this green. We might get onto course now. Go back to Mark Hayes. I think he's found himself to the tee of the third. Is that correct, Hazy?
Well, I am. I'm standing at the back of the second green, which is obviously near the third tee, and the marquee men's group just having an indifferent start here, to be honest. We just saw Zach Mullins making a bogey. Disappointing drive, pulled his second and couldn't get up and down, so he's dropped to one over. Par putt upcoming here for Kobe Carruthers. He'd been behind the green for two. And a beautiful up and down there to stay even with the card. Jai Pickin made a par. And our, I guess, early leader, Blake Phillips, just missed out with a second birdie putt. So he remains one under. And the boys are heading towards the third tee now, Shira.
Thanks, Hazy. We'll keep up to date with how they're going. We're currently on the fourth tee, watching some tee shots to this par three. And a sublime place to be watching golf. A great shot there as well, below the hole. We just watched a putt drop slightly short from that same position. Of course, he wouldn't have seen the player before him did, but a very similar putt. He want to make sure he gets that to the hole.
Jeremy, I've got two microphones here. I don't know why.
It's going to be somewhere between a 7, maybe a 6 iron for some of these guys, even a 5. It's a nice looking shot as well, just below the hole, so good grouping there. Well, we are looking at our marquee group here at the tee of the third. There's Jai Pickin on the haunches. I think that might be Kobe in the pink shirt. I believe it's Blake there at the back as well. Must be Zach Mullins in the bucket hat. I'm not sure if Hazy can hear me. Hazy, can you hear me down there on the third?
Yeah, back here with the boys on the back of the third tee, up on the Tiger tee, right at the corner of Pennant Hills Road up here, the high point of the golf course, actually, Shira. So, whole heap of great views looking down back towards Sydney from where we are, which is magnificent. The boys here on the tee, as you scroll around, that's Jai on the left. It's Kobe in the pink. It's Blake in the, I guess, multicoloured shirt. And Zach Mullins on the right in the bucket hat. So at the moment they're standing here at the moment, Shira, with Blake Phillips 1 under. And the other 3 are all 1 over. Actually, beg your pardon, Kobe Carruthers is square and the other 2 are 1 over after 2 holes. So they're just waiting another par 5 here, a very scoreable par 5. A little fade on the draw on the tee shot required, but the girls in the group ahead of them are just waiting for the green to clear. So the boys are going to bomb it around the corner. So they're just waiting here and having a bit of a chit-chat at the moment at the back of the third.
So what have you seen so far, Hazy? Obviously, conditions are pretty pure. Is it just been nerves and, you know, slightly wayward shots? What's been happening down there from what you've seen?
Yeah, I'd say that the boys are a little nervous. Jai Picken's a tremendously accomplished player now. He wouldn't be overly phased, but just, I guess, not racing to the first tee. That's far from it. They were all here much earlier than that and warming up, etc. But always nervous time when you're in the marquee group of something as prestigious as the Pennant Hills Centenary Open. And I think the boys just, you know, made a couple of errors off the tee here. And if you get out of position, it's a very hard course to get back on in shape. So drive's all important here.
So Blake Phillips is about to hit his, or he's certainly teed his up.
Yeah, he's still he's only probably 20 or 30 seconds away here. Someone's actually crossed over playing what I think might be the 12th or 13th hole into our fairway. So there's just another little slight hold up here, but the girls have cleared down below. There's a dogleg right here, only slight dogleg right, but where the guys will try to land the ball, it just turns and narrows a little bit, and there's a bunker that, well, it's in play for a lot of the good local amateur players here, especially off tees further forward, but these guys tend to just bomb at a billion miles, as you well know, Shira, so they might try and take the line up the right here, and bunker on the right side where it just turned a little bit. And here's Blake Phillips, he's got the big dog out, and this will tell you how he's hitting it. He's hit it pretty well, but it's actually leaking left. He would have been looking for that ball to shape left to right, and he's gone the other way. So he'll be down in the trees. He might have gone onto the adjacent fairway there, but he's taken the option of getting home into out of play, unfortunately.
Well, there's no fuss as well. I notice he just, you know what, I don't mind that. Straight to the tee and hit his shot. So let's have a look at what Kobe Carruthers can do.
Yeah, Blake doesn't muck around. He's a good player to watch. Kobe Carruthers here in the pink. Slightly more upright stance, and he's tried to fade that as well. It's hanging on the left side of the fairway. Might just be fine at the dogleg there. It probably will bounce to the left when it lands, so that might also find a bit of timber work.
There's no fuss here from any of these players getting it done straight away. I like that.
These guys are really familiar with each other too, Shira, from playing, you know, elite amateur golf around Sydney and around the New South Wales state teams, etc. So they're all very familiar with each other. Zach Mullins here tried to cut that and he hasn't. That's also gone left.
Very open stance there, Hazy.
Further left, I'd say.
Splayed legs.
Yeah, he's got a. I guess an uncharacteristically loopy swing for the elite amateurs, but he obviously makes great contact. So the club champion he is at New South Wales. So there's no slouches in this group.
Swing your swing, they say. All right, here's Jai Picken.
Best socks in the business, Jai Picken, and he's absolutely launched one down the right-hand side. If he can carry that bunker, it's going to be absolutely perfect. Jury's out from where I'm standing, but he loves that line, and if he can carry the bunker, he's not sure. He hasn't given me the nod, but I think he's pretty happy with that one.
I'll tell you what,
right, he tells me.
Any player who can put their club head, the cover back on before the balls hit the ground, says to me they've hit a good shot.
Yeah, no, Jai doesn't muck around. He's up and about. He always wants to play fast and you know, get on with it. And I think all this group do, to be honest. Once the early par fives that are reachable and the par threes, par three fourth you spoke about earlier, when they're out of the way, we'll see a bit of consistency and a bit of flow. But just to start with on the shotgun start, it's just a bit of a hiccup to get going. And I think Jai and all the boys here just want to get a bit of a rhythm going, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. So from your point of view, is scoring important early? Is that where you need to sort of make your scores? Is it a little tougher run on the back end?
Well, it's actually really interesting that you say that, because to me, there are 3 par fives in the first 5 holes. If you're lucky enough to start on the first tee, you would be, as a good player, you'd be thinking, you know, I want to get a bit deep here, get going, get the rhythm going with some short birdie putts on the first 5 holes with the par 5s. Of course, today, Shura, with a shotgun start, there's people starting all over the course, so not everyone has that luxury. There are examples here of the course records are jointly held. The professional course record is Cal Nagel of the 63, and Chris Pan, an amateur here a couple of years ago, also shot a 63. And would you believe, well, I think the front nine's the easy one to score on. From memory, I think he had 27 on the back 9. So, I mean, that's just ridiculous golf by anyone's standards. But he would argue that the back 9's the one you can make your score on. And there are some short par 4s there. So it depends on the strength of your game. If you can drive it early, I'd say the front 9. But if your irons are on, maybe the back 9's your go.
Great summation there. I'm just watching some vision at the moment of players on the 4th, which you'll be at shortly. And interestingly, seeing a lot of putts ending up short of the cup. So I know Hazy said that greens are quick, but we're seeing a few players just misjudge that pace at the moment.
There's a big sign, Shura, on the pro shop as you getting ready to come out and play at Pennant Hills. Tells you the speed of the course, or the greens rather. And it's pretty evident that it says 10, and I reckon that's a number that scares a few people away. Anything 10 or higher is fairly fast. But there is an element of water from earlier in the week, the rain earlier in the week. So maybe they're not quite just up to speed yet, but I'm sure they'll get there very quickly.
I was going to ask Casey, because as he said, there's been a bit of rain. Is it soft underfoot? Can you feel it as you walk?
It's still firm, but I can definitely hear my feet. I'm definitely not squelching. That's not the word I would need to use, but I can hear the water sort of squeaking underneath my shoes. So it's not bone dry. You see Zach Mullins here just play from behind the bunker, well back from his playing partners here, and the left of the fairway. He's played a magnificent roping draw low to put himself back in position up the fairway for his second shot here on this par 5. So I think from what I can see so far, Zach's going to be playing from a long way behind some of his peers here in terms of distance. So it's going to be interesting to see.
We've got vision at the moment, Hazy, of the group up ahead on the green, and they're just putting at the moment. I can see what you mean for the people watching. It's a hell of a shot from another fairway when you've got trees in your way to come up to this raised green. So I'm sure some of those players you're following, I don't know whether they're going to take their medicine. Hazy, what's the vibe down there in terms of what they're going to do with their second shot, do you think?
Well, Blake Phillips is the interesting one here, Shura, because he's gone far enough left here that he's got a clean swing while he's sort of, I think he's going to contemplate going for the green. So that means that Kobe Carruthers, who's betwixt and between here, he's got to play a pitch out, which he's done really, really well here. That's an amazing shot. I'm disappointed I probably haven't been able to see that with you, but he's played from a fairway bunker on the adjacent fairway out through the trees and put himself back within 60 or 70 metres of the flag on the right side of the fairway. A magnificent shot there by Kobe Carruthers. And what you can see in the distance is Blake Phillips. I'm assuming he's on your screen at the moment, but Blake Phillips is analysing what he's going to do, and he's waiting for the green ahead to clear with the women's group. So he's far enough out to the left that he's going to play back over the trees. And he's a matter of about 210 metres out, so the distance not that big a worry for him, and he's waiting for the group to clear. So all different things at play here. If you're unlucky to get caught in the trees, as I said earlier, very, very penal. If he broke through and he's out 30 or 40 metres left of the trees lining the third fairway here, sure. So he's caught a very big break to be in the middle of the fairway. Even though it's not his, he's still got fairly good access to the flag.
It strikes me as, from what I can see, that it's almost one of those courses where you'd rather be further, you'd rather miss by more than less, in the sense that it's tree line, but you can get through and have a shot on the other side.
Yeah, I think that's an accurate assessment, sure. And there'll be a lot of times when balls don't make it through to where Blake has gone here, and on the longer holes in particular, there's a lot of pitch outs here. If you do find the woody stuff on the left side or the right side of the fairways, very tree lined, beautiful parkland course, absolutely spectacularly conditioned. And here's Blake Phillips now. He's actually, I think he's just having a couple of practice swings because the girls ahead are still there, and I think that's his game to get up onto the green.
Yep, we're watching the last putt. She's about to make her putt and clean up on the green ahead, so I think you'll be seeing the guys have their shots in a matter of moments. Let's see what he can do from, as Hazy said, just over 200 metres away on the adjacent fairway. Or do you think it's a 3-iron, 4-iron? What are we seeing? Hybrid?
He's definitely got an iron in his hand, and I think that it would be, generally speaking, this would be a 4-iron, but it's probably playing a 15-metre climb, 20-metre climb up the hill from where he is. He's well down, so I think he may have a 3-iron here.
Sounded good off the club.
Oh, that's a spectacular shot. Absolutely magnificent shot there from Blake Phillips. What? Just to the right of the flag from where he was aiming, but that is absolutely perfect.
Well, not just to get the height, the elevation, the accuracy, and well, the ball stopped nicely. I think that's a good indication what we saw on the screen there of what you said, Hazy, that it's still a little wet underneath. It didn't, you know, that's not bouncing hard off the green, so there's a little bit of give. So that's a wonderful shot.
It is a wonderful shot, sure, and I think also here, hopefully the cameras will make it easier for viewers to appreciate the elevation of some of these raised greens. So he did pitch into a definite climb there. As I said earlier, there's some serious hills on this course to start with. Big walk up the first, particularly up the second, and then it drops down into the valley here and then up again to the third green. So we've done a bit of walking already. It is a little soft underfoot. Perfectly, though. It's not in any ways detrimental to play. And I'm sure Blake Phillips, who hit a 3-iron there, I think, 4-iron. He just confirms that it was a 4-iron for me. Will be delighted with the elevation and line of that shot from the adjacent fairway.
We can see you there walking up the fairway, Hazy. Very jealous getting your steps up here in New South Wales at Pennant Hills. And we're going to look at Kobe Carruthers now. So how far in do you think, Hazy?
I just got it on the bush now. He's 79.6 metres. I'll be playing more like 85. From the right side of the fairway. It'll stop quickly, I would imagine, sure. Looking good.
It's just overshot the green there. It spun a bit as it landed, but he's probably 3 or 4 metres off the back.
Zach Mullins from only about 48 metres here. He's got the most raised part of the green, protecting the green in front of him. And looks like he's hit that a little low and hard as well. Should spin a fair bit.
Yeah, that's spun. And it's ended up almost near the divot of Blake. So that's a good shot. He'll have a little downhill putt there, and he'll get the line from, I think that must be the ball of Blake. So Blake will putt first and maybe give him a little bit of a look at where that line is. I'm not sure what Jai's doing. Was he in front bunker? Is he, Hazy?
No, he's no bunkers around the front of this green. It's just the raised nature of the green is its protection. So he's played a shot from that you'd be pretty disappointed in. It wasn't lying that great, to be honest, in the right rough, but he managed to hack it out here. He's only got about 20 metres to the flag, but he's got to come out of the first cut of rough, fly it over the protection of that knob on the front left of the green. You want to see a flop here that just hits the front of the putting surface if he plays it well. Beautiful shot there by Jai Picken.
It's a lovely shot. It's ended up in a similar line as the other two, so they're going to have a look at I imagine Blake will give a slight bit of a read to the other two there, but some opportunities for birdie here, and particularly Jai there want to get back into an even position. Not sure Kobe would be that happy with what he's done there, overshooting the green. He had a lot of work on the ball as well, actually spun probably 2 metres back.
Yeah, now this one here is the exact opposite. This should be very fast once it hits the ground. It's downhill once it hits the green. And he won't be able to generate much spin, so that's going to want to check, and he's played it beautifully.
Oh, it might just go in.
That is a magnificent pair of hands there from Kobe Carruthers.
Deserves a round of applause. There's no one there to give it. So that's is that par for him, Hazy?
Yes, that's par. He was over the back for 3 and up and down for 5. So, I mean, it doesn't sound bad for a par on, you know, opening 3 holes of the Centenary Cup, but he'll be disappointed with that. Even after he had to pitch out, you know, he still had a scoring club in his hand, and to miss targets from inside 100 metres is not the bread and butter of these elite amateurs. So he'll be disappointed with that, Carruthers, the Concord member, but his fellow Concord member here has got a chance to really put the cat among the pigeons. He's only got a matter of 6 metres here, less than 20 feet, I'd suggest. Will turn from fairly substantially from right to left, but this for an eagle. Got on a good line. Hold its head. Oh, and it just died on its run. It was dead centre, sure. It was absolutely dead centre if that was up.
Interesting, Hazy. We've seen a few putts today, not just on this, on the first and on the fourth, and there's been quite a lot left short, interestingly, after, you know, as you said, you mentioned that the players are coming out thinking it might be running 10. I'd imagine, from what I've seen, it actually is not quite running that yet.
No, I think that's probably an accurate assessment. He tapped in there for a lovely birdie, especially after his tee shot, so he gets to 2 under Blake Phillips. This here for a birdie, an important putt for Zach Mullins. Got a really good read, as you mentioned, just outside the right edge here and firmish. No, he's allowed too much for that. Just hasn't hit the ground running here today, Zach Mullins. I'm sure it's not far away, but right now his body language suggests that he's, I don't think he's not at peace with the world, far from it, but his game isn't quite clicked into gear yet. So, and this one here, I really rate Jai Picken as a player, and I think he's going to need to knock this putt in for a birdie, just to stay within touching distance of Blake Phillips, who's come out of the blocks hard. So this for a birdie here for Picken, member of the New South Wales team that dominated at St Michael's and won the Interstate Series this year. Picken for a birdie here on the 3rd. They're dead centre, beautiful putt, great up and down, and he will get back to square with the card.
So a couple of birdies there, a couple of pars, and well, a big smile back on Jai's face. He's back even with the card. And as you said, Hazy, he's chasing a man who is 2 under at the moment, Blake Phillips, as they head to the 4th hole, a hole that we've seen some tee shots already. There's a little bit of runoff off the back, but so far we've seen a lot of players hit that green. And, well, it's about, correct me if I'm wrong, Hazy, around 170. He's down there now, so about 170 metres. And I'm interested to see what sort of club they're taking, whether they're taking 7, 6, 5. There's a look here at the green on the 4th as flag goes back in. So players are playing from an elevated position. And, well, given we've seen the greens be a little soft, players can sort of attack that pin. At the moment, Blake Phillips 2 under. Jai Picken is back even with the course. Let's have a look at the 4th hole here. As we fly from the tee, well, you can see plenty of sand in front of you. Shouldn't be an issue unless you've miscalculated your distance there. There's a little bit of green as you get over the top of that first bunker. The green does slope away at the back, runs off. Beautiful looking hole. And the first par 3 on this course. We're going to get to Hazy shortly, who's with our marquee group on the tee as we have a position looking back up at the elevated position of view. Hazy, can you hear me?
I can, sure, and I can hear you, and I'm standing on the back of the tee with the guys. They're not waiting for anyone ahead of them on the hole, but they are waiting for the women. Oh, I beg your pardon, they are waiting for the group ahead of them here, so that there's going to be a substantial delay here in terms of the men's marquee group, because the women's group who were teed off ahead of them on the second hole are just starting to play their tee shots here now. So we're going to be, if we're looking at the marquee group, we're going to be probably 7, 8, 9 minutes away from play here for the men. So we might have to try a different focus here for a couple of minutes.
Well, if we stay on this hole, you can talk us through what happens from the tee with the women. If we have a look at the green.
Well, it's really interesting here visually as all the players play this hole. It looks like the bunkers are ringing the green.
Have a quick look at the leaderboard. So Blake Phillips and Charlie Johnson at the moment. Blake, after 3 holes, is 2 under. A couple of great birdies, as Hazy mentioned, from out of position on that 3rd hole. So he'll be very happy with where he's going at the moment. And plenty of players sitting at 1 under the card. It's going to need to be at least that by the end of the day. See a whole raft of players at even. Of course, we've only played a couple of holes at this point. Good young amateur players and older amateur players. We don't discriminate here, and they're playing for the Centenary Cup. They're also part of the New South Wales Varden Trophy. We know that these are run by individual clubs, but of course part of a bigger trophy over the year. For male amateur golfers, you've got to have a handicap of 4 or under, and you can be part of it. And it's about having the lowest scoring average for 12 months, as long as you've played a minimum of 25 rounds. So that's ongoing as well as we head towards the end of the year. That will be interesting to see who takes that home. Today it is also about holding the Centenary Cup here at a historic and prestigious golf course in New South Wales, Pennant Hills, and just got an absolutely fantastic day for golf. Really set up for players to shoot low today. The shotgun start, so we're going to be getting scores from all over, and it's always hard to compare when you've got players starting in different positions, because as Hazy's mentioned, you've got par 5s early, so if you're teeing off from 1, you've got chances to get at it, and other players starting later in the course will find different challenges. But for the moment, we are watching our marquee group, which includes one of the leaders in Blake Phillips at 2 under. They're sitting on the tee at the moment, waiting for the group in front of them at the 4th. So if you're joining us and you're watching from wherever you are, you might see some names. You might be watching a family member, a friend. And we'll try and give you as much score information as we can as we get through this.
Phil, I will move to the other side, please, for the hit.
We're going to have a look at the 3rd green. We've got a feature group which includes the girlfriend of Jai Pickin, the man we're looking at the screen at the moment on the blue shirt, white hat. Well, his girlfriend is in the feature group we are going to go to very shortly. And as we mentioned a little earlier, well, she's got a better handicap than her partner. I'm sure they keep each other honest. And that group is Belinda G, Michelle Bang, Sienna Clark, and Mary Spear. But we will get back now to Mark Hayes, who is on the tee at the 3rd. And what are you seeing?
On the green here at the 3rd, sure, and that's Belinda G, who's just rolled down what was an unlikely birdie try from the back, but she's given herself only a matter of 50 centimetres, 60 centimetres for what will be a par upcoming. Just doing a bit of scrambling on the scores here.
That's okay.
This is the putt here of Sienna Clark, member of St Michael's, beautiful coastal course south of Sydney. This is for a birdie, just off the back fringe. Not a dissimilar line to the one we just saw Carruthers play his chip shot from a second ago. I think she's left that to the right. And not a dissimilar finish either. So that's going to be a par for Sienna Clark. I'm doing my maths here correctly, just quickly with some of the caddies. She'll tap that in and stay one over. One of the early bolters here is the woman you see lining up her putt in the blue skirt, and she's from Royal Wellington, one of the reciprocal member clubs of beautiful Pennant Hills here. And so she's come across, I think she's 1 under, Mary, and this, after a bit of a scramble in the trees, after coming up the third, is a par putt to stay 1 under. Wouldn't want to give the hole away here, sure. This is downhill, fairly fast, all things being relative to this for a par. By my calculations, to stay 1 under. Pushed it a little bit. Not great authority on that stroke, to be honest, and that's going to look like a bogey as far as I can see. And the Kiwi's going to drop back to square with the cart. She will be disappointed with that, having started brightly. If that's the case, that she drops back to square, she shrugs her shoulders as she walks off. And another par putt coming up here for Michelle Bang. Quite a representation here of players from Concord, and she's another. And the 2 putts coming up here on this third green remaining are both from Concord members.
Just 17 years of age, Hazy.
Michelle. Yeah, there's a lot of really outstanding talent in the elite programs of Golf New South Wales, and great for Pennant Hills to invite them all here today. It's a nice looking putt there. Beautiful putt from Michelle Bang. That was dead centre the whole way. And I think that's a par, scrambled up and down from over the back, and she's going to stay 1 over. And when Belinda G here, who's the, I guess, nominal favourite today for the Centenary Cup, or Centenary Open, I should say, this should be for a par, sure to stay 1 over the card in total. She makes a success of that, and doesn't look thrilled at the moment, but that's probably something she can rectify in the next few holes. I would imagine she's that sort of player.
Oh, she can emulate her partner, who has done just that, managed to get himself back even with the card, so I'm sure she can do the same, and she'll be able to watch him tee off, I bet. She heads to the 4th tee, where there's a little bit of a backlog, a little bit of traffic going on here, which is one of those things with amateur golf. As we look at the screen, Blake Phillips, who is leading at the moment, chatting through there with, I assume that's his dad, who he says is his coach. When we can, we'll find out from Hazy what he thinks the sort of club they'll be taking here. I believe it's around 175, 176 metres to the pin, so, and from an elevated position, I'd imagine it's going to be 7 iron, maybe 8 iron for the bigger, stronger boys. Maybe a 6 if they want to back off it. What do you think there, Mark? Have you got any read on what they're playing?
I'm just actually sussing it out with the guys here now. I would say that Jai Pickens the strongest hitter of this group, and I haven't ascertained what he's got, but there's a mix here. Kobe Carruthers has got a 4 iron. Zach Mullins has got a 5 iron. Blake Phillips has got a 6, although he's just gone back to the bag, and it might have dragged out a 5 iron, a little bit more straight-faced from what it was a second ago. So I think that this is a 5 iron for Blake Phillips. It's 185 metres to the back right flag here. And I wanted to say, camera-wise, that when you're standing on this tee, there are bunkers front left and front centre and front right, and they look like they're right on the edge of the green, but there's actually a fair bit of scope over those bunkers to the putting surface. The trouble here, it's a great visually designed hole. The drop-off over the back is the issue, so you'll often find players a little bit shorter than what you expect them, and he's got that on a beautiful line here, Blake Phillips.
Sounded good. We didn't get exactly the shot of the position of where that finished, but it certainly was a lovely looking swing.
I can call it a bit further if you like. The next player on the tee here is Kobe Carruthers. he has a 4 iron to give you an indicator of the relative strength of these players. Leaking a little bit to the right. Not sure if it carried that bunker at the front right there. That was actually a pretty heavy connection.
Yeah.
He's taken quite the divot back here. To be honest, sure, he won't be happy with that shot at all.
Yeah, we saw that one. It certainly didn't make the green. I'm not sure if it finished in the bunker or not, but it's not up there.
Yep. Now Zach Mullins. Dips his knees into it. He's got it on a really good line. It's a little bit heavy as well. Hope it's up. That was tracking on a great line there, Shura.
Yep, that's probably 10 metres short, 8 metres short of the green, of the pin, sorry.
Yeah, that's the trap here, as I said, is you don't want to go long, and the bunkers are sort of making you think that it's a little bit shorter than it is. So Jai here, by the looks of the club, much more open face. This might be a 6 iron for Jai Picken. As I said, the best socks in the business. Sweet connection. Just left of the flag, but looking mint.
Didn't see exactly where that finished, but we'll take your word for it, Hazy. 4 pretty good shots. There's a bit of work to do for Kobe Carruthers, though, I think, as they head off there. It's quite an elevation change. You've mentioned the elevation, and it is always harder to see on camera exactly how severe those hills are, but certainly from what we can see on this camera angle, the boys are walking downhill quite a way to get to this green.
Yeah, it's a little bit downhill off the tee, but it's actually relatively flat for Pennant Hills this hole, sure, because it's at the top of the course. There's sort of a ridge from the 3rd tee, and it sort of, you go down a valley and up to the 3rd green again, and there's a bit of a platform here alongside the motorway, which is on the Sydney side of the course, and bounded here by Pennant Hills Road and the motorway. You're at the high point of the course, these couple of areas. It's relatively flat up here for a couple of holes, then we'll go down and back up again later. So the back 9 tends to play down and up the valleys. The front 9 here plays around the side of the roads and a bit more flat for these next 2 or 3 holes.
Interesting as well when you're playing these amateur tournaments and there's groups of 4, because of course, well, occasionally you get more of a look at putts and shots and whatnot because you're seeing more players around you play similar shots. So it's a different proposition, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, and just my delay there is for exactly that reason. There's groups everywhere. It's a beautifully designed course. There's a lot of places where the holes intersect, but it also means that you do have interruptions from waiting for other people on tees, etc. occasionally, and you definitely do get a look at some of the holes that you may not otherwise get to see with the shotgun start in terms of making your assessments of play. All the boys and girls, and I should say men and women here, are, definitely taking as many notes as they can mentally of what's happening around them. There's no doubt about that, and that's another thing that good elite golfers do that perhaps club golfers could do a lot more of, is take notice of their surrounds.
I can tell you Kobe Carruthers in the front bunker there, that front right. Got a pretty good look at it. Not too much of a lip, and he's sitting nicely in that sand, so he's in not a bad spot. Jai Picken is over the back of the green, so I'll be interested to see what shot he plays there. Not a lot of green between him and the pin, so it's going to be an interesting shot selection. Well, Zach Mullins is in prime position below the hole there. We're currently looking at Kobe Carruthers, assessing what he can do here with his bunker shot.
Jeremy, do you want me to talk to Mary?
Not too bad there from Kobe, perhaps a touch heavy, but he'll have a par putt there. Record Golf Club on his bag there. He's come runner-up 3 times to a man playing in his group in Blake Phillips, so he knows what it's like to play alongside Blake. He knows what it's like to unfortunately taste defeat to Blake, so I'm sure he'll be hoping to turn that around at some stage, but right now it's Blake in complete control, although he is at the back of the green here, so perhaps too much club off the tee. Let's see what he can do with his second shot here. He's got that very heavy, and he will not be happy at all with that. No grip, no hold there for him. Jai Pickin a little bit closer to the green, and he'll be playing his second shortly as well. Certainly hoping for a different result than Blake. Let's see what he's doing here. Is he taking? Has he got the putter? He does. So. He's going to look to get to probably to the top of the green there and just let it roll down the hill from on the green. Not too much. Obviously, speed, the big thing here. Judgment as he goes through fringe. Not sure if Hazy's down there or not. Plenty of amateur golfers out there who understand this play. See how he's judged it. He's judged it pretty well. Ended up below the hole. Another fairly standard putt there on this green up the hill to clean up for par there. Jai Pickin. It's this man here on your screen, Blake Phillips, who is going to be trying to hold on. As we watch Zach Mullins, he's putting for birdie. He's left that one. In fact, he's hit that quite strongly. That's going to be an interesting par save coming back down the hill. So we've got 4 blokes all putting to save par here on the 4th hole, starting with this man, Blake Phillips. This is to stay at 2 under. Can he make the putt? Doesn't, just runs that thing by. So he's going to drop a shot here. I'd be happy with that. He's going to rest. See a little shake of the head there from him. Kobe Carruthers, who found that front pot. See if he can clean up for his par. He misses it too. So we're going to see a little bit of carnage here. That's the first bogey of the group. What can Zach Mullins do? And a birdie putt. He might want to be walking off this green with a bogey. See the reverse grip there. And he makes his par. So no harm, no foul for Zach Mullins. He walks off with a par. I believe he's 1 over still. Wait for Jai Pickin, who again is also trying to clean up his par from below the hole. Shouldn't be too much trouble for him to stay even. does just that. Nice clean-up. Limits the damage there. So last one left is Blake Phillips, our leader. Well, was the leader before this hole. He manages to limit it to just one lost shot. So Mark Hayes, we've seen to what looked like, you know, I never would say an easy hole, but certainly not one that was going to cause that sort of damage. And we've had a couple of drop shots. Quick look at the leaderboard while we get to Hazy. There's the beautiful Pennant Hills clubhouse in the background as we have a look at our current leaderboard. So Blake Phillips has dropped a shot, as has Jichul Jung. So lots of players there. We've got 6 players and 1 under the card. Jai picking there in the feature group. He's at even. Welcome you wherever you're watching. Pennant Hills Golf Club Centenary Open. It was first run earlier in the year in April. Unfortunately got rained out. Now it's happening again late November, and we've got an absolute peach of a day. So these players are enjoying themselves, I'm sure. Some might not be enjoying the golf, but certainly enjoying the conditions and the golf course, which has been presented absolutely magnificently. See Zach Mullins there, 1 over the card, but he's managed to make par there on the 4th hole. We head back to the tee and Mark Hayes.
And Belinda G here from 163 metres. She was tossing it between a 5 and a 6 iron. She started it out the right, trying to bring it back, but it's not going to come. G earlier, Shura made a bit of a meal of her tee shot on the par 4 second hole, pulled it into the trees on the left and scrambled a bogey, and that's the shot that she's dropped. Finds herself 1 over. Now it's Mary Spear, visitor from Royal Wellington. She's got the 5 hybrid here, also starting on that line of Belinda G, and I think that's going to find the bunker. I think she found this hole is it plays a lot harder than it looks off the tee. Sure, you mentioned it looks, you know, a bit of a snack from back here, but the bunkers, the drop off at the back, the pins tucked hard on the right side, which is enticing them at the flag and away from the bunkers visually that are left. So there's a lot more to it, especially mentally, than perhaps meets the eye. And here's Sienna Clark from St Michael's. So that looks like a 3 iron. Beautiful looking shot, just right of the flag. That's a lovely looking shot from here.
Yep, that's sitting up, just holding it. Might just, yeah, you want to mark that quickly. Yeah, as you said, Hazy, we saw 2 very good shots. Well, what looked like good shots from both Jai Pickett and Blake Phillips, but they were both over the back of the green. So it doesn't take much to just miscalculate that yardage.
Yeah, it's a deceptive hole here, and as you said, the penalty is generally over the back. Now we see Michelle Bang, who's also got a hybrid here. Giving that a really good launch. Slight right to left. It's coming back from the right side, hanging on.
Yep.
A bit of love from her playing partners here, and that's a beautiful looking shot.
Yeah, she'll have a similar looking putt to what Kobe Carruthers did for his 2nd shot after he came out of the bunker, but I think you were correct there. The first 2 that we saw were actually in that front bunker, so I'm interested to see how they play that shot. Looks like it's heating up there down there though in terms of the actual temperature. Hazy, meant to get to 31 today.
Yeah, it's definitely heating up, and there's a bit of humidity, a bit of moisture escaping from the ground. It's still a beautiful day though, sure. Like very marginal wind and high scattered cloud at best. Like it's mostly blue skies, and I think the players are very grateful. We did see earlier in the year the first attempt at this Centenary Cup was a bit of a well, it wasn't a bit of a deluge. It was monsoonal. It was all happening. Some amazing scenes for those who watched us back then, and very, very fortunate to be out here now to get a second bite of this cherry amazing organisation from the crew at Pennant Hills to be able to get this up and get it on the calendar and get all the great players back here a second time. It's a phenomenal achievement logistically, and they're being treated to, well, one of the best facilities in New South Wales, so there's no doubt about that, and Pennant Hills always puts on a great show.
We love to see it. I think they'd also appreciate they get to play their golf, enjoy their golf, and then go home, put their feet up and watch the Australian PGA Championship as well.
Yeah, no, it's a very fortuitous occasion. Go and watch a couple of the boys this week, and then, of course, next week the Australian Open here in Sydney with the women and also the all abilities players. So, a bit of a golfing feast for all of us here in Australia this time of year. Mary Spears plays a very long bunker shot, and she's done very well if that hangs on the back, and it has.
It does, yes.
Beautiful work on that ball there. She took a very, very brave lash at it in terms of getting it back to that flag, and it checked nicely and hung on. She's going to have work ahead of her for a par, but nonetheless, that was a brave bunker shot there. I think Mary said to me on the tee that we don't believe in short par threes in Australia. It was her call. She's from beautiful Royal Wellington, which is a former host of the Asia Pacific Amateur Championship, so it's no slouch of a course either, but a few shorter par threes there than what she's encountering here today in Sydney at Pennant Hills. Sure.
I can think of a few, including Kingston Heath's famous 10th.
Here's Belinda G from the bunker further on from the tee. So a shorter trap shot here. She'll try and explode this a bit higher than Mary's. Actually plays a bit of a chunk and run almost out of there, so totally different approach. She's got it almost to pin high, but she's 3 or 4 metres right, so maybe 4 metres, and she's got work to do here to save her par G. Very composed. Nothing really flusters her, to be honest, Shura, so nothing will phase her, but she needs to make just something here to get the wheels rolling in terms of forward momentum.
Sure. Was that a deliberate shot, do you think, in terms of playing that chunk and run?
Yeah, I think it was. I didn't see it that way, but that's why she's off +5 and I'm not. And yeah, she's got that running on the green and trickled it out to the back, probably in some respects. Holy cow.
Whoa.
Wow. I'm not exactly sure what's happened there.
I saw the ball.
Oh, wow. Well, that's one of the more extraordinary things I've seen here, because I think, unbeknownst to a couple of the players, someone called the group behind up, and that nearly was a hole in one there from the group behind, which that's absolutely amazing.
Well, what's flabbergasting about it is, as we saw it, Hazy, everyone was on the green, so I can't imagine why the person hitting the tee shot would have thought that they could hit.
Yeah, no, that's out there on the scale of extraordinary things I've seen on a golf course, to be honest. At this level, that's sort of a chopper mistake to make there, sure. I'm not really sure what's happened there.
Yeah, there'd be some stern words if this was just an everyday Sunday morning round, I'd imagine. But, oh well, someone's made that call. At least everyone's safe now. That would have been extraordinary if that thing went in.
I might just ask the girls about that here. Michelle, she's run away from the camera. Belinda went shy. She's a bit. Have you ever seen anything like that?
No, I haven't. It was really unexpected, but awesome.
It was an awesome shot, wasn't it? I mean, it's within 1.5 feet of the hole.
No, it landed like it was almost a slam dunk.
Were you just marking your ball?
Yeah, apparently the girls called them through, but I just walked out of the bunker and marked my ball, and then next minute it was almost a slam dunk. So.
That's an extraordinary thing. I've never seen anything like that. Have you ever witnessed vaguely anything like that?
Not that close up, no.
Was there a 4 call, Mark?
That's unbelievable. No, there was no 4 call because the guys behind had actually been called on. But a couple of the girls here were unaware of it and were still doing their things on the green. So I'm a bit perplexed, to be honest. So that's one of the weirder things. I'm sure that ball will have landed on the camera that we might have caught, but it's landed, only, as Belinda says, almost a slam dunk there for a hole in one. Got to figure out who actually hit the shot. An incredible shot. It's from the group, Shura, who played off 18th this morning. It was their first hole, and I think it's either Jack Phillips, Jake Minnie, Sean Herden, or Harry Maguire. Not sure who called them up, and I'm definitely not sure who didn't see the girls still on the green, but it was a hell of a shot. A hell of a shot.
Yeah, we've just seen the replay of it. I mean, thankfully, the girls were all sort of around the pin, so I'm not quite sure why it wasn't. It did look like Mary put her hand to her head, so maybe someone did say something, might have yelled out a little for, but anyway, everyone's safe, and someone's got a very short birdie putt.
Oh, I'm going to have to... do you want me to do some investigative snooping here and get to the bottom of this?
Absolutely. We would love to know the entire backstory, Hazy, so we can put it to bed.
All right. All right. Well, I'll do some snooping here for you, Shiro.
All right, so I think this is Michelle Bang. So Michelle Bang here with, I believe, is a birdie putt. Let's see what she can do with this. A long one up the hill. She's just left it a little short. She's currently a 1 over.
Okay.
Might head back down to Mark Hayes, who's on the green.
I'm going to put him on the spot here. He's not happy with me. I'm going to introduce myself, Jack. I'm Mark Hayes. You're the bloke who's nearly slam dunked that one there. What did you... Got the all clear to hit up, obviously. So what did you think up there?
It was a good shot. It came off pretty straight, but I didn't know that they were still on the green.
You didn't see them when you're up there?
Oh, I saw them marking their ball, but I thought by the time I hit that, they'd be off the green. But they're all standing there, but it was just in between them. So,
so what stick did you hit? Because you've nearly had a slam dunk here.
Yeah, I hit a cut 5-iron against the breeze a bit, so it's a good number.
Did you have a bit of a lump in your throat when you saw them marking the balls near the flag and you saw them jump?
When it was in the air, I did, but when it was coming down, I could see it wasn't going to hit anyone. So, yeah, that made me feel a bit better.
So no stress really from your perspective?
No stress for me.
Any beers that you might have to buy the girls later on, do you think?
Maybe. I'll have a chat and see if they're okay with it.
Great shot there, and that's a likely birdie. How's your round shaping up so far?
I'm 2 under at the moment through 4.
So that'll put you to 3 under if you make that little short one?
Yeah, if I can make it.
I'll stop interviewing you and let you focus. Well done, good shot.
Thank you.
That's an extraordinary turn of events there. That was Jack Phillips. He's got that putt to go, would you believe, 3 under through his first, this is his 4th, so 5 holes. So he's on fire. He doesn't want to let anything stop him at the moment, Shiro.
I assume no relation to Blake. We've got Phillips everywhere at the moment.
I don't think so. Although that said, they are from Concord, but Jack's about I'd say 15 kilos heavier and blonde, and Blake is looks more like a winger than a front rower. Jack's a very big unit.
He's Belinda to make her par. Just giving that a run. Unfortunately on the high side, so she's going to drop a shot there, Mark.
Yeah, that's a disappointing 4 for Belinda there. Her relative strength compared to her playing partners is her actual strength. She's a professional length hitter of the ball, as opposed to some of these other younger women who just, they're very solid hitters, but they don't hit it the same distance as Belinda, and that's a hole where she, with a mid-iron as opposed to a hybrid, had a big advantage, so she'll be very disappointed with that one. And this is Sienna Clark here to clean up. Best part of 3 feet, Shura, might just be inside left edge. It's trying to get away, it tried. But it hung on there. I think she's breathes a big sigh of relief here. I think that was a par putt. I've got a bit excited here in the quest for that knowledge.
That's a par putt. I think this is also a par putt here.
Yeah, Michelle Bang's birdie putt came up short, so she's got only a matter of 2.5 feet here. Should be straight up the hill. That's a nice par for Michelle Bang.
Everyone walks off
sure that we saw. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we saw Mary Spear not be able to make that par saver from the back of the green. So legendary Chris Allen there, one of the all-time greats of Golf New South Wales and a proud member here at Pennant Hills. He does the replacement of Jack Phillips' ball. He did the honours there to sort of keep the women's group rolling along, Shura. So he's
he's got the play back in order here. That was an amazing turn of events. I've never seen anything like that on any golf course anywhere.
Well, thankfully everyone's safe, and we might see Jack Phillips make his birdie, but we're actually looking now at the green, the 5th hole, another par 5. I can't tell you exactly what number shot this is for Jai Pickin, but let's see if he can make this putt. He does. So I imagine that's most likely birdie. I shouldn't speculate too much yet, but watch Blake Phillips, who's coming off a bogey on the 4th. He's got what looks like a downhill, sort of right to left, maybe left to right, depending on. Yeah, there's a left to right. He's just missed it on the right side there. So it's a little run of, I don't want to say drop shots, but certainly one of these going under the card at the moment as we look at Kobe Carruthers. Check the leaderboard now and see where it's sitting at the moment in the Centenary Open here at Pennant Hills Golf Club. Gotcha. Back with the group on the 4th. we're looking at the third group here. Ryan Richards, Michael Williams, Jason Webb and Ji Chul Jung.
Camera 2, there's guys hitting. Yeah.
So we're looking at Group 5 at the moment. Andrew Sutton, James Vidler, Joshua Bowers and Max Duffy Smith. Calling the group through at the moment. Bit of that going on. There's a lot of groups out there on the golf course at the moment, so watch the tee shot.
Camera 2, now they've called the girls.
You want me to stay on the header, yes? That's it.
On the tee of the fourth hole here, about 160 odd metres for these ladies. Must be some form of hybrid here. So I'm too happy with it. And to the right there and to the pot. So the lads in the group before will get back on the green. They've been called through. Keep you updated with as many of these groups as we can as we work out who's who. I'm sure there's plenty of family members and friends watching. To this one from above the hole. Long look here. Just goes a metre or so past there. Watch this putt here, and we're going to go after this to the 6th hole where Mark Hayes is following our marquee group.
So this is Kobe Carruthers stepping up to the tee now. Just saw Zach Mullins find the front left of this green, a very long par 3 straight away. No real tricks to it other than the length. It's a front green. The entrance to the front of the green is, as you see it, it's a very bunkered hole on the left and big slope on the right here. So it's fairly much straight in front of the players what they can and can't do here, can and can't afford to do. Carruthers pulls his tee shot there a little bit left. I think it's caught the green.
Now that went in the bunker.
Now Blake Phillips.
Just
in the bunker, beg your pardon. Now Blake Phillips. He's got his ball starting at the middle and just drawing a little bit. Looks like it's a pretty good shot too.
It's just coming off the fringe, back onto the green, and that's a beauty. Yep, that'll have a slight downhill putt, I'd imagine there, Hazy, but he'll be very happy with that shot.
The big news here, Shura, is my man with the socks, Jai Pickett, as that putt that you called in from a distance earlier on the par 5 fifth was actually a 10-footer for eagle, and he's vaulted up to 2 under the card. Having started with a pretty flat bogey on the first, he's worked his way through the field already. And the contact on the ball is way left here.
Yeah, the camera's working hard to find that one, and it's just managed to squeak through the tree, and it's ended up in the short stuff over the back of that pot. Be a very interesting second shot there. I didn't want to guess at the last vision we saw of that putt, Hazy, but I had a feeling it was for something good. It just looked like it was a sort of eagle try, and he's current leader, but he's in some trouble.
Yeah, it goes to what we were talking about earlier, Shura. If you can find the fairways here, and Jai had a 7-iron in for his second to the par 5, and I know he's a long hitter, but these, especially the fifth there, it's downhill with your second shot. They are gettable. You just got to find the fairways off the tee here. I'm going to play this game with you as I have with Sam previously. I want you to give me what you think is the best eclectic score here of one of the legends of golf at Pennant Hills. Sure, I'm sure you've heard of Tony Gresham.
Mm-hmm.
And just to prove to all our viewers of just exactly how gettable the course is, I want you to have a think about what his best eclectic score, his best individual score, set of scores on each hole added up here might be on this course.
And you say it's par 71?
Par 71, so if he has 18 birdies, his best score would be 53, obviously.
Okay, and we're talking over multiple rounds?
Oh, over his career. So it's a long and illustrious career. Tony Gresham,
wow,
arguably one of the great amateurs who's ever played golf in Australia. He's a hero of this club. I'll give you a while to think about it, and we'll come back to it later.
I'm imagining there's probably eagles on every single par 5. I'd imagine there's a couple of hole-in-one, so let me do the maths.
Yeah, no, I'll come back to you later on, and we'll try and nut it out. But it is to prove to you that if you get your tee shots away in a good shape here, all manner of scores are possible. But conversely, if you get offline, you stray a little, you're going to pay a very big price. And with that in mind, I'm not sure if the cameras are going to be able to quite get to where Jai Pickett is at the moment, but he's found the deep rough left here of the par 3 sixth, and he has got a shot that's about a 9.8 out of 10 on the degree of difficulty scale. He's got a ball sitting down in deep rough. He's got to carry 2 bunkers, and he's got about 3 metres of green to land it on, and it's downhill after that. So this is a shot of beyond normal mortal, shall we say. So if you can get this somewhere within 15 feet on the putting surface, he'll have done really well. So a bit of assessment coming up here, because this shot has got so much riding on it in terms of his score on this hole. If he gets it slightly thin here, which is a chance in the deep rough, there's a big drop off on the line that he's playing on over the back right of this green. So this is a shot fraught with danger, and coming off an eagle, building the momentum back from an opening bogey, this is something he really needs to play. He's looking up high, so it's going to be a big flop shot. He's got about 2 metres of the first cut of fringe to play with, and then 2 metres or 3 metres maybe to the flag after that, and it's all downhill. As I said, 9.8 out of 10 difficulty.
Well, he said in his bio that his idol is Min Woo Lee, who we know is leading the PGA by 3, and he would play a shot like this. So let's see what he's done. Wowee, that is extraordinary.
Well, that's landed within 2 inches of the cup and stopped about 5 feet back, and that is that's an elephant stamp for Jai Picken. That is an absolute cracking shot. That's I'm not sure we'll see many better than that today, to be honest.
Looked like a beautiful shot on camera. He certainly gave it a full swing, and just the way that stopped as well. So I think Min Woo would be very proud of that one.
They've actually played. Jai's been in the state system as Kobe Carruthers splashes out here, and you can see how good Jai's shot was by how that ran down the hill there from Kobe Carruthers. So a really good indicator of just how good Picken's shot was. I think from memory, I'm just going back here, Jai might have been involved with the New South Wales state team, maybe not in the final squad as a really young fella when Min Woo was still playing for Western Australia in the interstate series. So he's definitely seen it up close and personal. He's probably got a relationship with him, I would imagine, through his mates in the New South Wales high performance team. So yeah, that's the strong point of all the happenings in Australian golf are at the moment, as we see Zach Mullins play a little flop. Runs out nicely. That's going to be a fairly simple par putt coming up here for him.
We might have to package up that last shot just for Jai Picken to be able to maybe tag Min Woo on Twitter or something like that. Just give him a little highlights package.
That's a great idea. How's Min Woo's package looking at the moment? But in terms of what Jai's adding here, he's a very attacking player. They've all got that bent of trying to do something spectacular. All the young guys coming up. Here's Blake Phillips. Probably just wants to get the momentum going back. He's played a fantastic tee shot on this long par 3. And this fairly slippery putt. Didn't break as much as he thought from his left. Shakes his head in disbelief. Taps in for a 3 and
he'll stay at 1 under there. Blake Phillips was an early leader. It's been overtaken by Jai Picken. That is assuming that Jai makes that next putt for par after the extraordinary flop shot he played over from the rough. Here's Kobe to try and hold on for par as well. He's currently at 1 over the card. He's still on the high side. So long look here for Jai Picken, and just quickly, Hazy, what's this one doing? Right to left slightly?
Well, they're all slightly different lines, but I think he's seen on the previous couple of putts there, 1 for birdie and 1 for par from the boys who missed, that it's not doing as much as it perhaps first looks. So this is on the right edge, fairly flat in terms of its slope. He's got about 5 feet here. Right edge, maybe inside right and firm. That is as I said, that's a spectacular up and down. That's of the highest order. And if I'm going to get a couple of words from him here, I won't interview him, but I'll just ask him what he thought of that little flop shot, Jai. What do you think of that? It was good. It was very good, he says. He's very happy to get up and down. I will just quickly ask him, have you played many better flop shots than that?
Not really, I don't think so.
Degree of difficulty?
8 out of 10. I was just trying to make bogey.
There you go. That's how hard it was, sure. He was trying to make a bogey.
Well, he's given it an 8 out of 10. You gave it a 9.5 out of 10. So somewhere in the middle is probably the truth. But either way, what an extraordinary shot there from Jai Picken. Let's have a look at the leaderboard, which he sits atop of at the moment with an eagle into a extraordinary par save. So he's the only player on course at the moment at 2 under the card. His playing partner, Blake Phillips, 1 under, and a host of other players at the moment. So 4 players at 1 under, plenty of players at even. After 6 holes for most of these guys, you can see there's a few who aren't even out on course yet, but at the moment, Jai Picken looking the goods. Can he keep that up? He's played a couple of par 5s, so that's got to be remembered that these boys that we're watching have played 2 or 3 par 5s actually already, so it's certainly where they can get up the course, particularly the big hitters. They get out there and we've seen an eagle already. So 3 par 5s in the opening stretch makes for good going if you are a long hitter there. Welcome to you if you're watching this stream of the Pennant Hills Golf Club Centenary Open. Might go back now to Mark Hayes, who is our eyes and ears on the ground out there at Pennant Hills Golf Club on a spectacular day for this Centenary Open.
Well, I thought I saw a great shot here from Jai Picken, and no doubt it was, but it was nearly topped a second ago, sure. There were 3 brilliant shots on the green here, and only 1 in the front left bunker from the marquee women's group, but I'm almost 100% sure that the ball closest to the flag here, I'm not sure if we've got a shot of it, belongs to Sienna Clark. And that is as close to an ace as you're ever going to see here on a really long par 3 for the women. Wasn't ever quite on line, but gee, it's pin high and it's 1.5 inches to the right. It just trickled a little bit to the right at the very end down the hill. So, wow. A fairly routine looking par 3 has given us some massive highlights here in the last couple of minutes, and hopefully we'll get a shot of where the ball is here in a second. But some brilliant tee shots here. Firstly from Mary Spear, that was also tracking, and yeah, and then we also at the end saw Belinda G, who's on the other stretch, played a great shot and only a matter of 12 or 13 feet behind the flag directly. But I think it's Sienna Clark who's just played one of the all-time great shots here without going in. She's pretty pleased with that one, I can assure you. I don't know how it missed, to be honest.
What was the yardage?
I'll try and get to it.
Do you know what the yardage was for them?
I'll check with it. It's probably around 160 odd. Hang on 2 seconds.
unbelievable looking grouping on the green there for the ladies. I think it might just be Michelle Bang who is playing out of the front pot there.
Yeah, it is. It's Michelle Bang here. And she's got about 15 metres still to the flag. Surprised the girls haven't marked their balls here yet, but nonetheless, she's got to raise it quickly. She's got to raise it quickly up over the lip and then let it run out. It hasn't run out down onto the green, so I'm going to try to get to Sienna Clark in a minute here, but she still has to mark the ball here. So hang on, we'll try and get a shot of her actually tapping in for her birdie, I'm sure. And then we'll try and interview her straight after that.
See if she gives you something, Hazy, as she walks down. It's one of those ones. We love those.
That's a great two from Sienna Clark. Yeah, very nice bit of applause here from the people watching, and I've got to try and get her attention to come over here, but give me a second, I'll rustle something up for you.
No, that's great. We look forward to hearing what she has to say. There's nothing better. There's no better feeling in golf. Well, I imagine a hole-in-one we could say is a better feeling, but certainly being able to walk up and tap in a birdie is a wonderful thing to experience. Michelle Bang with the short little chip here. We might watch this little chip and then we'll go to Hazy, who I think has Sienna Clark with him. So that little chip for par moves past the hole, but Mark Hayes, you've got Sienna with you.
Yeah, joined here sure by Sienna Clark, but that's some sort of shot, Sienna.
Yeah, thank you. It was, I hit a full hybrid, so yeah, big way in, but it was good.
What was the yardage you had?
154. Yeah.
Have you had an ace before?
No, so that was close, but not quite.
Could you see it from down there? Slightly elevated green, of course.
Yeah, it was at the pin, so I thought it was good, but yeah.
And did you hear some idiot at the green get pretty excited?
No, too focused.
Oh, you're a good one. Now, your dad's a pro. What's his name?
Yeah, Justin Clark. Yeah.
And he's your coach as well?
Yeah, and John Serhan at St Michael's.
John Serhan's got a great fleet of young players, hasn't he?
He does, yeah. I'd hope to one day be as good as them, so yeah.
Some amazing players. Who we got? We got Harrison Crowe and Steph Kiriakou and Kelsey Bennett.
Yeah, they're all there. Johnny Laris actually is up with him at the moment in Queensland, so yeah, it's good.
Do you think you can get up to that level at one stage here?
I sure hope so.
Well, you're playing well enough. How's the start of your round gone?
Not too bad. Just hope a few more putts drop, but yeah, it is what it is. Yeah.
And you're a bit of a fitness machine. You're always in the gym.
Yes, I do love going to the gym. I'm a PT at the moment, so yeah, it's good for the golf.
So are you a professional personal trainer, or you just do it for a bit of fun?
Yeah. Oh, I'm qualified, yeah, but hopefully the golf takes off, so yeah, just a side thing, but yeah.
Well, that's great. We're enjoying watching you today. Congratulations on a great birdie there.
Thank you.
Sienna Clark.
It's good to see. We love that. As you said, Hazy, really good crop of young quality golfers in both the women's and men's side as we watch Belinda G. This was a nice shot as well.
For a long time too, but didn't have the sort of feel of the depth here. This is a great looking birdie putt. Oh my goodness, how didn't that drop in?
Expecting that to turn a little bit more, unfortunately didn't, and we've got Michelle Bang here who's looking to clean up, limit the damage just to one shot. She's going for bogey here.
Yeah, this is not dissimilar to the putt that we just saw Jai Picken make for his miraculous par. So it's a putt that should start on the right edge, maybe inside the right edge. Just be firm here. She was always in trouble once that ball found the front bunker. That's a really nice putt there to limit the damage, as you say, Shuren. So you take a 4 and cede a couple of shots there to Sienna Clark, who's hit one of the great shots of the day.
Well, we've seen two very different par 3s in terms of setup, but also some variation of scores. So it shows you at this course, and it looks a little bit like the wind's picking up a little bit. When we get back to Hazy in a bit, we'll find out what that's doing. You can see the trees moving behind the players here on the tee, but
charge extra for
we've
that
had an elevated tee on the 4th, and now a tee to an elevated green. So Hazy, just checking in on the conditions. Is it getting slightly windier, or are we seeing things?
Yeah, no, it's there is a breeze now. There wasn't one of note earlier on. It's very gentle at the moment. Flags are actually flapping though, so that is the sign. There's so heavily treed in parts of this beautiful Pennant Hills course that it's hard to gauge what's happening above them at some points down here at ground level, but definitely a breeze now. There's definitely no dew or any sign of any water remaining on the ground at all. Remember I said earlier on, I could hear my feet a little bit on the grass, but here now, it's as good as going to get condition-wise. Still a bit of give in the greens. Nice looking approach there.
I think that might be James.
That was our man.
Yeah, James Vidler. Is it?
No, I think that was Jack Phillips. That was our man who did the damage back a couple of holes ago nearly, I think. I'm a long way away from it here. This is a very long hole, best part of 200 metres from where they're teeing off on the back of these blocks here on the 6th par 3, the long par 3 6th here. Pins cut centre of the green on the left. Most of the guys want to try and play a little draw to get to that flag. That brings the risk of the downhill side of the right of this green into play. Another beautiful shot here, pin high. That's two fantastically judged tee shots there in terms of distance. You'll have to apologise. I have to apologise here. It's very hard to see back into that chute who's hitting these balls. So
no, that's all right. Whoever's on the tee now looks to be hitting maybe even driver.
And that's coming way left out our way here. Watch out over here, guys. Oh, that was heading for carnage, but hit a tree. That's in a world of trouble over here in the rough, but it could have been much worse had it not hit that tree. So
some variation in club selection though, for sure. We saw a couple of players hit irons, and then I think at the end there, it might have been a driver. Maybe it was a wood, but certainly looked like a big head.
I'd say that was I would say from this range, it looked like a hybrid, and it flew like a driving iron. To be honest, that was sniping left, and I think we had another good break there. To be honest, sure, that was heading towards the cart that's parked over there with a gentleman in it, and trees might have prevented a bit of damage there. So that's a good result. The shot that he's got coming up is off the charts hard. So he's got trees, bunkers, sand, downhill, rough, everything. So I don't know if we want to try to get a look at that. It's so far off the beaten path of the camera here. It's going to be tough, but yeah, this will be a great test of the player's innovation to try and extricate himself from where he's found himself after that tee shot on here on the 6th.
Well, we've seen some magic on that hole already from Jai Pickens, so let's see what can transpire in the next little moment. We might also send down a helmet to you, Hazy, just to make sure that you're safe.
Yeah, it's a hazard of the job standing here, but that ball I could see the whole way. It never got too high, so it wasn't to be lost in the sky. But yeah, you got to try and get close to the action to call it, but you've also got to keep your wits about you. I'm not saying it's a bad job. I think there'd be plenty of people who take this job and get out here and talk about golf, but you do have to be wary of where the balls are flying, and there are some junctions of holes here that make it more important than other times, perhaps, Shura.
That's very good. I agree with you. I think a lot of people will be very jealous of what you're able to do out there, Hazy, and doing a great job as well. And we're seeing some good golf. Golf is flourishing in Australia at the moment, Hazy. Obviously a lot of, well, particularly New South Wales, interesting stuff going on with golf courses being converted to parkland, and I guess that's happening in Victoria as well, all across Australia. But at the other end of the scale is that, you know, the game is hugely participated in. At the top level, we're going well across the world. So interesting battle between golf and the authorities, if you will.
Oh, I could talk all day about this. It's perhaps politically wise for me not to say too much, but yeah, there's Moore Park in Sydney is one of the, I would, from my understanding, probably along with Wembley, one of the two most prolifically used public facilities in Australia. Just a hugely popular place for people of all walks of life to go and play, and it's very unfortunate that it's in a battle at the moment. It's one that doesn't seem to be winning. that said, we've got a lot to play out in that area, but let's hope that Moore Park, right in the inner south of Sydney there, can maintain its status as one of the best golf courses for public use in Australia. I will just have to get one of our cameramen here just to check up his spot. Excuse me. I know our player's going to play out sideways, so he's in no danger.
Yes.
Yeah, it's Golf New South Wales is just doing an unbelievable job, sure, of not only bringing up elite junior golfers, and you've mentioned the Varden program around here, etc., but also taking the game to regional New South Wales with its regional open qualifiers and other great events coming up, Sand Green Championships and the New South Wales Opens being played in regional New South Wales, as well as the New South Wales Amateur this year at Magenta Shores coming up in summer. So there's a lot of stuff going around, not only in Sydney, but right across this great state. Yeah, it's a credit to all those involved. And as mentioned here before, people like the committees at Pennant Hills who can bring these sort of events together with amazing organisation to continue to give opportunities to young players like this. It's extraordinary.
Well, don't worry about being political here, Hazy. You're amongst friends and certainly people who love golf. That's a nice looking little shot there from in front of the green, and might be able to limit the damage to just one shot there.
Yeah, they had to pitch out to there after sniping the tee shot, so I'll try and find out some names and scores here in the next few minutes, but you'll have to excuse me, it's going to take a little while.
That's all right. We did see some great tee shots, so these gentlemen to the left of screen who are sizing up a birdie putt, and I'm not sure, you're standing there, Hazy, but they don't look like there's too much movement in them.
No, these ones are fairly straightforward in terms of line. At the end, they might want to come a little bit from players right to left. Fairly downhill to start and then flattening out at the end. That's a pretty good line. He just hit it through the break there at the end, so it gives a really beautiful read here to Jack Phillips for his upcoming birdie attempt. There's only 3 players here now, so I'll get to the bottom of that too as well. 4 on the timesheet when they started. Tell you what, Stuart. Yeah, I'll tell you what, this is Jack Phillips here. And the gentleman who just hit his putt a second ago before that, they're big units. They are 6'4", and they've got about 2 axe handles across the shoulders, the pair of them. So
long levers. Let's see if he can get the putt done for birdie.
It's on. He's pushed it, yeah. You will notice, especially now that the player's been a little slow to start with all the par 5s and 3s to start that we've been following. The players mark their balls closer to the green, closer to the hole than they otherwise might normally, because there's no rush. They're not going anywhere. They've generally been waiting on the tee that they next move to. So rather than rush around and confuse themselves, and that's going to be a double bogey, unfortunately. That's what we're talking about here, sure. Unless you play a shot like Jai Picken did a minute ago to escape the penalties for getting into Leyland Brothers territory here is fairly steep. Ooh, that rattled around too.
Yes, he'll be happy. And that's in the bottom of the cup. You can see a wry smile on his face there.
And this is our man, the silent assassin, Jack Phillips. Another player from Concord, as we mentioned earlier. Very bright start to today's round. 3 under through his first 5. And that cleans up for par. That's the 6th hole on this course, his 7th. This group started on the 18th. I'll just go and quickly try and find out some scores. Sure.
Well, we'll get back to Hazy shortly with scores of these players. You can see the tee in the distance. Again, another group of 3. Let's see what this group does. We've got to check in with our marquee groups as well shortly. And also we'll give you a bit of a leaderboard so you can see what's going on here The Pennant Hills Golf Club Centenary Open. Last time we looked, Jai Picken, 2 under, was our leader. We finished another hole since then, that group, so we'll find out where they're at. Let's watch the tee shots here. 6. Short of the green there.
Yep, no worries.
You there, guys?
Yeah, we can hear you, Hazy. What have you got down there?
Doing my best to do some detective work here, and I can confirm that Jake Mini isn't playing. So we saw
Still getting set up, mate.
Harry Maguire was the guy who made the first putt from up there, and he's 2 over. He's the local Pennant Hills member. He's 2 over. We saw Sean Herden with his double bogey, and he dropped back to, I think, 3 over the card. But again, the big news from that group was Phillips, who tapped in for the last par. Did birdie the 5th back behind, so through 6 holes on this side plus the 18th on the other, he's 4 under the card, Jack Phillips, and going beautifully.
Love to hear it. So there's a few Phillips top end of the leaderboard, a few people from Concord. Says something about that golf club, perhaps.
Yeah, well, the Concord Golf Club obviously has hosted New South Wales Opens very recently in its history, and it's got a long list of accolades, and it's in absolutely pristine condition, just like Pennant Hills. And again, not long ago had a big refurb, and the player who can shoot scores. I think just recently, this isn't Jack Phillips, our leader there, but in the marquee group, Blake Phillips has consecutively, I think in back-to-back rounds, shot the course record at Concord twice. We'll catch back up with him a bit later on, but I think he went 65 and 64, would you believe, to break the course record twice at Concord. And that's unheard of, to be honest. And it shows you the depth of talent, again, that we were talking about. And for the guys, his club mates, to be competitive, that's the mark they've set. So Jack's obviously come out here with a point to prove today.
Yeah, he started strongly, had a little hiccup there in the middle, but I'm sure he'll pick himself back up. The opposite could be said for Jai Picken, who started with a bogey and then has managed to fight his way back into a very strong position. I'm not sure he'll be leader now if what you're saying is true about Jack Phillips at 4 under. So there's a bit of good shooting going on at the moment. They've got the day for it.
Oh, they sure have. And this is as I said earlier, if you want to get to Pennant Hills and post a score, this morning was what you wanted to see when you rolled out of bed. So it's a negligible win still, even though it has sprung a little. Greens are tacky and receptive. They're still rolling nicely, not super fast, but fast enough for these guys to believe in them. Just got to keep it in play off the tee, and it's theirs for the taking at the moment.
Nothing easy about a par 3 over 160 metres at all. So plenty of ways that the amateur golfer can find trouble, particularly at a course like this. But looks like the group we're watching now, I can't see any balls on the green. So I think all 3 of them would have found a little bit of trouble.
I'm actually, if you guys don't mind, I'm going to just do a bit on-air producing here. I might try and sneak over back to the Jai Picken lead group, which is coming down the 8th fairway behind us, and I think they're going to have some better scores for us.
All right, you can check back in with us when you've got those, Hazy, as we watch. Someone's played a nice shot there out of the pot.
There's one about to hit. Will I go to the one who is hit? There's one about to hit.
Short of the green here, so it's a little bit of a pitch run. We're going to move from this green to the 8th hole, where our feature lead group is at the moment, par 4, about 350 metre. Back down the hill. Looking at Blake Phillips now. Imagine this would be his 3rd shot. You can see quite a severe slope there. This is Zach Mullen getting back up the slope. Is he going to get that thing to run out? He's done that pretty well. We'll call in Mark Hayes now.
Yeah, nice little putt there, or chip there from Zach Mullins, and this is Blake Phillips' 3rd, and he will not be happy with that conversely. So only a matter of 2 metres or so off the front of the green for 2, and he's let that get away, and only probably still a 4 or 5 metre par putt upcoming, and he's shaking his head again. So things just not panning out well for Blake Phillips at the moment. He's got high aspirations. Now Jai Picken found the front bunker here with a short bunker shot, or 2nd shot that came up in here, and he's played another magnificent trap shot. Look out! Holy mackerel!
Wow.
The Jai Picken highlight reel is just off the charts here today.
That is a spectacular bunker shot downhill. Might have a replay of that on our screens, Hazy.
Sure, I can't tell you how fast that was when it landed. I mean, he's just got that out of the bunker, and it's landed on a huge downhill slope, and it's all downhill to the flag, and it would have gone a fair bit past even though it was trickling. But Jai Picken has played here on the 6th and 8th, 2 of the most immaculate shots with a lob wedge in his hand that you will ever see in golf, period. No matter where it is, it's a delight to be here at Pennant Hills to watch it.
Well, we're compiling a highlights package for him, as I mentioned, Hazy, just so he can show the fellas later in the day who, you know, someone like Minwood Lee might send that one just up there. Just give him a bit of inspiration for this afternoon's round. He's got a big smile on his face, though, as he chats to you.
I've got him here. How about that? Is that better than the other one or not?
Oh, Hazy, I like this club today.
We're going to send you a little highlights reel so you can send them in. Woo, what do you reckon?
Sounds good.
What do you reckon you'd say about that one?
Oh, you might be proud of that one.
Loose unit, Jai Picken. Very loose unit.
Yeah, Bluey, you do the follow, mate, and I'll do reaction.
Well, looks like Kobe Carruthers here, hitting back up the hill. Is this slight left to right, Hazy?
Slight left to right. This is for a birdie. Oh, and it just got away at the very end. That looked good for a long time there. It's hard work for these guys when they're watching one of their mates make some miraculous shots and they're just lipping in and lipping out and all this sort of stuff that just sort of makes it more frustrating, I think, to watch one of your mates play so well.
I think we've all been there, Hazy. When you're not doing it yourself and your mate is, you're happy for them, but you're also internally a little sad. That's a nice clean-up from Phillips there. That wasn't an easy putt.
That was no, and he doesn't look happy about the universe, but that was a really important par putt after a 3rd shot that got away from him. So he's still thereabouts. I think made a par back up on the 7th. So he's still tracking along, I think, at 1 under from memory. And now Zach Mullins, who did make a bogey up on the 7th before this, and makes a great up and down there to save par. Things sneaking away from him a little bit here, but despite not looking like he's super happy, Blake's done a really good job of making that par saver there. So we're going to track down to the next tee and hopefully be able to watch him play this beautiful 9th hole.
So they're going to head to a par 3, another par 3, a shorter one this time. We've seen 2 quite long ones. And we'll get back to Mark and the boys there shortly as we look at the leaderboard as it stands. And as we mentioned, Jack Phillips, who we saw make a birdie, is currently at 4 under after 6 holes. So what an amazing start from him. Jai Picken, we just saw chip in out of the bunker on the 8th, and he's at 3 under. And then it's a drop back to 1 under. 4 players, Phillips, Thorpe, Roach and Saw, all thereabouts, and then a long list of players, even with the cards, as you can see. Most players have played 7 or 8 holes at the moment, almost halfway through the round, so some work to do for a few players, but at the moment it's Phillips and Picken, 4 under and 3 under respectively, who are getting it done here at the Pennant Hills Golf Club Centenary Open.
Jeremy.
There is the top of the leaderboard. Jack Phillips 4 under after 6. Flying at the moment. Jai Pickin 3 under. And then his playing partner Blake Phillips at 1 under as we there head to the 9th hole, par 3. We'll check in with our women's group as well. Where they're up to. Jai Pickin's partner Belinda G's out there as well. All right, we're going to go to the 9th hole now, and where Mark Hayes fires himself, and he's going to talk us through the tee shots of our feature group.
We've seen Kobe Carruthers here, sure, just missed left, and this is Zach Mullins about to play. He's got 136 metres to this flag. One of the most spectacular holes in Sydney, I would say, if not the signature hole, one of them here at Pennant Hills. Over Devlin's Creek, back with the clubhouse, the beautiful clubhouse here at Pennant Hills in the background. Mullins from 136. Tracking beautifully. If that's up, that's really good. And it is up, and it's just spun back a little, and he's left himself a nice little look at a birdie putt here from probably about 10 or 11 feet above the hole. This green was one of the flash points when we had the floods here and when we tried originally to play the Centenary Open. I remember walking on this green, sure, you won't imagine this today, but walking on this green, there were actually bubbles of air and water underneath the putting surface. That was how torrentially wet it was. And to be here now with these towering gum trees and big ravine of Devlin's Creek and the spectacular backdrop of the Pennant Hills Clubhouse, it's just a complete transformation. Two huge bunkers here, left and front. Not really in the players' eyes, to be honest, if they're going well. And that is Jai Pickin, our man, who is going very well at the moment.
What's his
you
natural...
want to start this at the right edge. And
I'm going to ask you what his natural shot shape is.
Yeah, just a little right to left if he's on his game, and there it is. It's just gripped and spun back a little, but that's smart play there from Pickin. He's left himself an uphill putt for a birdie. Naturally wants to shape it right to left, but he has got the ability to slide a bit of a power fade in when needed, as we saw back on the third tee, but generally a right to left shaper of the ball. And now, I guess the nominal favourite here, Blake Phillips. Right on line, but only just carries that front bunker. He probably just on the fringe over the bunker.
Yep.
Would have looked good to him, but just probably a club short, I'd say, Shira.
Yeah, you're right, Hazy. He's just on the back edge of that bunker. It didn't quite come down either, so looked like a little bit of a sawn-off swing as well. Maybe that's just his 9-iron or whatever shot he played. That's the swing he has for that club. But yeah, it didn't quite run down onto the green.
I think the temptation here, sure, is because the trees are so massive here off the tee block itself, and as you walk down across Devlin's Creek, to try and make sure you don't let it get above that tree line and let it get knocked by the wind. So he's probably just, you know, as you say, sawn off his follow through there just to try and keep it low a little bit. But he's okay. He's got the uphill shot coming up, so he's not flowing perfectly yet, but he hasn't played his way out of it by any stretch. So Blake Phillips is going along okay.
Yeah, it's a mental game, and there's something very special visually, I must say, Hazy, about finishing a 9 with a par 3 like that, where it's close to the clubhouse, as you mentioned. There's something very special about these sorts of holes.
Yeah, well, when this course was designed, obviously back in 1923, we're playing the Centenary Open, mostly by members at the time, Shura. The standout feature of, given they decided where the clubhouse was going to be, the standout feature of the course among many is Devlin's Creek, which is the thing that they played over here on the 9th, and they also repeat it on the 18th to get to and from the clubhouse here, using the creek as the features. The par 3s on each side close the 9s out, so it's a spectacular setting. Amazing foliage in here. I'm just looking at some of the ferns and nestled among the gum trees, and there's some beautiful floral arrangements too at the back of the green and some ferns. It's a real haven for those with a bit of a green thumb here, but very much the topography of the land's laid out the course for them. And they've developed this hole and the 18th into spectacular closing holes on both 9s, both par 3s, which, as you say, is a very unusual thing for a championship course.
It looks beautiful, some good shots there, and we're going to see, as we know, we just had a look at the leaderboard, Hazy, and your man Jack Phillips is 4 under after 6 holes. Well, he was last time we looked. Of course, Jai Pickin 3 under, and he's got a birdie putt here. So some good scores from those guys, and it sort of levels out to 4 blokes on 1 under, and then the rest on even.
You got that, buddy?
Yeah, which is a bit of a surprise. I thought we'd see a bit more of a consistent attack on the low scores here, but that said, we are pushing deep into the red numbers if you're going to turn at 3 or 4 under. So any scores on the cards here today? So Blake Phillips looks like he's got maybe a gap wedge here, just nipping it off the top of the back of the bunker, trying to make it obviously without.
Good shot.
No thought there of just sort of, you know, knocking it close. He definitely had that in mind as making it. Anything uphill, I think the players are fancying themselves. We saw his little chip on the front of the 8, which was much more defensive, but that one there, it was very much aggressive at going for the hole. Now Kobe Carruthers, which will be a curling putt from left to right, from just off the fringe here.
Hazy, what sort of grass is around these greens at Pennant Hills?
Wow.
Oh, what a shot.
Sorry, Shura.
No, that's fine.
Gee, we're getting some amazing highlights here. I'm going to come back to you with an answer on those. I'm going to double check. I've got an idea, but I'm going to get the confirmed report and not give you rubbish.
No, not trying to put you under pressure and catch you out. I'm just curious because from the screen here, shots like that, you know, coming out of that sort of fringe, they obviously run very differently depending on the type of grass. I know Kikuyu around some of the courses, but I don't think that's what it is. You'll tell me very shortly as we look at Jai Pickin, who's going to be playing his birdie putt.
Yeah, this for another 2. Really keep the heat on our leader, Jack Phillips. I would have thought that he looked to be a little wobbly after 2.5 holes today, but if this drops and it's curling, he's got it. I think he's looking at my idiotic commentary here, to be honest with you, Shura. So.
Yeah, he's loving it, mate. He's loving it.
That's a beautiful putt there.
He said he was loving his sand wedge or his lob wedge, but I think his putt is running nicely too.
And now Zach Mullins, who played the best tee shot looking from the back of the tee here to this hole, and I just can't find the love today with the putter. Beautiful putt there, but it slides low. An unfortunate 3. Zach Mullins didn't get the reward. There's beautiful putts there by both Kobe Carruthers and Jai Pickin. I think that brought Kobe Carruthers back to square with the card overall too, sure. So they're heating up here, a couple of the boys.
Yep, he's back to even. Phillips stays at 1 under. And Hicken, well, he's making a move. He's joined the other Phillips at the top of the leaderboard for the moment. You can have a chat to one of the fellas down there, Hazy. Have you got someone with you?
No, I haven't at the moment. I can walk towards and try and get someone if you like.
If they're willing to talk, we could see where they're at after 9 holes. We've obviously played 9 holes with our feature group here, and well, one player in particular, Jai Picken, well, he's playing some sensational golf. He's 4 under after 9, and he's on top of the leaderboard, barring any change in Jack Phillips's score, who was also 4 under, but he was after 6 holes. Coming up next, the 10th hole, par 4, quite a long one, 375 metres. It's the second hardest hole on the course. Might get a little bit of a talk through from Mark Hayes when we can on how the 10th hole shapes up at Pennant Hills. Right, we've got the group of Belinda G, Michelle Bang, Sienna Clark and Mary Spear, who are about to play the 9th hole as well.
Cool.
While the girls get their distances and yardages, we've got Blake Phillips with Mark Hayes.
Blake, through 9 holes, 1 under. You don't seem overly happy about that, but it's not a bad position.
Yeah, it's all right. A few missed putts here and there. Get the ball rolling on the back nine, should be okay. Try and catch Pico.
What's it like when one of your playing partners is running hot?
Yeah, it's obviously not easy to catch up. You kind of feel like you're backing up when he's going forward. But yeah, we'll see how the back nine, how we go.
So you've been shooting some crazy low scores at home.
Yeah.
Does that make it harder when it's not dropping, or does it make it easier knowing that you've got it in you?
Yeah, like I've been used to seeing the ball drop in the hole the last few weeks. Obviously shooting 2 course records in 1 week was pretty good. But this course is completely different and it's a completely different day, so you just got to take it as it is. But yeah, we'll try and get the ball rolling on the back nine, see how we go.
So what's your tactics? Do you try and chase Jai, or do you have a number in your mind? What are your thought processes here?
I think it's got to be about 4 on the back nine to have any sort of a chance the way Pico's playing. So yeah, I mean, he's playing pretty good golf, so we'll see how we go.
Now, we mentioned earlier on that you're not even the best handicap player in your little family, mate. What's going on there? What does Belinda do when does she lord it over you that she's +5?
She does, yeah. Well, she actually got to +6. So yeah, she's doing pretty good. She's better than me. So yeah.
I don't know about that, but we'll see. So let's walk through the front line just quickly there.
Yeah.
I mean, you started brightly and you've made a pretty good fist of the par 5s, but what's happening there? What's going to have to tweak to get that 4 under on this side?
She's going to hit a few more greens closer to the pin. I think we're going to have to start attacking flags. Obviously, the shot on the 4th straight over the pin, completely dead over the back. But yeah, so I think the game plan is just going to try and fire a few more flag six out there.
Perfect. We'll look forward to a bit more attacking golf. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks.
Blake Phillips.
Very nice there, Hazy. Thank you. We just watched his partner. Well, she hit the green, but had so much work on the ball. It actually spun up almost into the same position he was in. So she won't have known what he's done and how that went, but she's going to have a choice between wedge and putter as we watch Sienna Clark, who almost had an ace on the previous par 3. Let's see what she can do here. Lovely looking swing. Good turn of the body. Let's see where this one ends up. Oh, goodness me. Almost. Did you see that, Hazy? Have you got eyes on that?
I'm good, but I'm not that good, sure. Sorry.
Oh, right. Well, she just hit one, and I reckon it spun back past the hole on the, well, to her right-hand side, and looked very, very good as we watch Mary Spear. Mary Spear hitting her shot as well, and, well, that's top of the green, and no work on that, so that's going to sit at the top there, but, well, some great tee shots there from that group. Belinda G will probably be a little bit flat when she gets to her ball and finds it back up the slope. As mentioned, this is the 9th hole here at Pennant Hills, and just a stunning spot, part of the course. Undulations across the bridge, as Hazy mentioned, these beautiful tall ferns. Very unique looking golf course. Let's have a look at the hole here from the bird's eye view. So here we go for gentlemen, 130 odd meters, women about 120 odd, and there that's what you see into this bowl valley, bunker front and left. Pin sort of cut to the right today, not quite where it is on the screen there, but you can see green there of the 9th as it goes back towards the clubhouse. So we'll go back down to Marquez now. As I said to you, you might not have heard me, but Belinda G, well, her shot hit the green, spun so hard, Hazy, it actually ended up close to where her partner Blake's ball was.
Yeah, it's actually an issue on this green in particular, and a couple of others where if you take an extra club and you've got the ball spinning really hard, sure, it can come back to you on the greens that slope from back to front. And didn't see it, but I have seen it here before at Pennant Hills on the 9th, that balls can really grip and roll back down. You saw how fast, a minute ago, how fast Zach Mullen's putt was down that hill, and that's what Belinda G's must have been working with there, and it landed. So the good sign is that she's got a solid chance from a not a dissimilar position to Blake Phillips to have a run at the putt for a birdie. So even though she's off the green, she has elected for the putter to be the club of choice here. So she'll be, again, even though it's a slightly long range one, it's probably the best part of 10 metres. It's very much in her mind's eye to drain this putt here.
We're going to see 4 very different putts here, or 4 very different approaches to the pin, that's for sure.
Yeah, we're going to see Mary Spear here, the club champion at Royal Wellington. I'm told it's been fairly wet this winter and she hasn't been out playing much. Actually, we're going to see Belinda G go first. I think, yeah, Belinda G is going to go first off the front of the green. Gives it a good wrap up the hill. Turning, oh, she's burned the cup so many times in this front 9 holes. Taps it in for a nice 3, but I think she's probably a little frustrated there by the number of times that she's just shaved the cup. Now Mary Spear with a totally different outlook on this putt. This is going to be just half speed off the club face, trickling down to the hole, left to right. Turning now, but probably not enough. And you can see how fast that is, Shura, as it gets away from the young Kiwi.
Yeah, that's a tricky one, that was.
Yes, mate, I play off 7 and the other one was lining up to play.
And she's still got herself best part of 7 feet back up the hill, so she's got a good look at the line from what she's just experienced. But it's tough when you've got a downhill putt and it gets away from you to make yourself hit the next one hard up the hill, if that makes sense, because you've just seen one with a soft stroke get away, and now you've got to put a good firm knock on the next one. Now Sienna Clark been making a really good fist of these par threes. We nearly saw the ace back on the 6th. Just bobbled off the putter there a little and just stayed to the right. And I can confirm for you, Shura, to answer your question, I just wanted to make sure, because I knew it was Kaikuyu, but I've been told that it's Poarana on the greens.
So it is Kaikuyu.
Kaikuyu's the fairway and the surrounds.
Yep.
The second cut is quite grabby with the club face. The fringe is beautiful, but that's the natural, I guess, tricks of Kaikuyu, just to grab the club face if you're not clean, where it's a bit deeper and steeper.
Yep. For those of us as players who don't play as much in those conditions, it can be quite difficult if you're not used to it.
Oh, and that putt there from Michelle Bang just leaks away to the right. Disappointing. There was a good chance there for the Concord youngster. Taps in. Yeah, it can be for players, particularly from the southern states who come and play in Kaikuyu. It's a totally different, I guess, method of striking the ball, and not letting the club face get caught up in it is important. No grass like that around. And Mary Spear hooks one out there. That's a disappointing 3-putt. Yeah, no grass like this around the sandbelts of Melbourne or Adelaide or Perth, for that matter. Not that it's a sandbelt, but totally different for people from the southern climes to come and conquer the Kaikuyu.
Absolutely. Absolutely. As we see the women walk off the green there. All right, we're going to have a look now. It is Jack Phillips there in the broad brim hat. Can't say with certainty what he's on now, but he certainly was 4 under the card earlier. So Jai Pickens just finished his front 9 and he's at 4 under after making birdie on this very hole. So let's see what his co-leader can do as he steps up on to the tee, black glove and all. Looks like the sort of gentleman who doesn't use a tee. Go. No tee needed for the leader. Pick that thing clean up off the grass. See how he goes. About 130, 135-ish to the pin. Just a little half swing there. Just sprayed that a little right. Second cut there. The group of Maguire, Hurd and Phillips. It's a nice looking swing. Might have the same fate. No, just short right there. This might be Hurd in here. Sounded good. And same fate as his playing partner. There you go. Be a Mark's ball situation there. We might hear now from someone who isn't a local, who doesn't play these sorts of New South Wales courses all the time. As Hazy's mentioned a couple of times, she's from Wet Wellington, and we'll go down to Mark Hayes and Mary Spear.
Mary Spear, thanks for joining us. It's a little bit different weather to Wellington.
Yes, I actually think I was more at home the last time around when it was raining.
Not as windy or as wet, but you look like you're enjoying it still.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, everyone's been so lovely here, inviting me back, but then I've just been looked after so well. It's been amazing.
How about the opportunity to come to a beautiful club and place like Pennant Hills? I mean, it's an amazing opportunity.
It's fantastic. It's unbelievable, the hospitality, the generosity of that first invitation, and then, asking us back, and yeah, it's magic.
And you've put yourself in with a good little chance here. You're playing with one of the hot players, but you're going really well.
Well, I'm just trying to keep up, to be honest. I'm really enjoying watching some amazing golf from some of these girls, so it's great to see. Yeah.
And you mentioned to me out on course before that some of the par threes are longer than what you're used to dealing with.
Yeah, I'd say it's a pretty long course for women. Even some of the par fours I'm struggling to reach, so definitely these girls have the advantage over me with their length.
So what are your tactics in that instance? Do you just try and lean on the short game, or do you muscle up with the hybrids?
No, I'm just trying to lean on my short game. I'm actually just trying to have a good time and play some semi-decent golf, hopefully. But
oh, look like you're achieving that.
Yeah. Look, I'm not trying to win. I'm just trying to have a good time and enjoy the company and the beautiful day and the beautiful course.
Well, you're a credit to Royal Wellington. We appreciate you coming back over for the Centenary Cup. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mary Spear.
Oh, what a lovely attitude there. And no, she's going well. Unfortunately, just three-putted at the ninth. But let's have a look at the gentleman here. I think this might be Maguire. He was at 2 over not too long ago. And he's opted for the short stick. He's had a good go at it. Just finished up short there. His playing partner will get a lot out of what he's just done there, I'd imagine. Also opting for the putter. Good effort as well there. Both of those most likely make their par here on the ninth. We'll find out a score. We'll check the leaderboard shortly as well. Phillips here to stay at 4 under. He's in his second to here. He was back right at the green in the second cut, so He'll be really wanting to make this and maintain his position in the leaderboard. He's just left it on the left-hand side there, just rolled it past, so he will drop a shot.
What's happening?
Taps in for his par there. It's Maguire.
Maybe just cut better.
So bogey there for Phillips. He'll drop back a shot. You can see not happy with himself at all. After what was a very, very good front nine. Unfortunately finishes with a bogey there. We'll check in with the leaderboard shortly. All right, let's check in now and have a look at the leaderboard as it stands. Jai Picken, 4 under the car. Jack Phillips, well, he's just made bogey there, so we'll have to get that updated shortly because he's finished his 9. You can see Chase Thorpe there. Well, he's made a run up the leaderboard. He's at 3 under after 10. Earl Reese as well, 2 under. So some good scores out there at the moment. Blake Phillips in our feature group, he's 1 under. Alongside 3 others. And his playing partner, Kobe Carruthers, as well. Wherever you're watching, hopefully you're enjoying this. The Pennant Hills Golf Club Centenary Open. Someone by the end of this day will be holding the Centenary Cup up at the moment. It's Jai Pickett in the box seat, but plenty of golf to be played, of course. If you're watching along for your loved one, your friend, hopefully they're on the leaderboard here as we go through the scores as they stand. Let's go for the leaderboard now and have a look at the 14th hole here at Pennant Hills Golf Club. Also ranked 14. It's a par 3. 152 from the back, 136 from the front. You can see plenty of sand around this par 3. Not the biggest green. So certainly still a challenge for all players, no matter the rating of this one. You can see a nice little water feature in the background as well.
Sorry, I got into someone's shot. Someone was just sitting behind me.
This is our 6th group of the day. Can't give you the names at the moment, but they're playing this 14th hole. We'll get Mark Hayes on the scene very shortly. He's heading over to this green. Nice looking putt here, tracking and just moving slightly. Really starting to heat up out there. Expected top of 31 degrees today at Pennant Hills, so players will be feeling it, and humidity as well given the rain during the week. See if this gentleman can finish this one off. He's just missed on the right hand side there. Downhill, probably a little bit right to left here, and again, just on the edge. Seen a few of those on this hole. Last player of the group. Yeah, that's a nice putt. See Mark Hayes in the background there. He's made his way to the 14th green, so when he's in position and checked in and ready to go, we'll go down to Mark and see what's happening down on the 14th. Let us know if you're down there, Mark.
Yeah. As you mentioned, sure, earlier on, I'm warming up for the longest day in golf in a few weeks, and walking around Pennant Hills is doing me a world of good.
Well, you're warming up for it because it's fairly warm as well, I believe.
Oh, it's not too bad. I mean, it's a beautiful spring day, but it's not crazy hot. But it is a good walk, Pennant Hills. You know, you've walked it, which is a good thing for golfers, I believe.
So this is.
So I think.
Looks to the flags moving a little at the breeze. Is it down breeze from the tee?
So it's a little bit left to right off the tee here. This is another one of the signature holes. There's some great par 3s here at Pennant Hills, and this is another one. It looks, when you're up on the tee block, like it's really close, and it's actually much further than it appears. So pin's cut in the sort of, well, it's almost central, but it's back left, which brings the bunker on the left side into play if you're going to be aggressive. That said, if you can just carry the bunker and also with a backboard behind the flag, it should trickle into a very scoreable position if you're bold enough and successful enough here off the tee. So just trying to find out the lie of the land here, and the ball just doesn't land about 2 feet from my foot here. So we're getting right in the middle of the action. But I believe this is the group of Andrew Sutton, James Vidler, Josh Boaz and Max Duffy-Smith. I apologise if I'm wrong, but I'm just trying to catch up here, having moved out to the 14th green. We're going to try to get as many players as we can through on the coverage here of the Pennant Hills Centenary Open.
Well, I think that was James Vidler potentially. I think he was wearing a wide bring hat.
Beautiful looking shot here, Shura. Shura. Oh, wow.
I can only see the tee shot. I can't see where that's finished, but I certainly saw the shot.
Oh, that's landed about 3 foot behind the hole and just started to spin back towards it and stopped. So that's a brilliant tee shot, and I think a sign of what we might see in the next few groups is some of the, I guess, more likely contenders start pushing through the 14th hole here. So I'll endeavour to get some names and some scores here as the guys approach the 14th green. But that was a spectacular tee shot and was finished within 18 inches of the cup. So I think we're going to see some great golf here in the next hour or so.
We'll be seeing our feature group that we followed a fair bit in a few holes' time, but we'll wait and see whether Jai Picken is still maintaining the 4 under position that he was in after 9. We can see here, as Hazy said, I think this could be the group of Vidler, Sutton, Boaz and Duffy Smith. There's Joshua Boaz up there alongside James Vidler. So Boaz came 2nd at the NT Classic, 3rd at the NT Amateur. He's a Moore Park Club champion 22 and 23. And he's represented the Northern Territory as a junior golfer as well when he was based in Alice Springs. Meanwhile, this guy here, if it's James Vidler, was the 2021 club champion at Muirfield and runner-up in this year. He's been playing 20 years. Must have overshot the green here slightly next to Marquez. Almost played off Marquez's foot if he wants to. I apologise, he's having a look now. What are we seeing here, Hazy? What do you see for this shot?
This is another really difficult shot in the deep Kikuyu here behind the 14th green. I'm going to have to whisper here, do some Ted Lowe work, Shura.
As I mentioned, this is James Vidler. He's runner-up this year at the Muirfield Golf Club champs. He's unfortunately fatted that one.
Yeah, I think the problem for him there was not he fatted it so much as if it had gotten away from him at all, it would have run right down the front of the green, because it's like the north face of the Eiger coming down here from where he is. He's got still probably a metre to clear the worst of the Kikuyu, then onto the fringe, and then it's straight downhill to the flag, and only about 4 or 5 metres on from the back of the green here, or off the back of the green from where he's coming. So this is a really high risk shot that he's adopting here. This is a putter from the deep Kikuyu still, so he has to judge this really, really well. And he's given it a fair nudge. I think that's going to run past if it doesn't hit the cup.
Yeah.
That's the big problem there. If you play from the Kikuyu and don't judge it with the putter, it can get away really quickly.
What shot would you like to see there? What would you like to see a player like that play? What's less risk?
Well, I'm probably thinking that an 8 handicapper shouldn't give too much advice to these guys, but that said, I think you have to take the Kikuyu out of play as soon as you can, which means taking a lofted club. So to me, I'd be hitting a lob wedge and trying to get it on the as close to the green as you possibly could have before it hits the green and speeds away. So, but as I said, sure, you don't want advice from an 8 handicapper.
Well, we can only give our opinion. We don't have to say that we'd be able to actually play the shot.
That's true. I can see what I'm meant to do. In my head, I'm about a +7 handicapper. I should be pretty good at this game.
Well, we were talking about eclectic scores.
Yeah, and have you come up with an answer for me yet on Tony Gresham's eclectic best score around here?
I want to say 22 under.
Which would be phenomenal. That would be 49, and that would be phenomenal by any measure. What if I told you that if you lopped another 10 off it, you're still not quite there?
You're joking.
I just think this is arguably the most amazing statistic in Australian golf among millions. Tony Gresham's best eclectic score around here at Pennant Hills.
Oh.
That's a magnificent up and down there. I'm pretty sure that's Josh Boaz, and that's a sensational up and down for a par.
It is Josh Boaz, and we were talking just quickly about Moore Park, you know, being a premium golf facility in Australia. He was the champion 2 times last year and this year, so he knows it all too well.
Yeah, he'd be disappointed with what's going on there, and that's a beautiful shot there. I'm pretty sure that's Andrew Sutton, and he's cashed in on a magnificent approach shot there from the tee shot here on the 14th. Sort of kicking a birdie there. So, yeah, just back to Tony Gresham just quickly. 35, sure, is the answer. So he was 36 under par, his eclectic score. So 35 eclectic, which was comprised of 2 eagles on 16 of the holes. He managed not to make a hole-in-one on one of the par 3s. I'm not sure which one. I think it was the 6th that he didn't eagle. But he did manage an albatross elsewhere on the course. I think it might have been the 5th. I'm not 100% sure about that, but he did counter his lack of a hole-in-one with an albatross. So 36 under par, 35 eclectic score, and I think that's the single most amazing statistic in Australian golf from a legend of not only Pennant Hills but from Australian golf. And Tony Gresham, from memory, a 25-time club champion, didn't lose here between, I think, 1964 and 1980, I think, from memory. So as we see another great tee shot here, we're going to see plenty of these here in the next few minutes.
Goodness me.
That's awesome. Nice little clap here from the assembled masses, and this is the group of Chase Thorpe, Will Hoven, David Ferguson and Jackson Fennell. So we'll catch up with who's doing what here in a second.
Well, I think Chase Thorpe is fairly high on the leaderboard at the moment, so we'll get an idea of where he's going.
Great. And the wind's really started to spring up here a little bit, Shura. So now back into these guys' faces off this tee. So just started gusting a bit in the last 3 or 4 minutes. You see some leaves flutter across the green. And it's picked up appreciably in the last couple of minutes. It's coming our way, but a bit short, might be in the bunker, and that's the spot you don't want to be on this course, on this hole.
Looked like he hit that a little higher, might have caught a bit of that wind.
Yeah, it definitely gusted as he was on the tee there, so... What was your take when I told you 35 for his eclectic score? What was your take when your first thought?
It's like guessing someone's age. You try and be polite, but I mean, if you go back and think about it, and you think about every hole in this golf course, firstly, if you birdied every hole, that's a fantastic effort. So the idea that you could eagle that many of them plus albatross, I mean, it's quite extraordinary.
Yeah, one of the all-time greats of Australian golf. A lot of talk that, you know, he might be the best career amateur that's ever not decided. He'd be in the top 4 or 5 anyhow, definitely, who's ever played golf in Australia and not turned pro, Tony Gresham. And I know the club is extremely proud of him and every right to be here as this tee shot's flared out to the right.
Is there a reason behind? Can you tell us a bit about why he never went pro?
I think back in the day, it just wasn't a fait accompli that you get good and you make that transition. And all these guys here, once they get to sort of +2, +3, +4, and they're 17, 18, 19 years of age, that's what they're told, that's what they're thinking, that's what they want to do, and the big money's there on offer. I don't think the money was necessarily on offer for Tony Gresham's generation. He was at the peak of his game probably, I'd say early 70s maybe, was at the peak of his powers, and he played a lot of Eisenhower Cup golf for Australia, and that was a great lure, and he was professionally active around here, not as a golfer, just otherwise employed, and just never really happened for him, and he was very happy to play the amateur circuit, get to take up the opportunities that you can continue to have as an amateur golfer. You forego those when you take up the professional game, and that's true for young guys and girls today as well. So it's it's a choice to make, and he decided that his lifestyle was better suited to play the amateur game, and it's a loss for the professional ranks of Australia, but he carved out one of the more extraordinary amateur careers anyone's ever had in the 20th century, that's for sure. I mean globally.
Well, we get to talk about him now, and that's the main thing. So he has a serious legacy. As we look at the leaderboard, Mark, and at the moment, Jai Picken looks like he's dropped a shot, so he's back to 3 under, and he's joined at the top of the leaderboard by Chase Thorpe, we just mentioned, who's, I think, on the green that you are at now. Jack Phillips, who also dropped a shot on the 9th, is also at 3 under. So we've got 3 players at 3 under in different points of the course. Blake Phillips himself, well, he's at 1 under. So he's right in the mix. Joshua Boaz, we saw just make that putt. So there's plenty of players in and amongst the top of the leaderboard at the moment. So this is the group of Thorpe, and check in which ball he is and whether he's got a chance to go to right to the top of the leaderboard. 100% sure what hole they started on, but he might be a hole or two ahead or behind of the Picken Phillips group, so I can handle on that moment.
Okay. Yeah, come to
When Hazy's ready, we might go down and check in, and he might have a bit of better indication of who's who and who's playing what and where they stand. Hazy, are you there?
Yeah, I am. I'm just doing a bit of recon here before the boys play. I think it's going to be Chase Thorpe to play from the bunker here. He's doing really, really well today, but he's given himself a hell of a challenge here. Ball is absolutely plugged to complete poached egg Y. Almost subterranean, this ball, and it's downhill after it lands, and it's going to have topspin. So if he can keep this on the green, he'll do really, really well. He'll do well to get it out. Look at the hands. That's a spectacular shot. Really appreciated by the caddies and his fellow players in the group. That's a brilliant shot. That's a 8, 9 out of 10 difficulty there. Ball below his feet, ball plugged downhill as it ran away. And Chase Thorpe's doing a magnificent round today. So just a 16-year-old, would you believe? Sure, from Concord, another one from Concord.
Phenomenal talent, phenomenal. And, you know, we've all, well, those of us who play golf have all been victim of a plugged lie, and there's nothing fun about it, although sometimes it's just close the face and have a go. What's this shot like, Hazy? This looks tricky too.
This is another tricky shot here from Will Hoven, a member of the Glenmore Golf Club. He's probably got 15 metres up to the flag out of the bunker, and also nasty lie, and you had to just really, he's almost bladed that out. And it's gone across the green and into the, I guess, the second cut of Kaikiu, and he's going to be coming down the cliff again. So nasty set of events here for Will Hoven. He's going to be doing really well if he can scramble a bogey, because that is a seriously fast shot that he's got coming down now.
I feel like we've given the example here today with, well, the par threes that we've shown that, you know, there's nothing to be said about par threes being easy. You can get yourself in a lot of trouble, particularly, well, when there's bunkers, but also, you know, missing into thick rough around pins where there's slopes and quick greens.
Yeah, it's the beauty of Pennant Hills. We can see the scores are here to be made, and you just heard that story about Tony Gresham. And, you know, there are scores here to be made. If you can put the ball in the right corner of the greens, even we saw on the 9th a few minutes ago, the uphill putts even from off the green are very makeable, but you get on the wrong side of these cups with downhill putts and curling putts, it can be brutal, not to mention the Kaikiu grass that we're going to see Will Hoven play out of in a minute. But for now, this is Chase Thorpe for a par, having splashed out of that bunker. Curling putt from his right to left, it's going to go under. I'm going to try and track Chase Thorpe down here for a couple of words if I can, so just excuse me for a second.
All right, we'll watch him finish off for what appears to be a bogey. He will drop back a shot there, I'd say, to 2 under. Get to Hazy shortly when he meets Chase and has a chat to him if he's up for it. This hole is proving to challenge this group, no doubt. Look at that. Ball down in that Kikuyu grass. Let's see what he can do here. Nice little bit of touch. Not much more he can do there. It's going to run away from him down the hill. We might check in with Mark Hazel. He might be with Chase now.
Yeah, thanks. Joined by Chase Thorpe here on the side of the 14th. Chase, that was a tough time to join you after that bunker lie there.
Yeah, it was plugged. Kind of knew it was going to be plugged with how it flew in the bunker, but yeah, that's all right. Bounce back with birdie on the next, hopefully.
That's the intention, isn't it? Just to keep your positivity.
Yeah, yeah.
So you're 2 under through 14 holes, or you've actually probably played 15 now, I suppose. But things are going pretty well.
Yeah, I'm hitting it good and putting well, but yeah, we'll just see how it goes. Still plenty of holes.
What's your plan of attack from here? Do you go hard at it, or do you just keep doing what you're doing?
Just keep doing what I'm doing. I'm going pretty hard at it. Anyway, so yeah, we'll see how it goes.
You guys from Concord, there's something about you. You're all aggressive.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just course is set up decently hard, but greens are soft, so it allows you to go up pins and yeah, get plenty of spin.
What's been the highlight of your day today so far?
Oh, probably the eagle on 12. Hit a good shot in there, to probably 8 feet, and made the putt. So yeah.
And you're just 16, I believe. So where's amateur golf going to take you in the next couple of years?
Oh, I'm not sure. Hopefully I can end up going pro, but we'll see how we go. Still plenty of practice and plenty of time.
How good to be here at Pennant Hills?
Oh yeah, it's great. Course in perfect condition, so it's good.
We'll let you get back at it, mate. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Thanks.
Chase Thorpe.
Oh, very good. Another young talent there, as you said, out of Concord. And I don't know, Hazy, how many 16-year-old male golfers you know who don't go hard at it?
Oh, that's very true. But these guys, once they get into these elite level of golf, they've got to figure out a way to keep scores going as well. So, but you never know who's in their ear telling them just to, make a sensible approach to a hole or not. I don't know. That one there was a tee shot where he's obviously going at the flag, didn't hit it perfectly, and he paid a price. So that's, you live by the sword, you die by the sword.
Well, they learn very quickly, don't they? And the punishment, well, it is a bogey there. He's coming off an eagle a couple of holes ago. So it looks like, if you want to look at the scoreboard at the moment, there's ups and downs for everyone, because we've seen eagles and we've seen bogeys and we've seen pars. So it's one of those days you just got to kind of hang on. And Jai Pickin, he was 4 under. I think he's now 3 under. Chase, he moves back to 2 under. So there's a bit of movement, and there's certainly some repositioning on the scoreboard to happen yet before we crown the champion of the day in the Centenary Cup, which we know is delayed over 6 months because of that stormy start in April. As we watch another tee shot here to the 14th, starting on the right-hand side. Is it going to work its way back? It's just going to stop there on fringe. So, Mark, you're back down there on the green. Conditions stay the same in terms of the wind. You feel like it's still a little bit in the face of these guys as they hit?
Yeah, it is. Not as gusting as it was just 2 minutes ago. So it is, that's the word, I suppose, gusting at the moment. And obviously a lot of these guys are protecting against going into that left bunker that we saw Chase in a minute ago and blocking a little right here. So gusting, I think, more than a hard breeze anywhere at the moment. Sure, but it's definitely up more than it was earlier. Can I just commend Chase there? I mean, I've not met Chase before, and just to do an interview middle round as a 16-year-old when you're going well and you're in contention, that's amazing. And to handle himself so well and speak so well of Pennant Hills is a real credit to him, I think. So that's great.
Now, I agree with that. A different generation, though, Chasey. They've grown up with phones and technology, and they're on, all forms of social media and whatnot. But no, I agree with you there, to be on and be able to talk about it, particularly coming off what I would imagine is quite a disappointing bogey for him. Yeah,
that's, I learned very early on in golf journalism. I got a very good lesson from the legendary Kathy Shearer about, approaching players. She said, good play, good behaviour, bad play, bad behaviour. and it's very true when you're in a journalistic sense. And you know, players can be hot and cold based on what they've just done, and it doesn't represent them as a man or a woman. But here's another good-looking shot, just a little long. Gee, that must have looked good from the tee. That was right over the flag. But that's going to be another really testing shot back up here. We saw a few minutes ago one of the guys make a double bogey from back here, even though it's only 12 or 13 metres from the flag. So, yeah, they have grown up. And I think we mentioned earlier on about Jai Picken and Min Woo Lee, the affinity for Min and his ability to handle himself on social media and attract a big following. And I think these guys almost in the back of their head know that if they're going to make something big of a professional career and get the riches that they dream of, they're going to have to do things that take them out of their comfort zone away from golf. And, you know, full credit to Chase there. That's a big, you know, fat bloke wanders up to you and shoves a microphone in your face. He could easily have shied away there. So full credit to him. I really thought that was fantastic.
Well, I can tell you as well, Hazy, a couple of years ago, I had the pleasure of driving a few players around at the Australian Open in a Genesis and did interviews with them in the car. One of whom was an then 18-year-old Min Woo Lee, who was a player on the rise, if you will, to watch. And he handled himself beautifully, and I had no doubt in my mind, well, obviously in a golfing sense, there was a lot of expectation on him, but in terms of as a person and as an interviewer and as, you know, comfort factor, he was very, very good. So it's great to see what he's done and what he's moved on to. But I think, you know, if you've got dreams and aspirations of going professional and working, you know, in this sporting environment, you probably have to expect that at some stage you're going to be giving interviews and being asked about yourself and your game. So, you know, the younger you can get into it and feel comfortable, the better it'll be.
100% agree. And Min's in the top 10 in the world for that already, and he's only growing, so it's fantastic. I'm just going to try and make sense of what's happening with this group here. This is the group with Ji-Chul Jung, Jason Webb, Michael Williams, and a very familiar name to a lot of our viewers, no doubt, Ryan Richards. I think is a past champion here at Pennant Hills, and he's from a very famous Pennant Hills family. So we'll try and get to Ryan in a second.
He says his golfing idol is Dustin Johnson. Not a bad player to emulate. Hard swing to emulate, though, particularly with that wrist.
Yeah, that's a unique swing to try to get a hold of there, and that was a brilliant bunker shot there. I think Jung, I'm not 100% sure, but that's probably not a dissimilar position to the last group where we saw the ball bladed across the green by Will Hoven. So he's done really, really well there to give himself a good chance at par.
They say JC Jung is, well, he's had a casual 5 under on Wednesday in the lead up to today, so hopefully that's in the back of his mind. He was actually at the top of the, well, not near the top of the leaderboard early on the round too.
He looks pretty composed here, and we see good hands there.
Good. Yep. Got the Callaway Paradigm in the bag there. It's a nice club. I'm sure he hits it better than me.
Delightful touch these guys are showing around this green.
Beautiful. Is that Michael Williams, is it?
I'm just going to check with Ryan here. Hang on a second, guys.
So it's either Michael Williams, Jason Webb here.
Yeah, this is Michael Williams.
Gotcha.
And he's just played a shot that, had it flown 3 more inches, would have been trickling just past the cup, but as it is, landed on the flat bit of that fringe, and it stopped dead in its tracks in the Kaikuyu, and now he's faced with that brutally fast putt stroke chip down the green here. This isn't as problematic as the one earlier, which was in the deeper stuff, so
he got to plus 6.1 this year, and equaled the unofficial course record at Randwick Golf Club. So can obviously play golf exceptionally well, Hazy.
Yeah, 6.1. it defies belief, really.
What defies belief? I think what
massive.
defies belief for the mere mortals is the plus 6.1 isn't, it's not good enough to be close to the professional ranks. That's what is always staggering to understand as he puts it almost in the hole, is just how good the professionals are, because these guys are phenomenal golfers, and then you've got the next step and the next step and then the elite. It's quite extraordinary, really.
It is extraordinary. I think that they figured out in John Rahm's hot run a couple of years ago that his GA handicap would have been plus 10 or plus 11 or something like that. So while it's impressive to say plus 6, it's still a bit of a light year up to that level of the absolute elite in the world of golf.
Yeah. Are we looking at Ryan Richards here, I think, or is it Jason Webb?
No, this is G.
Oh, this is JC. Sorry.
Yeah. And this would be for a spectacular up and down here. I'm going to try and get to Ryan Richards if I can. He's going to be still to putt. This is Chung, another member here. Big curling putt, and he hasn't given it enough respect. And after a fantastic bunker shot, he's let it go there with a bogey, unfortunately. I'll try to get to Ryan after he putts this. For now, Michael Williams has got this for a bogey 4. And walks it in.
It's a good putt.
That was a beautiful putt, and he knew it as soon as he hit it, which is great.
As you said, he had a tricky spot, and he was only mere centimetres from playing an incredible second. So, although he's got bogey, he can be pretty happy with what could have been disaster.
I'll try and get to Ryan here for you, mate.
All right, well, we can see Ryan putting his club back in his bag. We might get a chat with Hazy if he can get a second as they walk off the back of the 14th there.
We're going to be brief here, sure. Ryan's got to get to the next tee, but you're on a bit of a roll here. A couple of birdies lately.
Yeah, I'm just feel like I've been playing well the whole day. Just a couple of dumb bogeys to start, but just feel like I've settled in nicely now.
What is your total at the moment?
Even par at the moment.
You think you can still make a run at it here?
Yeah, a couple. I got 15, 16, 17 all wedges, and then par 5 on the first. So hopefully, a couple more birdies in. Never know.
And you've done it here before, haven't you? You've got great success at your home club here.
Yeah, I have. Yeah. I've had a bit of a rough patch recently, but the last couple of weeks I've started to find my swing again. So, yeah, get in there, but. Yeah, hopefully you can finish well.
You must be pretty proud of your club, the way it's come up for this event, especially so soon after the original rained-out version.
Yeah, course is looking great. Like fairway's probably the best I've ever seen them, really. Greens, considering the rain and stuff, they're still rolling really nicely, and yeah, course is looking great.
Get into it, mate. A few more birdies ahead. Thank you.
Thanks, mate. See you later.
Ryan Richards.
Another very well-spoken young man there, junior champion in 2023, and runner-up last year, and then club champion 2022 and runner-up this year, so that he's got experience in that position. Let's have a look for the first time today. Apologies we haven't had it, but the women's leaderboard there, Sienna Clark, who came very, very close to hitting a hole-in-one early in the round, and in fact went close at 9 as well. She's even with the card after 11, so she's having a great day out. Sahara, Hillman, Varma, 2 over, and then Belinda G. There she is at 4 over, and as Hazy's mentioned, as we've gone out She's burnt the hole a couple of occasions. She's probably had a few opportunities to be a bit better than she is, but you know, a few holes to go, and she might be able to catch her playing partner in Sienna Clark and Michelle Bang there as well, also playing alongside Belinda and Sienna. She's at 5, and Mary Spear also at 5. So the focus group that we've had, all 4 of them are in the top 5. So that's great to see. And if you're looking out for friends, family, here you go. This is the leaderboard as it stands for the women out there. The Pennant Hills Golf Club Centenary Open. What a beautiful day for it. What a fantastic event. So great for this club. It's a historic part of golf in New South Wales, and anyone who's played there knows just how stunning this course is. So it means a lot to the club. Obviously it means a lot enough to do a telecast like this so that people can see just how good it is. It's really fantastic that they invest in things like this so that people can tune in, check out the golf being played, and we've seen some fantastic golf. There you go, Jack Phillips, the lone leader at the top of the leaderboard at the moment, 3 under. Blake Phillips, namesake, well, he's now jumped into second position alongside Jai Picken, who's dropped a couple of shots there. So it is anyone's game at the moment. Chase Thorpe, we just saw as well, a 16-year-old. He's also at 2 under. So you can see 6 players within 2 shots of each other. Jack Phillips is the man to chase. And then behind them, there's a number of players even with the card, and then a couple just 1 over. So we're going to have a fascinating last few holes before we change, and I was going to say before we crown the champion here of the Centenary Open at Pennant Hills Golf Club. Go back to the tee on the 14th. Women's group here. What a beautiful shot that is. Try and get the names here of who's playing, but that was certainly a fantastic tee shot there. She was wearing a Golf New South Wales shirt there, so obviously a New South Wales representative. Might go down to Mark Hayes, who's watching them live come to this green. What are you seeing, Hazy?
Another good one coming in here too, as well, from this, I guess the second marquee group of the women, and this contains the very much in contention Sahara Hillman Varma, another player from Concord, is going really well today. You mentioned the Golf New South Wales shirt. There's always a team, sure, as I'm sure many of the listeners know, there's always a team that represents the state at junior and senior level, but behind that is a high performance squad as well. So many of the clubs, Pennant Hills, Concord, Avondale, the Australian, New South Wales, the bigger clubs, the power clubs within Sydney Metropolitan Pennant, or Pennants I should say here, provide a lot of members of an elite squad, and that we see that tee shot go well over the back. That's actually gone out onto the 15th fairway, which is, while it doesn't sound as good, it's going to give her a much better chance of flopping something up for a second shot here than it would have been in the deep Kikuyu behind the green. So I'm going to have to identify these players as they walk up. This is the group of Desiree Herden, Jessica Sherry and Anne Aldridge, all of Pennant Hills, and of course Sahara Hillman Varma from Concord. So
I think this might be Anne Aldridge
sure
here.
And she's got sort of a slightly abbreviated swing, and I think she might have found the front left bunker here, sure, which is going to be a real test for her.
We saw Chase Thorpe in that bunker.
Speaking of tests, I'm not sure if the cameras have caught it or not, but there's a lone figure out in the middle of this fairway, allegedly playing the group, the hole behind, but it's our leader, Jai Picken, who's found himself way left on 13. He's going to have to play a big high shot, flop shot over the trees and bunkers back on the 13th as well, the par 4, which is down the hill and around the corner to the right. And he's obviously tugged his drive way left here, trying to get up near the green off the tee. And I'm not sure if the cameras have got him. I think they have.
Yeah, we're on it. We're on him now, and if the scores are correct that we just saw, Hazy, he's actually dropped 2 shots, so he's back at 2 under alongside Blake Phillips, and it's actually Jack Phillips at 3 under at the moment, who looks like he's leading. So this is a pretty important shot for Jai.
It is, and I'll try and gauge it. I won't be able to. Oh, yes, I can see if I run across through the trees here. Pin's cut on the right side of that green. He's played an absolute cracker from where I'm standing. It looks like it's going to be a birdie putt still from being way, way, way out here on the left side of his intended line, but he's put it back up within a birdieable range, I'd suggest, from my long-range vantage point here. Sure.
Well, if you've never made a birdie from the opposite fairway, you've never played golf, as far as I'm concerned.
I've been on a lot of opposite fairways. I just haven't made a lot of birdies from them, that's all.
That's true. I shouldn't say birdie. Maybe approach to green from an opposite fairway is a better way of putting it. As we watch these women come to their ball. So some good young talent here in this group as well, Hazy.
Oh, there's some fantastic talent. And to get the opportunity, this is the thing that we mentioned before, that when Pennant Hills puts on these elite tournaments like this, it gives particularly the young women, the chance to, oh, that's a brilliant bunker shot here.
Wow, look at this.
I think that's Anne Eldridge, and it's one of the best bunker shots you'll see from that cavernous bunker there at the front left of this 14th green.
Is she a member here, Hazy? I don't know if we can find that out, because I feel like that was someone who knew where they needed to put the ball.
That's a very good assessment, and yes, she is. Only of this foursome, only Sahara Hillman Varma is not a member at Pennant Hills. So she's a member at Concord, and the rest are members here.
I think this is Desiree Herden. Let's see if this grips. Oh, it didn't quite. Probably need to be a bit higher there, Hazy. What do you think?
The shot needed to be higher, if that's what you mean, definitely, because it needed to land softly. So I'm going to go and try and get some information here from one of the caddies, who's looking very coy as I wander around to her.
Well, if it's Desiree, she's been playing since she was 11, and her idols are Hannah Green and Victor Hovland, who she says is going to be her future husband. So you just better find out, Hazy, how that's going. Good putt, wanted to turn, and not sure if that's Jessica Sherry or Sahara Hillman Varma, but that's a lovely shot there.
Sorry, this is in the blue shirt here, Shura. This is Sahara Hillman Varma.
Yep.
Who's got a putt. She's even with the card, and she's got a putt to go 1 under here, which will put her right in the thick of things. So I'm pretty sure that was Jess Sherry. Excuse me if I get that wrong. I think that was Jess Sherry cleaning up for par there. And this will be a really, really important putt here for Sahara Hillman Varma. So this is about 5 metres, Shura, and it's about 4 or 5 balls outside the right edge. Will turn hard late to her left.
Oh, what a good putt that was.
Oh my! What a great roll without going in. That's finished on the left of the cup from where she was standing and missed on the right, and you can't do much more than that. Finish 5 inches behind the ball, behind the cup.
I was going to say, you can't be upset with a putt like that when it turns behind the hole. It means you've given it every chance.
Yeah, and I'll try to get to her here. I'm not sure where her concentration level is. She might not want to chat, but I'll have a crack and see how we go.
Watch Desiree Herden here. Long one back up. She was on the fairway behind, so let's see if she can somehow make par. Extraordinarily good. Wow.
She's just shrugging her shoulders, sure. I think she can't believe that went in herself, so that's amazing.
Well, that's golf. Take the good with the bad, and you know, sometimes you make those long ones. plenty of times. When you're me, you don't, but she can be very happy with that. Now, Anne, this would be a lovely up and down, as we talked about, the only member in this group. She would know this green very, very well, I imagine.
Oh, it's a pity. I might just ask Sahara here if she'll have a chat for 2 seconds. I won't interrupt her too much, but excuse me for 2 seconds.
Let's see if Mark Hayes can get Sahara Hillman-Varma, who just missed her birdie putt there, but is playing a fantastic round. Mark, did you manage to get it?
I did, sure. Sahara Hillman-Varma. That's a great round of golf you're playing. You must be very excited.
Yes, we're having a great day. Course is in good condition.
That you couldn't have put a much better putt on that without it dropping in.
Yeah, true. It's unfortunate, but it's all right. It's a good 3, so.
How do you like Pennant Hills? Have you played here much?
Last time I played here was about 6 years ago. One of my personal best rounds at the time. But no, I'm pretty happy with my round today. And yeah, I love the course. So.
What do you find that suits your eye? Because you're obviously compiling a pretty good score.
I don't know, just...
Yeah, it just suits your eye. It's as simple as that.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know. It's just a good day. Felt good. Have my best friend caddying for me.
She looks like she's got you under control, giving you some good numbers.
That's right, yep.
What's your tactics from here on in the last few holes?
Just have fun, not think about too much. A lot of the time I get stressed in the last few holes when I'm having a pretty smooth game, so I'm just going to try to keep my head, you know, level-headed and try not to get upset.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll be fine. You've got some great club mates from Concord here, probably great to lean on them for some experience too.
Yes, that's right. We have a great support team, so yeah, it's great to have everyone out today.
Yeah. Awesome. We'll let you go. Congratulations. Keep it up.
Thank you.
Sahara Hillman-Varma.
Oh, what a lovely girl. Great attitude. Big smile as we watch Jai Picken. He's dropped a couple of shots since we last saw him. Has he left this one? Oh, above the hole, and it's just trickling back a little bit. That's a nice looking shot there, Mark. Kobe Carruthers here. He's also managed to get himself back into a pretty good position here. Let's see what he can do. Good turn on the ball there. Hazy, what are you seeing for Kobe's shot here? It looks like it's going left.
A little left, and we nearly invoked some insurance policies for our cameraman there. That's gone long and left, right out where the action is with our intrepid cameraman.
He's not happy with himself. I know. I can't see if Blake Phillips has played his shot yet. Can you confirm if he has?
Well, I was doing that interview and I missed a couple of things here, I think, but we've got one on the green, that one of Carruthers has just gone long and left, and Zach Mullins is still, he's on the tee now, so I'm imagining that Jai's still to play.
No, Jai's played. Jai's the one on the green, so Blake must have missed the green, and here goes Zach Mullins. What's he done?
And he's followed Carruthers out to that long and left position.
Yep.
So I can only see one on the green here, so that I'll try and track down Jai's for you now, but I've got sidetracked obviously chatting to Sahara there, so
I'm pretty sure
we'll come back to you in a second.
Great, no worries. Well, it's an important one, I must say, though, because at this point, both Jai Picken and Blake Phillips were before the last hole on 2 under. I'm not sure. You did say that Jai might have been in a birdie position on the last hole. We don't know whether he's made that or not, but either way, he is on the green. We saw his shot above the hole, spun back a little. Blake Phillips walking to his ball with his caddy, who I believe is his father, and I reckon he might be off the green. So this could be a pretty important swing hole here, depending on where everyone sits. Let's have a look at the leaderboard. So it is, in fact, well, Blake and Jai at 3 under at the top there alongside Jack Phillips. So we've got a ball game on our hands when it comes to the finish of this tournament. We love this. And as I said, where they are on the green right now is going to be very important to what happens in the next few holes. Lumanis has come hard late, so he's at 2 under after 13. Chase Thorpe, well, he's dropped another shot, unfortunately, after we saw him last. He's at 1 under. Otai Kim at 1 under as well. So, and then it's Richards, Cruz, and Lamb at even. Plenty of golf to be played, plenty of swings to be had. It only takes a birdie here, an eagle there, a drop shot for things to change dramatically. But at the moment, we've got 2 Phillips at 3 under and Jai Picken at 3 under as well.
Okay, so I'm back with you if you like, Shura.
Please talk us through what's happening down there on the 14th, Hazy.
So Blake Phillips, who I really, really like his pace of play, he's very slick between the shots and the next one. So he's in position to go. I assume he's next. He's probably the furthest from the hole, and he's just doing some engineering work about what he's got to land on. But he's just past pin high, but he's a good 25 metres to the right. So he's almost, he might even be on that next, the 15th fairway, not far, where we saw Desiree Herden a minute ago. He's got a big lofted flop shot coming up here, and he's hit it fat badly. Oh, that's a critical moment, Shura. That was fat. We talked before about things catching in the grass. That was not. That was just a fat shot there, unfortunately. That's a big moment for Blake Phillips because he had to play something pretty precise, and he was endeavouring to do that. He's hit the ground behind the ball, and he only managed about halfway to the green itself. So still got a very delicate ball pitch for his third coming up. That's a big moment in this Centenary Open.
We just saw that at the back of the screen. We didn't quite see it exactly, but I could see the ball just finish in that fringe area. And we've got Kobe Carruthers on screen now.
And he's got the impossible shot out of the deep Kikuyu. Not to play the shot, but to stop it anywhere near the flag is just too big an ask coming down that hill. I don't think the cameras will give you any inkling of how steep that is. So he played a nice flop shot there. Played a nice flop, but it's just still run 4 or 5 metres past. And the same problem here is confronting Zach Mullins.
Oh, he's opening his face. I don't
New South Wales.
possibly open the face any more than what he's just done. Pretty good shot.
That was almost flat, wasn't it? The club face on the ground, and it landed perfectly, and it's still 4.5, 5 metres past. So
it's amazing to see how many players have overcooked this green. I don't know whether the wind's tricky or it's just a small green.
I think they're guarding against the left front bunker, to be honest with you. So they know they've got to carry it, so they hit it long, or they block it to the right. That's the catch if you don't hit it well. So you see a lot of misses away from the nastiest spot, if that makes sense. And they're trying to keep it out of the short left issues. They're finding issues long and right. So Blake Phillips there didn't play a great third either, and he still left himself the best part of, I would say, 4 metres still to come for what would be a bogey putt. So this is turning into an absolutely pivotal hole here for Blake Phillips. He's approached it having... Yeah, he told us on the 10th tee that he wanted to get to 4 under on this side and see where the cards fell after that. And he was obviously making ground towards that target, but he's given himself a real uppercut here, unfortunately.
And the flip side of that is his playing partner in Jai Picken has a birdie putt, which would take him to 4 under. So it could be a big swing here as Zach Mullins plays his par putt. Good looking putt.
A nice roll, just too far past. I mean, his error there is, as we've seen all day, if you make an errant tee shot here, you pay the price down the line. And Mullins didn't put much of a foot wrong after his tee shot, but still walks away with a bogey.
He moves to 3 over, so tough day for him, fortunately.
Now Carruthers with almost the identical putt, Shura.
Little bobble there. I just caught him. Just bobbled off the face. I don't know if you saw that, Hazy. I don't know if it hit something or the way he hit it.
Yeah, it took a little bounce. The first couple of rolls didn't quite hit the ground running, and this is indicative of the issue that Blake Phillips has given himself here, that he's still outside Jai Picken. This is for a bogey. Good. He's pushed it. He's pulled it left. And that's an inexplicable double bogey there for Blake Phillips, having worked his way back to the lead. He's going to drop 2 shots there, back to 1 under, and he's headless, absolutely headless as he walks off here.
Well, you would be. You see an opportunity slip, but not just that. You know you're playing with the person who's also now potentially going to be 3 shots away. So let's see what Picken can do. This would be really putting a gap in it. Of course, Jack Phillips also at 3 under, but for Picken, the very least he can walk to the next tee knowing that he's 3 shots ahead of... Now Another man in his group. Let's have a look here.
About 5 inches outside right edge here. All about the speed. Beautiful putt.
What a putt.
I think if Jai Picken has to pay us to get this video today, he's going to pay an absolute squillion to get this video.
He would.
Absolute squillion.
Now, you didn't see it, Hazy, but on the screen in the background, you could just see Blake Phillips walking probably 30, 40 metres away. He turned around, saw the putt drop and turned straight back and kept walking. It's, you know, I know they're mates, but this is a competition, and it's just that those little things you can see that you catch, and it says a lot. It just would, both, he'd be happy for Jai, I'm sure, but inside he'd be very disappointed with what he's just done.
Well, we didn't see what ended up happening up on the 13th green beforehand when Jai played that big escape shot from the 14th fairway across. So I don't want to speak of what happened up there. I've got no idea. But when you're Blake Phillips and you've made a bit of a comeback and you've got your man on toast and he's way out on the other fairway, and then 10 minutes later you're 3 shots behind him on the leaderboard, it's a tough pill to swallow. I can assure you of that.
It's demoralising, yeah, that's absolutely right. But you know what? In this game, it's all about keeping a level head. He's got plenty of holes to play. He knows he's got the ability to do it. He's a very, very accomplished golfer, and he's just got to keep his level head now. You don't want to lose it. The fact of the matter is, he would look at Jai, and I'm sure you can think to yourself, well, he's missed shots as well. It is possible. So let's have a look at what's going on at the moment. The leaderboard, well, it's Jack Phillips who's got to 4 under. I don't think we've updated that slightly, so Jai is also at 4 under. Blake there, well, unfortunately he's dropped another shot, so I think he might be at 1 under there, but we'll double check that as we look down the leaderboard at the moment. You can see they've got Jai after 13. He's just played the 14th, so I think we can say Jai's at 4 under. Check on the other scores, but this is what we're looking at the moment. Well, as we look at the leaderboard, the women's leaderboard, well, there's been some movement there. Sienna Clark from even to 2 over, which means Sahara Hillman-Varma, she is right in the mix at 3 over. Belinda G at 4 over and Michelle Bang at 5 over. So right now, certainly anyone's game in the women's side. It is the same in the men's. So getting to an interesting climax here at the Pennant Hills Golf Club Centenary Open. 100 years of an extraordinary golf club doing amazing things, and it is in beautiful condition for today's event as well. As Mark Hayes will attest to, he's out there on the course seeing what players are seeing, and we've seen some great golf. We're set for a couple of amazing holes to bring it all to a close. Where are you, Mark Hayes?
Just behind the 14th green here, still with the feature women's group, and hard to put a finger on the scores. I'm getting conflicting reports of the score of Sienna Clark. She just made a double back there on the 13th, so that's obviously problematic for her score. I was told that she might be 2 over, but then I was told that that might have dropped her back to level par, so jury's out. We're just going to try and figure that out in a minute. She's unaware of herself. She's just in that little zone, and I won't be able to interrupt her a little bit, but this here is for a 2. 3 birdie putts coming up here for our feature women's group. Some issues for Mary Spear. She's already 3 and not in the hole. In fact, still a distance from the hole. So this putt here for Sienna Clark for a birdie. About 25, 28 feet. Curling from her right to left.
She's hit it hard. It's not too bad. An uphill finish for her, but I tell you what, if that's the case, she could be putting here to stay atop the leaderboard. So she's obviously put together a really nice round.
She's got a habit of winning too, Shura. Like she's when she's contended, she's done really well in Mollywalk and Bathurst and other places, and she's represented Australia on behalf of Jack Newton Golf. She's done really well. When she puts her name up the top, she normally sees the finish line and fires towards it. Unfortunately, might be just coming a little bit unglued here for Mary Spear on this deceptively difficult par 3 14th. She was right of the bunkers, chipped it into the bunkers, laid out, and then a double bogey 5 after 2 putts there. So not a great hole for the Kiwi. As she said to us before, she wasn't expecting a result here, but she'd done so well to sort of stay in contention for so long, but it's come apart here. Now Belinda G, who's left herself in a really good position here, uphill for her 2. Will break from her left to right as it loses speed. She want to hit it pretty firmly.
Another important putt in the context of this tournament, because if she makes this, just move up the board. No, not quite. A few putts like that today, Hazy.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine what her score might have been had the putter behaved itself a little better. But she's very... You wouldn't want to play poker against Belinda G. You wouldn't know what was going on because she's always very level-headed. Just about to finish her commerce degree, I think, at Sydney University, and she's a delightful young woman. Beautiful golfer, and if that putter warms up at all, she's still in this up to her eyeballs. Now Michelle Bang. Beautiful tee shot over the flag to this position. Don't know if she's given that enough, Shura.
No. I'm upset with that. Good look at it too.
Now this, apologies without knowing her exact overall score, is a very big moment for Sienna Clark, regardless of whether she's even par or 2 over. This is a critical moment in her tournament here. I think 4 feet in any other situation for her would be almost a gimme. You can tell the extra thought she's putting into this with her caddy. And he was the gentleman who told me that she's dropped the 2 to go back to square. And he seems to be well on top of it all, so I'm thinking that this is to stay square overall. Inside right, inside left rather, and firm. Beautiful putt. Dead centre. That was a really nice putt from Sienna Clark.
All right, so we'll find out the score when you can get back to us on that as we watch G try and finish off her par.
Yeah, this is, you can't give the whole away here. This is just a firm punt, inside right.
Lovely.
And amazingly enough, Shura, it's just the way it's worked out, unless they know more than I do, and I apologise if that's the case, but in a shotgun start, you generally seed them from the first tee onwards. I'm not really sure if this was thought of in this way, but as it's worked out, we've got the co-leader at the tournament in Jack Phillips in the group immediately behind the seeded groups, which is amazingly beneficial for us and all the viewers.
Do you want me to do the ball follow here, mate?
This is our man here. This is Jack Phillips on the tee here at 14. Hot start to his round. It's cooled off a little bit, but he's really hanging it together very well. Starts it up the right, a bit of an abbreviated follow through. And it's long and right. Almost identical position to where we saw Blake Phillips, his namesake, a few minutes ago. So we saw Desiree Herden out there as well. It's on the 15th fairway.
She managed to make par from there, so...
Yeah, not without precedent. It's going to take a really good flop shot to give yourself a realistic chance, though.
Now, I don't know with any certainty, but I'm pretty sure this guy's name is Herden. I don't know if there's any relation to Desiree, but the chance it could be, and that is a lovely looking shot there.
Beautiful shot by Sean Herden. The last time we saw him, he was having making a bit of a meal of the sick. Then he's made amends here for sure. Desiree Herden's from Pennant Hills, and I think that Sean Herden's from Shelley Beach. So chances are they're not related, but I shouldn't say that without any knowledge.
Well, we've got Herdens, we've got Phillips.
Now this is Harry Maguire, who's a member here at Pennant Hills, and I believe, apologies if I get this wrong, but I believe his dad, Damien, is the captain here at Pennant Hills. Very well respected member of the club. Harry's got a great story unfolding not only on the golf course, Shura, amazing times in his sporting life. And I'm not even sure where that ball's landed, to be honest with you. But Harry Maguire was playing, he was on the Sydney Swans AFL list this year, just gone. And I think was let go in the recent off-season period trading, the horse trading that goes on. And he was going to play for Port Melbourne next year in the VFL, but I think Collingwood, the reigning premier, might have just given him a bit of a phone call and said, come down onto the extended list. So he could be part of a premiership squad and a different sport altogether if things pan out for him in 2024.
We might leave you there for a second, Hazy. We're going to have a look at what happened to Chase Thorpe on the 17th here. This was earlier. Obviously, he's right there in the pack of players at the top of the leaderboard. And this was just a few moments earlier on 17 for birdie. He's just missed it. You can see what it means. Coming back to 14 now, and well, at the moment, a man very close to the top of the leaderboard. He's been at the top, but most of the day, Jack Phillips, heading towards Marquez, but he's got a bit of work ahead of him. He's got potentially one of the tougher up and downs, flop shots. We mentioned we saw Desiree Herden play it, but she didn't so much play a flop shot and left it past the pin, but managed to make a very long putt. Hazy, is it sitting nicely? It's in a good part of the fairway on the next hole.
Yes and no. He's got a bit of a downhill stance. His left foot will be below his right, and the ball will actually be above him, its normal position. So it's got its challenges, but it is sitting pretty well. It's almost like it's not far from where the ball landed. It's finished. So good break that it's not soft enough that it could plug, but didn't roll too far, which gives you an indicator of the moisture is still in the ground here. He's got his... In fact, Harry Maguire, right? He's in the bunker. He's about to play. Harry Maguire with a splash shot out. I think he's been in this bunker before. Oh, fantastic shot there. Really nice, just trickles past the cup. I think he'd like to look at that for a long way. Actually, just back out to Jack Phillips on the edge here of the 15th fairway. Sienna Clark walks by. He's got his 60-degree wedge out. He needs to carry this about 12 or 13 metres and then make it stop very, very quickly downhill after it lands. He's nipped it a bit lower than he thought, but it should spin. Look, I think that's a fair to good shot without sort of being exemplary, but that was about the odds-on favourite to where that would finish, I think, unless he flubbed it. So he's given himself probably a 4.5 metre par putt coming up here for Jack Phillips.
We're looking at Jai Picken now on the 15th with another birdie putt. If the score's correct, this could put him to 7 under, and it could be him moving further and further away from the field. Let's see if he can make this birdie. The answer is yes. So he is putting a round together, this young man. Either 6 or 7 under. That's unbelievable golf from him. And he bogeyed the first hole of the day, and since then has been very, very good. So coming back to you, Hazy, on 14. As we watch one of the Phillips, confirmed that they're brothers, should say, Blake and Jack. So they might be different body shapes and sizes and styles of golfer there, Hazy, but they are brothers.
Your research department's better than mine, so well done. This is a 4.5 metre par putt that will move from his left to right, probably 3 or 4 balls. All about speed. He's got a good roll on it. That is a magnificent up and down. Absolutely stellar up and down from Jack Phillips there. I'll bet you if that's his brother wishes he could have done likewise 20 minutes ago, because that was not a dissimilar position and totally different result.
Maybe if you can get a word with him, we can find out about the rivalry between the brothers. There's normally a healthy dose of rivalry between brothers.
Now Harry Maguire here. What would be another amazing par if he can bin it, and he has. That's 2 of the best scrambled pars we've seen on this hole today. Brilliant up and down from the right sand by Maguire.
As you said, we might be seeing more of him, but on a different sporting field, an AFL one, and a famous sporting name as well. There's a Harry Maguire who plays soccer in England, so namesake. We see Hurden.
And he walked that in too, Sean Hurden. That was magnificent too, and he celebrates with the crowd who gives him a bit of love on the side here. That's magnificent. Great golf by the boys there, 1 under on the collective from a group perspective, so really impressive.
Let's have a quick look at the leaderboard now. So it looks like Jai Picken is at 6, at the very least 6 under. He just made a birdie. I'm not sure if that put him to 6 or to 7. And Jack Phillips there, well, it's saying he's on 5 under as well. So some exceptional golf. His brother Blake, 2 under. It looks like it's Jai Picken to catch. He's the man at the moment, sitting at 6 under. You can see just on that first page of the leaderboard, number of players under par. Got 6 of them at the moment, and then a few chasing with an even round at the moment. Playing for the Centenary Cup. On the women's side of the draw, it's also pretty close. We'll have to look at that leaderboard as well. What a great day of golf. Fantastic for the club. There it is, Sienna Clark still holding on just. Sahara Hillman Varmont, what a talented youngster she is. Linda G, she's been thereabouts all day. She'll bang 5 over. Wonderful display of golf, a wonderful display from Pennant Hills, putting on just a fantastic show. At the moment, it's Jai Picken though with a couple of holes to play. He teed off on 1, so we know he's only got a few to go. He's just birdied 15, so with 3 holes to go, what can he do? Can he pull away from the pack, or can one of those gentlemen chasing him pull off something pretty special? Find out in the next 45 minutes or so. As we come to the close here of this tournament, we're going to head on out to 16, 17 and 18 so we can catch the closing stages of both the women's and the men's here. And as you've seen on the leaderboard, it is a close thing. Jai Picken currently holding the lead. And Sienna Clark on the other side. So at the moment, 2 clear leaders, but 3 holes to play. Still plenty of golf to happen. It's not a fait accompli, that's for sure. Well, that looks like Jai Picken walking off the 16th. He's just made another birdie. He's down there with Mark Hayes. Can you find out where are we at? How many birds is he on? What's going on?
Oh, we got an interview.
It's a very cheeky interview here with Jai as he's approaching his last couple of holes. But Jai, I believe that little kick-in birdie there's taking you to 7 under.
Yeah, it has. It has. Got a nice run of birdies going in the back 9, which is nice. But yeah, we keep them going.
And the last thing you want to do is get interrupted by an interviewer, isn't it?
Nah, it's all right when it's too hazy.
He's got it under control here, Jai Picken. 7 under. and he's walking to the 17th tee. So that's a fantastic round he's got in train.
Sounds like he's been hard to beat here, Hazy, with what's going on. Obviously, the chasing pack. Jack Phillips wouldn't have as much of an idea as, say, Blake Phillips, who's playing with him, would. But it's going to take something pretty special, you would think, from Jack Phillips. I know he's at least one shot back, probably two at this point. I think he might be 5 under. So he's probably the only man challenging Jai Pickett at the moment. And when you're in that sort of form, well, it's a matter of making sure you're at very least making par on these last 2 holes. When we go back to Hazy, we might get a little feel on what's to come for Jai Pickett and Jack Phillips in terms of 17 and 18 and just what's ahead of them, because Jai Pickett's a few minutes away from being crowned the champion here at Pennant Hills. But, well, it's not over till it's over as far as golf goes. We know we finish on a par 3. 17, he's walking up to a 340-yard par 4 from the blue. Something that curves from left to right. So we'll see what he can do. He's made some miraculous shots from opposite fairways, out of trees and all sorts of things. And that's what you do when you're playing good golf and leading tournaments, is minimising the damage, scrambling where you can and making the most of good shots. On the women's side of the draw, well, it's going to get interesting towards the end here. Sienna Clark has just dropped a shot, so she's 2 over. Sahara Hillman-Varma, she's 3 over. Belinda G, she's 4 over. Realistically, it really is still anyone's. Michelle Bang even there as well. At 5 over, she could be in the mix. So it only takes a birdie here or there, and a bogey from your opponent, and you're moving up the leaderboard. So we'll keep a close eye on that. It's going to be a good finish on the women's side of the draw as well. Imagine, given the day and the experience that Pennant Hills has put on and the historic nature of this Centenary Open, there'll be a few people around that final green making sure they cheer the players home as they come in. Let's have a look at 18 now. This is Chase Thorpe. If he can make this and get to 2 under, what a great day he will have had. He's just left it under the hole there, and he's angry with himself. Being said, 1 under. He's done that very well. The 16-year-old, he learned plenty out there. He'd be disappointed with himself with that, but either way, 1 under. Fantastic effort by him.
Sorry guys, I didn't know.
Well, off the back of this leaderboard and with plenty happening out on the course, we'll go now to Mark Hayes, who is on the 17th and with our leaders at the moment.
Yeah, sure. I just wanted to keep in mind for all the viewers, just remember that Jack Phillips has started his round on the 18th, so he's only got 2 to play, not 3. And if he's to make some push here, he really has to cash in on the last couple of holes that he has, because he's not going to get to play the par 3 18th. He's already done it first thing this morning. That said, perhaps the last really dangerous shot was just undertaken by our leader, Jai Pickett, and in endeavouring to keep the big score on 17 off the card, which is missing something to the right of this dogleg right, which has got almost a ravine down the right-hand side of a bunker. At the dogleg right is a bunker on the corner, and to the right of that are trees and a ravine. In endeavouring to keep that, I guess, out of play, he's tugged it left here, and I reckon he's going to be either in a tree or immediately behind a tree. He might have got lucky and kicked through, we'll soon find out. But he's given himself one last obstacle here on what would otherwise be a great score. Oh, it actually looks like he's got a really, really good break here as I walk up towards his ball. It's kicked through the branches of a tree that's about 3 metres tall, and it's finished probably one metre past some red bark here, and he's going to have a completely full swing, which is very, very lucky, because that could have easily been an unplayable lie in that tree. As it's turned out, he's got a direct line at the flag, which is amazing, absolutely amazing. It's his day today, I think.
Well, I wonder, Hazy, as well, just quietly, if he realises that the course record is 8 under and he's currently sitting at 7.
Well, I don't think he'd be aware of that. That said, he might have been here the day that Chris Pan shot 63 to equal Cal Nagel, so this is an amazing round that he has got going on. I just want to reiterate some of those scores. The pair of 63s, Cal Nagel, obviously a legend of Australian golf, and he compiled his round, just doing some stats here, on the 22nd of November in 1952. He was out in 32, home in 31 for a total of 63. And on the 23rd of January this year, Chris Pan was out in even par 36 and just shot the lazy matter of 27 on the back 9 to get to 63. So they're the 2 rounds of 63 at this course. I still can't believe Chris Pan shot 27 around here on the back 9, but the key moment here is that Jai Picken bounced his drive into a tree that's probably twice his height, so about 4 metres tall. Went in there pretty hard. From back on the tee, it looked pretty ominous, but it kicked through here. And I tell you, he was all smiles when he saw that it had come through onto the grass off the red bark.
Well, we can see it now.
He's actually
got your view at that. We're directly behind Jai right now, and we can see where the green is. So what's the play for him here? Is it working it off the left, or is he going to come in from the right, given his shot shape?
Yeah, well, his shot shape naturally is in from that right, and that's the prudent way to go here. I don't want to actually close enough to affect his thinking, so I shouldn't do that. But he's 100 metres almost exactly, 101 to the flag, which is in the back left, and there's no way he can really attack this from the left side. He could shoot directly at the flag, but he can't be left of it because there's overhanging trees on the left side, and there's a bunker also guarding it. The prudent shot here is to the right centre of the green from 101 metres. Whether Jai's got the eye of the tiger and tries to rip in a high draw, that remains to be seen. But we'll soon find out what he's thinking, whether he's in defence mode or attack mode. We'll soon find out.
Depends if he wants the course record here, Hazy. Go for it, son.
He's as cool as the other side of the pillow, Jai. He doesn't worry about these sort of things very much. You will notice that his socks have not moved all day. They've been steadfast halfway up the calves. They've been magnificent.
Tony Gresham as well with the course record of 8 under. So illustrious company. We can see this beautiful position to watch this golf shot. Here we go. Our leader at 7 under. See the flag moving a little in the distance as well. See what sort of swing he puts on it.
Yeah, he's played it to the right centre of the green. Just fading a touch, but it's perfect if the distance is good. And it just hangs on the back, I reckon.
Yeah, can just see at the moment. I think it's just hold on.
I reckon that shows you that he's got a bit of adrenaline pumping through there, because the error is long here and he didn't make it, but just with a bit of extra adrenaline running through the veins here, that's probably caused him to hit it a couple of metres further than he otherwise might have. But if you'd offered him that when he walked off the tee, he would have jumped at it.
Absolutely. Not sure where his playing partners are, Hazy. Let's go back to 16 now and have a look at Belinda G. What'd she do here? Oh, it's not a spot you want to be on the tan bark, sitting against the rough there. So that's going to be a very, very tricky shot with the pin where it is. So she might have a look at that when she gets up to it. This is Michelle Bang. Currently at 5 over. Birdie here though, you never know. What's she done? Looks like she's pulled a little left and long, so again. Here's our leader, Sienna Clark. Now this, better say, is an important shot. She won't necessarily know what's going on around her and what the chasing pack are doing, apart from the playing partners that she's with. She knows they're not out of position. You can see she's on a bit of a downslope here, so easy shot by any stretch. Let's see if she can put this on the putting surface. Looks like she's going left as well. No harm there, middle of the green. She's putting, that's all that matters. You can see just by this bit of vision here, the undulations of this course. Pennant Hills, called hills for a reason, and beautifully sculpted into the landscape, no doubt about that. 100 years of history and heritage celebrated in this fantastic event, just culminating in just a few minutes' time as well, crowning a champion. We know that on the men's side they're also playing for the Varden Trophy, putting these scores in, so that'll be an important one, particularly for people like Picken and the Phillips boys. See if they can stay low. Little G's about to find where her ball is, and I think she's just noticed that it's not in a great spot. A magnificent clubhouse in the background there, and it looks like, well, unfortunately for the others, but fortunately for Sienna Clark, her competitors have dropped off massively. Sahara Hillman-Varma's dropped a lot of shots there, so let's go back now to our leader on the men's side, Jai Picken. This is a birdie putt to go to 8 under, would you believe? Let's have a look.
Ooh. Wow, he's given that a fair bit of juice. I mentioned the adrenaline a second ago, Shura, and the putter must have had the adrenaline coursing through it too, because while that was a makeable try up the hill and on a relatively flat back area of this green, Jai's run that through solid 2 metres, which is a long way from a gimme, particularly on the 17th hole of a big event such as the Centenary Open here at Pennant Hills.
You just get the feeling he was trying to make that hazy, and not that he shouldn't, but in these conditions it's always nice to be able to just lag one up and putt it in. This Blake Phillips, unfortunately, just setting one by.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's. I don't think he'll be thinking of course records. I think that they just happen, but. Well, not for me they don't, but for him they might. But what he is thinking about definitely is the championship. He knows he's in a good position. And I think the adrenaline's pumping through him right now. He's had a massive year, Jai Picken. He's one of the proudest captains I've ever seen of a winning interstate series team. He co-piloted the New South Wales team from the men's side to a huge and famous victory at St Michael's earlier this year, and I think if we talk to him later, he might refer to that. He was just so proud to lead his state to victory, and he's got that taste of victory, and I think that this is causing him to strive for the line. I don't think it's course records at the moment. We'll touch base with him later if he can hang on, but just a bit of adrenaline through the veins. He actually was a little bit lucky with his approach there that it didn't trickle down the back, but nipped it neatly, obviously, for it to check on the back. And now he's got all of 2.5 metres, actually, for a par putt to stay at 7 under. No, he's blocked it. Well, disappointing 5 there. I'm not sure what that does in terms of the leaderboard, but he'll be pretty flat with that because he got a really good break off the tee and wasn't super challenged from there, and he's fumbled his way to a 5 on the 17th, 1 hole to play.
Well, I think his only challenger at the moment is Jack Phillips. We're not quite sure exactly where he's at. Unless Jack pulls out something pretty special in his last couple of holes, he'll be finishing on this hole. As you mentioned, he teed off on 18, so this will be the last hole for Jack. Get a handle on where he's at, but Jai Pickham will head to the final tee as the leader. This is Anne Eldridge, I believe, on 18. We're looking at the group with Sahara Hillman-Varma here. She was in position, but I think she's just dropped a couple of shots late, unfortunately for her. Wonderful attitude when she chatted with Hazy earlier. Big smile on her face. She's enjoying herself out there, and a young lady with plenty of golf talent here. Let's see what she can do. Turn back, it's a good looking putt, just didn't quite at the end there. Just put a bit too much on it as well, so a bit of work back up the hill. Sahara Hillman-Varma can do. So clean it up, make her par. You bet. Proudly wearing the New South Wales shirt there. Great job by a young lady. And Eldridge, good finish from her. Here's Desiree Herndon. Nice finish from her as well. That group finished their day. Beg your pardon, they might be moving on. They might not have teed off on one. here's the group following all day. Zach Mullins on the tee of 18. What are you saying here, Hazy? Talk us through this hole.
Just pulled it a bit there, Zach Mullins. He found himself short and left, almost pin high, but out to the left. This hole is a magnificent closing hole as well. Perhaps not quite as spectacular as the 9th in terms of topography, but similar concept. It's out of a big funnel here of trees, so the players are standing 172 metres from the flag, which is cut centre left today with the bunkers on that side, but they won't feel the wind until it gets up above the trees. And they're trying to, I guess they're looking at the flag sort of drifting a little bit from there left to right, and they're trying to counter that. And both players here early, so Carruthers and Mullins, have found issues on the left side. Mullins still on the fairway, but well left, and Carruthers in the bunker. Now Blake Phillips, second last to play in the final group. Nice looking shot, just a little bit short, I think, but otherwise very central in the green, and probably a 15-foot birdie putt upcoming for Blake Phillips. And the big moment here for Jai Picken, the Novocastrian. Represents Avondale here in Sydney, but I think he's still a pretty proud Hunter Valley boy.
No tee for him, Mark.
172. No. He's a really good striker of the ball, sure. So likes to keep it all consistent. Starts it up the right for him, drawing back, wind sort of stopping a little bit, and back right of the green. It's going to spin back. The downhill, fast downhill putt coming, but only a matter of about 25 to 30 feet there. So safely on board. That's the possibility of a disaster over and out for him. So Jai Picken with a putt to get back to 7 under and clean up the championship here. He's in a really strong position in terms of winning the Pennant Hills Centenary Open here on the 18th green.
Yeah, I'd say barring any nightmares for him, it should be. Although, just looking at the leaderboard now, reports are coming back that Jack Phillips is also at 6 under. So this might be a very important putt for Jai Picken, depending on a few factors there. We'll have to keep abridged or abreast of what's going on the other side. But at the moment, Jai Picken safely on the green at 18. He has a putt for birdie, albeit downhill from a fair way out. That would take him to 7 under. But Jack Phillips also at 6 under, and he's got a hole or two to go. So we will keep a close eye on that. Brother Blake Phillips, we saw that shot shorter of the pin, but on the green, uphill putt, 12 foot or so. He's at 3 under. Daly Lamanis also at 3 under. Otai Kim at 1 under. So they're the players under the card at the moment. Richards, Thorpe, Mason, all even. And from there on, everyone else over the card right now.
Bit rough, sure, isn't it, when you're getting attacked by Phillips from both sides. From Jai Picken's perspective, he's fighting one off for 18 holes, and he's got another one behind him, and they're both coming at him left, right and centre.
Well, the test of any good golfer is to, keep the others out of your head and just play your own game. So let's see if he can roll a putt in. Meanwhile, on the female side, it looks like it's Sienna Clark's to lose. She is 1 over the card, everyone else 5+. So with a hole or two for her to play, let's see if Sienna can bring it home and hoist that trophy up on the women's side as well. Fantastic effort by her. She's played some really good golf.
She has, particularly early on, she was playing exemplary golf, sure, and I think when we last sort of saw her up close and personal, she was just going into her shell a little bit, just trying to get into that zone and not be distracted by external influences. And I think she's done pretty well here to keep it together and get to the top of a leaderboard on a very prestigious occasion, the Centenary Open here at Pennant Hills. Zach Mullins with his loopy wrists plays another nice flop, gets a lot of work on the ball, but he still left himself probably 15 feet for par. Now Kobe Carruthers from the greenside bunker, he's pin high left. just makes it out. And, oh, again, that's probably about, if that carries 4 more inches, rolls another 7 or 8 at that speed, it's going to finish right next to the cup, and he knows that that's a very unlucky result for him to hang up on the fringe there, because straight downhill from there to the flag, and he's left himself a really fast putt coming up for par just from the fringe.
Talk about big putts coming up now. Jai Picken and Blake Phillips, of course. Blake looking to go to 4 under. The Jai. This could be the difference between winning and losing. You never know. You never know. And, well, I'm not sure if he knows it or not, that he's got someone breathing down his neck, not in his group. But either way, he's got to just, at the very least, make sure this is not a 3-putt, Hazy.
Yeah, my guess here, Shira, would be that he does not know the situation on the leaderboard. And after running that birdie try past on the 17th, I don't expect this to have much pace, especially with a downhill bent here. I don't expect this to have much pace by the time it gets to the hole. If it does, it's a mistake. Picken's got 28, 30 feet here. Will move from his right to left fairly fast to get back to 7 under. It's a 6 out of 10 putt. Yeah.
You don't want that to finish, do you?
Oh, that's symptomatic of what happened to him back on the 17th there, unfortunately, because he rushed that one past and couldn't afford to do it again here, and he knew that. Now Carruthers for par from the fringe. You can see how fast that one was, and that's where he might have expected his bunker blast to finish, to be honest. So
He's just got to collect himself here. He's just got to collect himself and take a moment and just think about a good, smooth stroke as we watch Blake Phillips. He's pulled that.
Yeah, that was probably his worst part of the day, Blake Phillips, unfortunately. I think he's come here with high hopes, and when they weren't matched, he's probably not been able to bring his A game back. So, unfortunate set of circumstances on the 14th there. Probably curtailed his run towards the title. He's finished with his head bowed. He's still played an amazing round of golf. He should be very proud of himself.
Yeah, you take that hole out, Hazy, and he's 5 under. He's thereabouts. He's in the mix. It's just a one hole, unfortunately.
Yeah. Now Zach Mullins with the same line that Picken just had from about 10 feet closer. Pretty good roll on this one. That's a beauty. What an up and down that is from Zach Mullins. From left of the bunker, the New South Wales member has just rolled in a beautiful par putt. Hasn't had much luck with the blade today, so that's a good result. Now Carruthers to clean up for his bogey. Makes a nice putt. Nice round from Kobe Carruthers. He had some glimpses of real what might be in the future, I think.
Oh, this is the one. This has meaning, because if he misses this, you dare say Jack Phillips is in the game. So let's have a look and see what happens. I mean, he's in the game anyway, but he's opening the door here. Jai Picken, whether he knows it or not, it's just down to putting a good stroke on this. It's got any movement at all in it, Hazy?
It will come from right to left if he lets it leak. Like if it dies, if it's firm, it won't turn much. If he's holding speed, it sort of will leak to the left just a touch, but it's only a matter of 3 feet here, maybe even less. Without the prospect of the Centenary Open Championship on it, he'll make this putt 97 times out of 100. So this is a really important moment for him. Beautiful, dead centre. And you can see by the fact that he nearly put his left foot in the hole as he strode it out how close it was, but the nerves over that were the key element there. And that's a brilliant round by Jai Picken, 6 under par, 65. And that's, whether it's good enough to win, we're not sure yet, but that's a fantastic round of golf from Jai Picken. Does his Newcastle heritage and his Avondale membership very proud, so he's walking off with a big smile.
Well, Hazy, from holes 12 to 16, 5 birdies in a row, followed by, unfortunately, a bogey. So an incredible run there. He was on a serious hot streak for 5 holes. So credit to him. 6 under. Will it be enough? Will it win the Centenary Trophy? We'll find out shortly. It's a shot there. That might be from Mary Spear.
Something really interesting here, sure, is that, and these things don't often get thought of, but the boys played such exhilarating golf through that stretch that they actually played way less shots, way fewer shots than the groups around them, and they've actually sped up and got away from the women's group behind them. So there is a bit of a gap here, which in turn makes the gap back to the Jack Phillips group, of course, playing 17 as their last hole. So here's a bit of a hold up here in terms of the women's group immediately behind the men's group in the marquee slots. So they're up on the 17th green. I can see their bags, but I can't see them putting, but they're not far away.
All right, well, we'll get you to do a little bit more of your investigation and find out, if you can, on course, what's going on and who's what and where. But at the moment, we're looking at the 17th green. We're looking at Mary Spear, looking at Sienna Clark, who is our, I don't want to say runaway leader, but she's certainly a leader by a few shots at the moment. And got a good look from this angle at her putt. So Belinda G's found herself in a spot of bother as well. Hasn't been her day. See if she can pull off out of this rough upper hill. Tricky lie, tricky shot. She's pretty well, but it's pretty hot. Let's run through the green. Still plenty of work to do for her. Watching our leader at the moment, Sienna Clark, sum up her putt. She's waiting for Michelle Bang here, who's just in that first cutter rough. Tricky little shot here. Lovely touch though, good hands, and it's pretty good. Apart from off the green from Belinda G, it's just not worked out for her there. So we're going to finish on what's happening here. And up next, Jack Phillips will be playing the 17th. We believe he's one shot behind Jai Pickens. So if he can birdie, we're going to have two players on 6 under. Make sure we double check that, but Mary Spear puts that in. Here's our leader, Sienna Clark. She's had a long time to be able to look at this putt. 100% sure if it's for birdie or for par. I would guess it's for birdie, but I'm not sure. Oh, what a good putt that was, Hazy. Are you down the 17th?
Yeah, just ran back to Sienna, and that was for a birdie putt there. She's got a foot or so back here to clean up for a par on the 17th, and that will keep her, if I'm right, at 1 under the card. So there was a magnificent approach shot in there, and a pretty good roll, to be honest, just a tiny tick left, but she won't make any bones about this one. At a dead centre for a par, and that leaves her 1 under the card. Not sure of her opponent's positioning, but she looks like she's completely in control of her game.
Yeah, I think she's 1 over, and she's leading by at least 3, probably 4 at this point. Linda G's had a bit of a nightmare on this hole. She was left, then right, then short, and I think that could be a double bogey there.
Well, her caddy there, who I think is Justin, her dad, I'm not 100% sure of that, but he's got Sienna at 1 under the card in total, so there might be a discrepancy between the leaderboard and the actuality, but he's been on the ball the whole day, so.
I normally think a player knows what they're at, so I'm happy to go with that, Hazy. I don't want to question what's going on there as we watch Shellbang, and she puts that right in the middle. Good putt. So as far as we know, Hazy, Jack Phillips is going to be playing, and I believe 1 shot behind Jai Picken as he comes towards you.
Yeah, I've got no idea of his total score. I make no bones about that. I apologise, but he's, I'd say, stretching here to get to a good position to make a birdie. He's found himself in that ravine we mentioned before down the right of 17. He's tried to cut off a bit of the dog leg, and he's given himself a really challenging shot coming up for his second. And Herden, playing partner, is going to find himself trickling over the back right. And he's just held up over the back. I think it's been very hard work for Sean Herden today to play with Jack Phillips and Harry Maguire, who hit it comfortably past him in the distance department, and playing a lot of straight-faced irons compared to Maguire and Phillips coming in with very lofted wedges on occasion. And we're going to see Harry Maguire, I think, next to play, or it could be Jack Phillips. Just got to figure out. So Phillips is down in the ravine, and they're just discussing who's about to play, and I think it's going to be Phillips.
Well, he's going to have to make birdie here, Hazy, because he's really 1 shot behind Jai Picken.
Yeah. Unfortunately, he's had to play a little pitch out here, which is really going to obviously take the heat out of his winning chances. He's had to bail out from between the trees there, and not a great lie either. He's played a really good recovery shot, and he's found himself central of the fairway, but still 35 metres perhaps from the flag for 2. So his winning chances are going to rely on a pretty miraculous third shot if it's to come off. Now Maguire from about 95, and he's hit at 95, but he's hit it about 12 metres right. So he's pin high, but an unlikely birdie attempt coming up for the soon-to-be Collingwood rookie listed player, or training squad anyhow.
The sort of shot that any
amateur like myself, or maybe even you, Hazy, would look at and go, "I'm on the green. I'm happy with that." But of course, when you get to a higher level, they're never happy. They can put it 2 metres to the right and not be happy.
Yeah, you're not sure of their intentions. You can see where it's finished up, but he might have been trying to hit a draw there and might have been trying to spin it back or something like that. You're just not sure. So the reaction is often to the shot that they've played rather than the result, if that makes sense.
Yeah, of course.
Clearly he didn't have that little block in mind. So,
well, if you just want to yell out
today,
so, I was going to say, if you want to yell out to Jack, hey, you got to make this to tie the tournament. That'd be most appreciated, Hazy, just to build the tension a little.
That would certainly build the tension, or probably get a 4-iron around my ears.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Not be ideal for me.
Anyway, hey, well, stranger things have happened in golf. Let's have a look.
True, he's about 10 metres off the front edge of the green here, dead centre of the fairway. The pin's tucked behind the shoulder of the bunker that's sort of central left of this green. So if he's going to make this, he has to fly it over that shoulder and spin it hard. And he's done that. And he spun it hard. And oh my God!
Oh, my hat! You just... Oh, you've got to love sport, don't you? You've got to love it. You've got to love it. And he probably has no idea, Hazy, what's just happened. And we've got to confirm before we say anything, because you never know. But if this is what we think's happened, he has just tied the tournament.
Well, we've seen some ridiculous shots today on all levels, and that is right there. Unbelievable, Jack. Well done. Extraordinary golf shot.
The question remains, is there extra holes if it's tied? I'm not 100% sure.
We'll be able to figure that out soon enough, but I would imagine there will be extra holes. He's actually got an ice bag on his right calf here, which is, the story just keeps getting better.
That's unbelievable. You just can't write a script about that. Hazy, you're down there. I see you're down there with Jack. Is he happy to have a word with you? Find out what's going on down there. He's putting ice on his calf. We don't know what the go is, but there's potential that we've got a tie at the top of the leaderboard. Hazy, can you shed any light on what's happening down there?
Yeah, well, I can confirm that as Harry Maguire putts in, I can confirm that Jack Phillips has shot a 6 under par 65 and now knows that he's at least equal with Jai Picken. But I can give you an extraordinary turn of events. I think it might have been on the 16th. 16th where this happened. Jack Phillips is on the, I think, somewhere around the 16th green, 17th tee area, and he's been hit by a ball from behind, and he's been winged. He's got a big welt on the back right calf. Back of his right calf, and he's got an ice pack on, and he's hobbling. And he's just made an all-world 3 from down in the ravine. I might just ask him his question about that shot there. You've got 2 seconds about that shot. I mean, I don't know if you know the situation, but that's one of the most amazing shots you've ever played, I'm sure.
Yeah, it was pretty good. Just tried to get it close and it went in.
You're shaking a little bit. Is it injury or the adrenaline?
Oh, a bit of both, I guess. Just, I don't know, a bit of frustration, but relief for that one.
Yeah. You're allowed to focus forward and not on the leg?
Yeah, no, I'll do that now.
Yeah, mate, I'll leave you go and focus, but that was an awesome shot. Well played. I'm actually standing here with Blake, his brother, as well. Did you see that, Blake?
I didn't know.
Oh, did you hear us carrying on like idiots? Honestly, that's one of the more amazing shots. He had no space to work with there from 35 metres, and he spun it in, and from the moment it landed, it was tracking. That's an extraordinary shot. We first saw Jack today nearly dunked it on the 4th, and then he just played the shot of his life. I've got no doubt that's the shot of his life right there at this young stage of his career. And the poor bugger's got a nice little welt on his right calf, the side of his right calf, and he's hobbling up to what appears to be a playoff. I'm not 100% sure of the machinations, but the Pennant Hills Centenary Open is going to go an extra hole, I reckon.
A bit of excitement for you, Hazy. You've managed to walk 18 holes, and now you get to walk a 19th just to keep the blood flowing and the adrenaline high. And, well, what an amazing finish. This is Belinda G on her last hole.
That shot, if you'd thrown a book open for, you know, one of the bookmaking agencies for him to make that shot, that would have been a couple of 100 to 1, I reckon. That was so hard. There was no space to land that ball, and it had to spin, and it had to turn, and it couldn't be fast, and it was everything. It was everything. On the 18th hole of a very prestigious event here at Pennant Hills, you just can't do better than that.
There was just I don't know why, there was just a feeling that it was going to happen because, you know, it's just one of those things. But extraordinary, given he had to chip out sideways, and then as you mentioned, I mean, you basically painted the picture of what he had to do, and he did it exactly, which was nip it over the top, spin it, and run it off that hill, which, you know, it's an incredible. I mean, it would have been incredible if he knew what he was doing, as in he had to chip it in to win. Maybe it's better not to know, because you can just swing freely.
So I've run back up to the 18th green here with Sienna. I'm not sure if she knows the situation or not herself, but she's in the zone right now. From about 20 feet, a little bit right to left. It's coming.
Oh. Good effort, but either way, she will be hoisting the trophy. Fantastic day of golf from Sienna Clark.
Yeah.
Got her as even with the card. Just see what happens there. We'll find out exactly what's gone on with Sienna, but what a fantastic round that she's put together. She's been the Bathurst Junior Masters Girls Champion, the Blue Mountains Junior Masters winner. She's been the Molly Women's Open Champion and Junior Open Champion, so she's had plenty of success. She's only been playing for 5 years, would you believe? But she's really, really solidly gotten around Pennant Hills today in an important tournament, and she will be getting the trophy. Here's, we watch Belinda G. Oh, full round and in.
Thank you. So Shura.
Michelle Bang now. She puts that in as well.
Sure, I can confirm for you that Sienna Clark is the champion of the Women's Centenary Open. That's official, according to Barnaby Sumner, the general manager here at Pennant Hills. So awesome result for Sienna Clark, the champion here of the Centenary Open at Pennant Hills. We'll chat to her in a few minutes, but I just wanted to report to you that there's going to be a playoff in the men's at 6 under 65. Jai Picken and Jack Phillips. They've played 2 amazing rounds of golf, and in 2 minutes' time, they'll be heading towards the 18th tee, and it's sudden death over and over and over on the 18th until we have a winner. So could be first hole, could be 10 holes. We'll see how we go.
Oh, we love that. A par 3.
Here on the 18th. Yep, 172 metres of stern golfing test. Uphill, big crowd, clubhouse behind, wind across, trees. It's pretty spectacular. And for all the marbles here of the Centenary Open on the men's side, Pennant Hills.
They've got you to aim at there, Hazy. I can see you just over the pin there, and well, they could take dead centre, straight at you. Maybe a little short. We don't want too much adrenaline to put you at risk, but there's something about match play type of golf that we love, so it's going to be extraordinary to see. Let's hope Jack Phillips can walk his way there. I know he's a bit injured from an errant ball, so there's drama everywhere. Might try and track down Sienna Clark for a chat with Marquez.
Yeah, I'll...
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome back to the clubhouse. So we're entering into a playoff for the men's Centenary.
Sienna, can I nab you?
Those that are willing and able, please come on through to the back putting green coverage.
We're only minutes away from a playoff here at the Centenary Open. It's only apt that in such an auspicious occasion we get an incredible finish. We've got Jai Picken and Jack Phillips who'll be heading back and playing 18, but before that we're going to chat with our 2023 Centenary Open champion on the women's side, and she's with Marquez. It's Sienna Clark.
Sienna Clark, congratulations, the Centenary Open champion. That must sound mighty fine to you.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it's good.
Did you imagine that possible at the start of the day?
Yeah, I played pretty well my last game, so I was, in good form, so hopefully bring it here, so, yeah.
And you've had a good habit of winning when you put yourself in position to do so. Is that, a family trait? What's happening here?
Yeah, I do get a bit competitive, so definitely a confidence player. If I get on a roll, then I feel like, I can do it.
So walk us through your round. You obviously started very brightly.
Yeah, it was a good start. I had a bad double bogey mid-round. When I think I was about 2 under and I had the double. So I was behind a root on the rough and didn't work out, but came back and made a birdie. So it all evened out.
So that was the 13th hole, right? And that's how do you put that behind you when you know that you're in the mix?
I was pretty annoyed, but Caddy told me to hit hybrid off the tee. I wanted to hit driver. But it is what it is. I should hit the hybrid straight. But we just try and make some birdies coming in.
You're going to blame the caddy because this is going to be my next question.
Yes. No, he caddied really well. We worked well today. Yeah.
You better explain who your caddy is and his significance not only to your round today, but who he is in your golfing life too.
Yeah, my caddy's my dad. So he's a PGA professional for about 25 years. We get on good on the bag. We work it out. It's good. He's got a lot of knowledge, so it helps out. Yeah.
So what was some of his best advice out there today when you found yourself in contention?
Honestly, we didn't even know. I don't really look at the scores. It's just fairways, greens, just keep doing what you're doing. It's working. So if the putts drop, they drop. Yeah.
And you haven't been playing golf too long in the big scheme of things. Where do you think it can take you?
I've just finished my HSC, so I'm hoping to take a gap here and play a lot more. But I've been playing for about 5 years, so it's good.
Have you got aspirations to turn professional one day?
If I'm good enough, of course. Yeah.
And Jarvis Bay will be party town tonight, will it?
Yes, I think so.
Well, congratulations. Would you like to say anything to the Pennant Hills membership here on the coverage?
No, the course is in great nick. The greens were rolling good. It looks amazing, like the gardens, everything. It was really good. So everyone's done a great job here. Yeah.
That's awesome. Great round of golf. Congratulations, Centenary Open champion.
Thank you.
Brilliant stuff there from Sienna Clark, our ladies champion.
Great chat there, Hazy. Well done, and absolutely fantastic for a girl who's just started playing 5 years ago. I mean, obviously she's got a good pedigree and plenty of good help, but you've still got to go out there and get it done, and she's done just that. So congratulations to our 2023 Centenary Open champion on the women's side, Sienna Clark. Fantastic effort by her. As we watch Jack Phillips hobble his way up to the 18th tee. Poor bloke looks pretty sore. Now he's got to refocus. Put the ball on the ground and hit. And what are we saying here, Hazy? 160 odd?
Yeah, 172 metres. Yeah, uphill. So it's probably playing
a little longer than that, maybe in the mid to high 170s for these guys. It's out of a funnel. Back at the tee, you cannot feel the breeze that's up here at the clubhouse. There's trees, particularly on the right side, but all through this ravine here. Devlin's Creek runs through. It's the defining feature of the course, but from the clubhouse perspective, it sets up the way out from the 1st and the 10th and back in on the 9th and 18th, as we discussed before, to the very unusual to have closing par 3s, but it's the Devlin's Creek impact on the course design. And here we are with a magnificent backdrop, and there's a huge gallery here behind us on the practice green spilling out from the clubhouse here, beautiful clubhouse here at Pennant Hills. And that's the backdrop for these guys from the 18th tee as they go back for their 19th hole today. This is where Jack Phillips actually began his round. He started on this hole. And Jai Picken, of course, only played it a matter of a few minutes ago. So one's fresh at it, one's fresh off one of the greatest birdies he'll ever make in his golfing life. And here we go.
It looks like his dad has moved from walking with Blake to Jack. Let's see what Jack can do. The adrenaline running. He's leaned back on that one. How's it looking, Hazy?
That is, honestly, we've seen some things today that you cannot describe. I'm not sure if you can see the hedge here immediately behind the green.
We can see you, yep.
Well, the ball's landed to my left here, smack in the middle of that hedge, and he's dead. He is absolutely stone cold dead in this hedge. He's in the middle of it. I don't know if he'll be able to find it.
Oh, goodness, that stinks.
He definitely won't be able to play it.
Stinks of nerves and adrenaline.
Oh, that's adrenaline. That's a 20-metre miss club based purely on adrenaline. And there was nearly a schooner of, I'm not sure what he's drinking, schooner of Great Northern or 4X Gold or something here. It was nearly in the 4X. Extraordinary. Absolutely extraordinary things have happened today.
Here's Jai Picken's shot.
Picken, who's... Yeah, and I think normally that would be very problematic to be in a short-sided bunker, pin high on the left of this green, with a big downhill run to the flag. But unfortunately, Jack Phillips is in a position here that I would imagine not many golfers have ever been in at Pennant Hills in 100 years of golf here, and that the ball landed on top of the hedge and is absolutely buried in the middle of the hedge. Like he's toast, he's dead in there. He's absolutely having an unplayable lie. Not sure where the drop zone's going to be, but he'll be playing 3 wherever he takes it, and he'll still have a really problematic shot down to the flag. So that was right. For those who know this course and who aren't here, he's hit that almost smack bang at the clock in the middle of the clubhouse from the 18th. And to be fair, it wasn't that far from the clock. So I don't even know how to describe that, Shura. That's I've never. There's been 4 or 5 things happen today that of themselves would have been fascinating, and they've all happened here today at the Centenary Open at Pennant Hills.
Well, we had balls played to groups that are called through without watching. We've had blokes chipping in without knowing they've tied a tournament. We've seen all sorts of things, but that looks like about 190-metre shot. I imagine that was not the club or shot he was thinking he would play.
No, it's absolutely not the shot he had in mind. He would have been thinking to fly it sort of 160, 168, 169, and he's flown it, well, 192, 193. Chris Allen here, the long-time Golf New South Wales guru, referee on duty today, found the ball for him in the middle of a hedge. I think Chris is going to have to give himself a good towel down here with all the leaves he's got on him from finding the ball, but they have got it. He's retrieved it from the hedge, and it's going up to the drop zone to the left as they're playing it.
So are we playing his third, Hazy?
Chris Allen just asking. Yeah, Chris, yes, definitely be taking an unplayable lie penalty. Would have been possible, I suppose, to go backwards, but it would be on the chipping or the putting green, and you have to chip over the hedge, so I don't think that's practical. about to try and get a ruling here from Chris. I think he's going to have to find a drop zone, Chris. Yes? Yeah, he's not going to be able to take relief immediately around, so they're measuring the distance where the ball was, and they're trying to find the nearest point of relief.
Good drama here, Hazy. We love this. Keep us abreast of what's happening down there.
Massive drama. And Chris Allen's given him the ball back. Now Jack and his caddy are just doing the maths. Bit of Pythagorean theorem here coming in, and they're just trying to find the nearest point of relief.
There's every chance to chip this in. You know that, Hazy. This is what sport demands, these sorts of drama and storylines.
Oh, I don't want to say it. If he chips this in, I don't even know. I don't want to say it because we've seen stranger things already today.
You can go in the hedge where the ball was.
So, might sleep in the hedge tonight, I think. Look, that is, so he's gone. I thought he was going to go to the left. He's going to the right, round to the clubhouse proper, I suppose, the deck, that direction, for those who know Pennant Hills. He's got his nearest point of relief, and now he's got a club length from there. And he'll drop the ball between those two markers. If it rolls forward, as it has, over that line, he'll drop it again, and he'll look for the point where it bounces here the second time if it comes forward, and now they'll put it on the spot where the ball bounced the second time that he threw it down or dropped it down.
Looks like a good result there.
When his thumb comes off here, it's back in play. That's a great result. I mean, it's in a good flattish lie. The caddy was really important in telling him where to drop it on that second drop there. Make sure he got a flattish lie. It's still downhill. His right foot will be above his left foot when he does take his final stance here. So that's problematic when you've got to flop it up a little bit, but I think we've already seen his wizardry with the sand wedge. And spare a thought here for Jai Picken, who's standing alone on the other side of the green. No one's talked about him for 10 minutes and he's in a playoff. It's extraordinary. Extraordinary.
He's in prime
So here we
position,
go.
though. He can get up and down, he wins, basically.
Absolutely. So this is the third shot here coming up. We've seen one in the hedge, two was a penalty. This is the third shot for Jack Phillips. He's still 20 metres away from the flag, and it's all downhill. And just on the edge of the fringe, it won't spin as much as he would have liked, but...
Oh, goodness me. Just thought for a second.
Well, that actually needed to fly another 2 inches to help his spin, because it sort of hit the fringe and just took the spin off it, and you can see that it's released down the hill, and he's given himself what looks the best part of 6 or 7 metres, 22, 25 feet maybe for what would be a bogey 4, which means absolutely now that if Jai Picken can get up and down, he'll be the Centenary Open champion.
So what's his position here? What's he playing here? Is it a case of would he rather be over the pin and coming back towards it?
Well, if he had to get up and down to keep the playoff going, he would try and nip this really neatly and just can't let it run down off the shoulder. But right now, discretion would demand here that he flops it further, runs it past the flag. Remember, he still has to get up and down to make sure of victory, so he won't be too far past, but don't expect him to leave it just over the lip either. That's a spectacular shot in terms of its bravery, but it's going to turn right and go down the hill towards Jack's ball, actually. So he's going to get a look at the putt. He's still inside Jack, and the boys are lying, the men are lying 3 Phillips, 2 Picken, and it's still all to play for because who knows what's happening today at the Centenary Open.
Well, we love this drama. Fact is, Jack Phillips has to make a seriously good putt here, but then so does Jai Picken, but he's got one shot up his sleeve. So let's see what this young man can do. Mine would be racing, I'd imagine. Hazy, I'm not sure he would have been in this position many times before, in this sort of under this pressure with people watching. He's just flown one into the bush, and now he's got to make a, what is it, 20-footer?
Yeah, it's probably just a tick over 20 feet, and yeah, it might be around 20 feet. The caddy here is telling me he's been working really hard on his putting, and to expect this to be burning the edge if it doesn't go in. So Phillips from 20 feet up the hill. Just bobbled a little bit, but it looks good.
Oh, it was.
Cannot believe it.
I thought it was in
he
too.
thought that was in.
It looked good.
3 feet from home. I think he was walking to pick that out of the cup, Shura.
He'll feel better about it if Picken makes this putt, because it wouldn't have mattered. But let's wait and see what Jai Picken can do. Can he finish it off with what I would say is a very good up and down and a deserved victory?
Look, don't get me wrong. Sure, he'd like to make the up and down, but he wouldn't care less now if this finished 2 inches short, dead centre. He wouldn't care less. So
just don't race it past is the message.
Yeah, this is all day a lag putt now. He knows these guys play heaps of match play in the Golf New South Wales setup and around major pennants around Sydney, and they know exactly the drill. And Jai Picken's the captain of New South Wales, co-captain. He's been in these situations before. He knows that 2 putts here will get the job done. Avondale member from the Hunter Valley. Jai Picken now with a second chance really on this green to sub up the Centenary Open.
Market, I'd say. Or is he going to tap it in?
Well, I think he'll keep playing, just take the heat out of it. He doesn't want to think about it too much longer than he has to.
Yeah, okay.
But that smacked of match play there, though, didn't it? I mean, he didn't have any bones about making it. He just wanted to leave himself, in a position where this was extremely unlikely to be missed. This is about half the distance of the one from the other side earlier. He's done it, dead centre.
Well done.
And that will be the end of the penny section. Well done, Jai Picken.
Well, it's funny to think back a few hours ago, Mark Hazy bogeyed the first hole and was very upset with himself. And right now, a few hours later, he's now the Pennant Hills Golf Club Centenary Open champion. What under this?
You wouldn't think that you could bogey the first and then bogey a playoff hole and still walk off the Centenary Open champion, would you?
Yeah, it's unusual. It's unusual. Congratulations to him. Obviously, it helps him with his Varden Trophy as well, with a fantastic round of 6 under. But more importantly,
just 2 seconds. Shura, just hang on 2 seconds. Shura, just hang on a second.
Surely can't have more drama here at the Pennant Hills Open.
Oh, Shura. Oh, don't go anywhere.
Okay.
It's not over.
Okay. Waiting to hear what's going on.
Oh, now the reaction of Jack on that birdie, on that putt, is the longer putt, is more striking. I actually thought that was a penalty drop, but he's got free relief from the hedge inside the white markers.
Wow.
So he actually didn't get a penalty for his second shot, so he's actually chipped. His chip was his second, not his third. So they both made a 4, and we're going back to the 18th tee again to play a second playoff hole, would you believe?
Did they know that? They must have known that, because Jai started walking. He didn't celebrate, did he?
No, Jai absolutely knew that. I didn't, obviously, and I apologise, but yeah, I just assumed that was a penalty drop, but no, it's inside the white penalty area markers, and that's GUR essentially, and he's got a free relief from the hedge. And if that putt had gone in for a 3, we'd have been celebrating Jack Phillips as the champion.
Incredible. Fortune favours the brave. I mean, he's let's see if he's learned anything as we stand up on the tee again. But what a phenomenal bit of drama we've just witnessed here, and at an amateur level as well. I imagine this was a professional tournament, but at an amateur level, it's quite extraordinary to see what we've just witnessed. A chip in on 18, and then on the playoff hole, it's extraordinary. Something you couldn't write.
I'm really sorry to anyone watching here. I thought that was a penalty drop. That's my fault. I should know. But the white markers are on the side of the hedge here, which I didn't realise. And yeah, that's free relief. Here we go again. 20th hole. and it's Jack Phillips on the tee. And I think he'll be taking at least one club fewer than what he had last time.
I also think he might be swinging it slightly less hard than he did. Let's see if he's learned his lesson. Here we go. He's taking his time. Sure, the heart's pumping. Let's see if he can clear his mind. Just put a good swing on this ball.
Wind blowing from his left to right once it gets over the tree line.
He's hit it hard. He's back on it. Probably not as much as last time.
That's actually not very far from where Jai played his second shot from that bunker a second ago. So he's pin high left of the green in the bunker, short-sided,
in the sand pit.
and a nasty. You saw the ball run away from Jai a second ago, and downhill and right is the tendency there for that shot. So yet another chance for Jai Pickin to turn the screws here on this par 3 18th hole. He's had the whip hand all 3 times that he stood on this tee.
He's got to be thinking.
He hasn't put it away twice.
It's just got to be green.
I think they're guarding against this wind. That started at the flag and just turning a little bit to his left. Yeah, it's going to find, well, short of that bunker. So if we recall back 20 minutes or so ago, that's where Zach Mullins was in regulation play. So he did see his playing partner, Zach Mullins, make a brilliant up and down from there. But I don't think there's any clear advantage to either player here. It's a very problematic chip shot for Jai Pickin. He's on the short grass, but that's about all you can say. He's still got to carry a bunker and then negotiate the downhill shoulder of the bunker that finds the ball of Jack Phillips within it as well. So it's still all to play for. Barnaby Sumner here just cannot believe it. He's beside himself, the general manager of Pennant Hills Golf Club. He can't imagine that we're going to see a 21st hole. You got enough beer to sort of see us through here?
You certainly do, mate. Eh? Plenty of beer, wine, soft drinks, all sorts. But this is exciting, mate. This is what we were hoping for. I mean, in all the planning, my actual dream was if we had a playoff between a couple of guys, and two better guys I don't think we could have picked today. So some good golf, obviously a lot of energy and nervous, approach to this last hole. So we'll see what happens with a couple of chips and bunker shots.
Have you ever seen a day of drama and just amazing shots that we have today?
It always happens here at Pennant Hills like that, Hazy. You know that. Look, it's been a fun event, and we've been so delighted again. And thankfully the weather's played its part. Some good scores, some good people, and we're here for a good time.
Well, you're certainly providing that. Great to see a huge gallery here behind the 18th green. They're stacked out on the putting green. They're stacked up on the balcony here at the beautiful Pennant Hills Golf Club clubhouse. And the gentlemen have emerged from the bridge and the tunnel between the trees up onto the stage, the grand stage of the 18th, or now the 20th hole in this playoff, the second playoff hole at the Pennant Hills Centenary Open. I have to say that Jack Phillips has recovered really nicely from the blow he took on the right calf about an hour ago now. He was hobbling as he made that spectacular birdie on his final hole. But right now, he's showing no ill effects of that, and he's the one who walked out of that tunnel a bit faster, to be honest. Not sure if I'm reading too much into Jai's apparent lethargy, I suppose, coming up the hill here. I'm sure he's got a lot of energy coursing through him, so it shouldn't be a problem. He grabs out his trusty lob wedge about 20 metres from the flag, sure, and he's got to carry the shoulder of that bunker and then make it spin.
The guy with the hat on.
I'm not discounting any result here, Mark, from what I've seen today. Anything is possible. Obviously a very good young golfer with a lot of talent, and he's got some good hands. We've seen, I think it was, I can't remember if it was the third or fourth hole where he played that incredible flop shot over to that par 3 and got up and down, so he could do anything here.
This is true. Here he goes. Oh, he's nipped it beautifully.
Oh, what a shot. Oh, but still a little bit of work to do.
That also needed to carry about 3 inches further to get the maximum benefit of that spin, but it's still a really nice shot, and he's given himself about 10 or 11, 12 feet maybe for a par. Now Phillips from the bunker has to splash it out and let it trickle down the hill. Oh no, he's knifed it. Oh, we've got a good break. got a really nice break. Actually, could have easily kicked forward and gone out into an absolute cavernous bunker on the right side here, but fortunately it stayed on the fringe. But again, definite advantage here to Jai Pickett.
How many people do you think are watching at the moment if you look around, Mark?
Oh, I would say that there are best part of 100 people on the practice green, and can't see fully up in all the clubhouse because there's a few beautiful balconies here, but I would, wouldn't hesitate in saying 200 people in total probably are gathered around watching, which is testament to the event that the club's put on and also to the quality of golf that they've witnessed here today.
Well, for any amateur golfer knows what it's like, even just having your mates watch you play a few shots. It's nerve-wracking at the best of times, and these two playing for a pretty prestigious trophy here. Centenary Open of incredible historic golf course in Pennant Hills. What an awesome finish. We love it. We love sport for this very reason as we watch Jack Phillips.
And his caddy here told me before that he thought Jack perhaps could have putted his what turned out to be his second shot before and not used his lob wedge. This time he hasn't made the same error. He's gone for the flat stick. 2 feet
Just
of
step back. Walk to the left.
2 feet of fringe. And then downhill, right to left as it loses speed. Tell you what.
Oh, what a putt. All right, well, the script is written. It's make or we go again.
Which tends to be the way, I think, in a lot of long par threes. Sure that, 3 tends to be a really, a good score, a 3 on a long par 3, especially one with this much riding on the result. So you do tend to see, a lot of holes halved in bogeys here in par 3s in long match play events. So this is the moment for Jai Pickett. He's had 3 cracks at putts on this green now. After this one, this is his 3rd crack at what would have been a winning putt on this very putting surface. Second playoff hole. He's got 12, 13 feet maybe. Tiny hint of right to left as it loses speed.
Here we go.
Uphill. Get there. No, didn't.
Oh.
Didn't hit it. Jack breathes a huge sigh of relief here, and they go back. We're going back for a 21st hole today in the Centenary Open.
Fascinating to see the sort of shots they play at the next tee. They learned their lesson and they're going to try and aim slightly out to the right, bring it in. A relaxed
really
character
interesting.
there, Jai Pickett, doesn't he?
Oh, he's a great fella, Jai Pickett. He's really down to earth dude. He's salt of the earth bloke from the Hunter Valley. That's who he is. He's a really good guy. Loves the Newcastle Knights. He's a big rugby league fan. He's got that sort of great team attitude when he gets in the New South Wales setup. He loves it. I can tell you there that Jack Phillips was keen to get in a golf cart, sure, and get a lift back down to the tee. It's quite a hike down there. But Jai was keen to keep walking over the bridge, and when he said he was going to walk, Jack did the honourable thing, I suppose, by etiquette standards, and he's walking back there too. So just one of those things that happens in golf.
Gamesmanship, or is that just a bloke saying he doesn't want to get in the car?
No, I think that Jai just, that's his routine. He doesn't want to get in a cart, basically. So, respect to him, and also big respect to Jack with a hobbled leg there that he decided to walk with his mate. So, that's just good golf all round, I'd suggest.
There's something about playing a hole. What do you like, Hazy, when it comes to a playoff? Do you like, a 3-hole stretch? Do you like a 1-hole playoff? Do you like mixing up between a couple of holes? Where do you sit?
I like sudden death for sure. but I don't think I like repeated par threes. But the problem with this at Pennant Hills is that you've got 2 closing par threes to finish each 9, and if you want to have the spectators around, which is paramount and obviously everything every golf club would want in a major championship, you need to play the golf where the people are. You don't want them to have to walk out to a distant hole. So there's really no question but to keep playing these holes. In a perfect world, you'd probably play, a 4 and a 3 or a 5 and a 3 or something like that. But this is where the action is, and we've seen great drama here already. So who am I to say anything but positive thoughts about what's going on?
Here we go.
Really interesting that he's won the toss the first time they've been up there, and he's blown a couple of chances to turn the screws on Jai Picken, and this one's different. This is out to the right this time.
Yeah, a double cross.
And well short. That is way short. Would you believe? Jai Picken stands on this tee for the 4th time in half an hour with the Centenary Open in his hands, realistically.
The sad thing is, it's interesting because, Phillips had a chance to really, he puts that on the green, it changes the whole complexity because Jai hasn't hit the green yet in this playoff. And if Jack had even just hit anywhere on the green, it changes everything, whereas Jai gets a free hit now, basically. Let's see what he can do. Can he finally put the nail in the coffin?
I think if you asked most elite golfers, they would take the opportunity to, there's a really good line here off the tee, just turning back. Beautiful shot by Jai Picken, and he's not far away, a bit further back, but from where he had that, what would have been winning putt on the first playoff hole. So he's got about a 25-footer, maybe 30 feet directly up the hill here. So big advantage here to Jai Picken. And I would have thought, as you were intimating, Shura, that to go first in a head-to-head match play situation is a big advantage for most players. And yes, it's been a bit of a fly in the ointment for Jack Phillips that he hasn't been able to turn the screw there and put any additional pressure on Jai, because obviously they're both feeling it a little bit.
That's right.
So the green here is on only just a little bit above the tee level, but there's a big ravine in the middle. You go down across Devlin's Creek, and then you come back up. You climb up quite a steep pitch back up to the clubhouse. And I'm just going down here. I can reach for the trusty Bushnell. And Jack Phillips has found himself in the deeper Kikuyu, and he is 43 metres, would you believe, shy of the flag.
So Hail Mary. I can see
deep rough,
gone.
Big factor of left foot above his right here. He's on a huge upslope. Ball's probably a little bit below his feet. He'd have to fly this probably 41 metres. It'll stop quickly up the hill, but the ball is lying probably 4 to 5 metres below the level of the putting surface. If that gives you an indicator of the hill from 40 metres away. So big steep pitch, 42 metres to the flag. Tough lie. If he gets this up and down, we'll have seen it all, I reckon. This is an amazing situation on the playoff. Crazy. Jai Picken just tells me it's crazy, and I'm not going to argue with it.
At least he gets to take the flat stick out this time.
Yeah, I think he's pretty happy to leave the 60-degree wedge in the bag. This is such a hard shot in terms of judging the elevation change here. Sure, I don't think that cameras will be able to capture how steep this is. Only 42 metres, but so far above his head, the flag.
Camera level had us sort of looking from the tee back towards the clock, and you guys on the left, so we could see there's certainly an elevation. You can see Jack's head just above the green level. So from our point of view, it certainly does look like a tough shot. You're going to have to talk us through it.
Oh, my goodness gracious me.
Wow.
Honestly, Houdini's got nothing on this kid, I tell you. It is unbelievable.
Well, he's scrambling, isn't he? He hasn't made it easy for himself, but I tell you what, he's done some magnificent scrambling. And yet again, Jai, make a putt, win.
That's extraordinary. I think he's just about knackered, Jack. He's walking up towards me, shaking his head. That's a 9.5 out of 10 golf shot there. That was so hard to judge. How the ball was going to come off the club face in that Kikuyu, how he had to elevate it up over the top of the hill, then how he had to stop it before the cup, and he has given himself a slightly uphill par putt coming up. So that's a 9.8 out of 10 from the Romanian judge. That was amazing.
We're really seeing some incredible golf from these guys.
Seeing a bloody good warm-up for the longest day in golf too, Shura.
Not bad. Let's see how many times we can play 18.
So this is all of 30 feet here from Jai Picken. He's seen the line. He knows it's uphill. He's been on this line only a matter of 15 minutes ago. I think he thought he would have had this putt to, maybe 2 putts to do something here, but now he's got to make it. This for the Centenary Open again. He's given it a good wrap. Oh, what a great roll that was. Wow.
Oh, he can tap in here.
Great three. Great three. It's the best that anyone's played this hole in the playoff by a comfortable margin in terms of, I guess, just being routine. But that's not to diminish what's happening here for Jack Phillips, who's got I suppose it's 2.5 to 3 feet. It's uphill, if anything, moving a little bit from left to right from his perspective, but you wouldn't want to give the hole away here, Shura.
Just needs to get a nice positive stroke here. Keep this thing alive.
Oh, it's a sad moment. Never nice to see a playoff end on a horseshoe.
What a shame.
But that's not to diminish Jai Picken's achievement there, but what an amazing round of golf from Jack Phillips.
Well, we've just seen on our screen there, Jai. He's going to take home the Centenary Open of 2023, Jai Picken. What an absolutely extraordinary finish to this round, where he thought he had it in the bag. He dropped a shot late, made a good par on 18, and then Jack Phillips managed to chip in on his 18th hole to force a playoff. We saw 3 playoff holes, and in the end, Jai Picken with, as Mark Hayes said earlier, the best of the 3. He regulation par for him, and unfortunately for Jack Phillips, he's just slipped out his last putt, and we have got our champion of the Pennant Hills Centenary Open. 100 years of an incredible golf club, and Mark Hayes is down with the champion now.
Jai Picken, Centenary Open champion. I know that sounds good to you.
How good. Sounds awesome, Hazy. I was fortunate enough to win this a couple of years ago in 2021, but to do it in their Centenary, I know it means a lot to the club and this year, and it's awesome to do it this year. It's great.
Before we go into that, the details of what just unfolded, talk us about Pennant Hills. I mean, it's an amazing club, amazing generosity to put it on.
Yeah, 100%. They've come leaps and bounds the last 10 years. The course is in immaculate condition. We're fortunate enough to play for the New South Wales Amateur earlier this year, and it was in great condition again. The course is always a great challenge, and there's a few birdie opportunities out there, but you've got to take them when they come.
Righto, elephant in the room. That's one of the most ridiculous last few minutes of a golf tournament ever.
Yeah, it was very up and down. I know we were both sort of hugging that left side on the green, what it looked like, but it was the wind on the tee was down off the left, and then on the green, I feel like when I got up here, it was off the right, so it was a bit swirly. But yeah, no, it was good to make a fortunate par up that last playoff hole. But yeah, Jack had a great day as well.
You're not a nervous character, but it must be sort of a a knee-knocking moment when you get into that situation.
Yeah, 100%. When you put cameras and people out there, it creates a whole different atmosphere and that kind of thing. So, but no, it was good. It was good to play well today and come away a winner.
Walk us through that hot stretch there, the middle of the back nine, everything caught fire.
Yeah, it did. On 10-11, I missed a couple of putts, and then I got a new ball out and just said, remarked it and said, let's go again. And yeah, I was fortunate enough to make a few birdies through that stretch. Yeah.
It didn't start that well for you. Did you have any inkling this could happen when you bogeyed the first?
No, I was sort of sitting there through 14, and I remember I bogeyed the first, and I was like, geez, to get to 7 through 16 after bogeying the first of par 5, I felt like I played pretty well through the middle.
Did you hear any idiot commentators talking about course records at one stage?
No, I didn't, Hayes. That was good.
What does this mean to you, mate? I mean, you've done really well this year, captaining New South Wales to the Interstate Series. Yeah. It's been a big year.
Yeah, it has. Obviously, had some good results and that kind of thing. But yeah, to cap it off with a Pennant Hills Centenary Open Cup trophy is awesome. Yeah.
And the socks haven't moved, mate. They're rock solid.
Nah, they're strong socks, that's for sure.
Congratulations, Jai Picken, well-deserved champion.
Thanks, Hayden. Thank you.
What a great chat there with champion himself, Jai Picken. There's the leaderboard as it stood after 18 holes. Jai Picken and Jack Phillips tying at 6 under par. Daly Lamartis, great round from him, 4 under. And Jack's brother Blake there, 3 under. Just didn't quite get it going. And double bogey on 14 for him, cost him certainly a push up the leaderboard. See, so only 5 players under par today. Great effort by all those 5, and also Richardson Thorpe there to be even with the card. Well done to everyone who took part today. And on the women's side, Sienna Clark, fantastic effort, a winner by 4. 2 good today, 1 over the card. And Zahara Hillman-Varma, well, she had a great day as well for an incredibly talented young lady, 5 over. Linda G there. Blake Phillips' partner, she's 7 over with her playing partner in Michelle Bang. So well done to Sienna Clark, and well done to Jai Picken as well. Going to present the trophies very, very shortly. But credit to Pennant Hills with the way that they've presented this course. Of course, the luck of the gods when it comes to the weather, and that wasn't the case in April, but today couldn't have been better, and the golf was sublime. And in the end, what a great advertisement for a fantastic golf club in New South Wales, a historic golf club, and a big moment for them after 100 years.
Ready? Okay, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon. Welcome to the presentation. First up, on my right hand side, we have Club President Michael Rowan, and on his right, today's Men's Centenary Open winner, Jai Picken. Jai, congratulations.
Thank you.
Jai, well done. And coming in behind shot at the moment, we've got Sienna Clark. Sienna, come on over. And Sienna, congratulations for winning the Women's Centenary Open.
It's a good look, and it's a wonderful moment for Jai Picken and Sienna Clark.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Congratulations to everyone involved in the organisation of a fantastic event. They trucked on after what happened in April with the storms and everything being delayed. So an incredible finish to what was a historic tournament here. Centenary Open of Pennant Hills Golf Club. 100 years of fantastic golf at an incredible location. We say a big thank you to Mark Hayes for walking the fairways for over 18 holes in the end. We got a playoff in the men's side, and that was fantastic. So congratulations to all of our players, everyone involved, all of the people who volunteered, people from the club, Pennant Hills for putting it on, and everyone else involved. Thank you for joining us, thank you for watching, and congratulations to our champions again, once again, Jai Picken and Sienna Clark.